Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Yeah. It's that time. It's that time. Shout out to the chat. Justice for Secoriea, ladies and gentlemen. I was supposed to. I was supposed to uh, do this earlier, but it's all good. It works out because I get to we get to go over the whole live without having to wait for any of the breaks or anything. So we're gonna do trial day 3 and 4 today. Where we left off the last time was trial day 2. That was Thursday. So Friday, we got Friday, and we got today. This way, tomorrow I'll be up to date. So shout out to the chat, shout out to everybody. Let me get to day 2, and we also got we got some new features on the chat in the chat. We got some new features in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. We have an AI assistant that knows everything about the case. We got an AI assistant that knows everything about the case. So any questions you have about the case, just at Rabbitbot and ask him, and she'll be able to fill you in on any information that you need concerning the case. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Let me switch. All right, we're gonna get straight to it because we got a lot to cover. We got a lot to cover. Get my screen. All right, that's it right here. All right, we're gonna get right to it, man, because we got a lot to cover. We got a lot of live stream to cover. Because I got to catch up, and I've been busy doing some other stuff, so we got to catch up. Now, we starting off from starting off where we left off.
And Your Honor, is there a way for the state to not even bring up the fact that there was a shooting at that location because it's implying?
Hold on. What she said? Oh, they having arguments, but they're not letting us hear it yet.
And Your Honor, is there a way for the state to not even bring up the fact that there was a shooting at that location because it's implying, even though they're saying he wasn't charged, it's still implying and creating a picture that he somehow had something to do with that.
She don't even want them to bring up the shooting of certain stuff. I ain't get the beginning of the context of the conversation.
That's already on the back. It's the station get there, so you said some cameras on it, but, and then show the pictures like
This is
that.
day 3, by the way. This is day 3.
It's already
And I'll be, for being candid, in the Instagram records that were provided to the defense years ago, he references being out there with his friends, what I'll call them, at Edgewood during the time of the shooting, all the things, he confirms the things, his own statements that he makes in his Instagram records.
Okay, one discussion I'm gonna ask you to take everybody that's not talking about purpose of shooting, or say talk a little bit about events that then that was it, the pictures, maybe come up with some kind of a charge of character and holding against it for the limited purposes, use of evidence. Thank you, Your Honor. That's a good one.
Well, 2 whole weeks, Judge. We're rocking and rolling. No, I see no time.
Also, those of you in the chat, we have Wabbitbot as our assistant today. Wabbitbot is our assistant, and Wabbitbot should be able to answer any questions about the case. Wabbitbot has been doing research on this case, and feel free to ask Wabbitbot anything you need to know about the case. As a matter of fact, try it now. Let's see if it works. D. Grant, Miss Eve, Mrs. Baker, hi, Courtney Peach. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all. Sunrise 71. What's up, Sunrise? Tesha Z's. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody. Yeah, Wabbitbot interacts. Wabbitbot interacts. Wabbitbot is our AI assistant. Hold on here. Oh shoot, it's not even what I'm looking for. I'm bugging. Sorry, y'all. How did I click the wrong shit? How did I click the wrong shit? All right, let's get day 3. We're going. Okay.
What the state was, what he initially got at the beginning is not what the state was trying to introduce.
All right, so this is day 3. They started off doing this. Hold on, can y'all hear me? Can anyone hear me? Tesha Z's heck money. Could somebody talk to Wabbitbot? Okay, there we go. I don't know if he's gonna know what day of the trial I'm on. And you gotta add Wabbitbot. You gotta add him with the @ sign. You gotta add him with the @ sign. But I don't know if he's gonna know about what I'm doing. He'll probably tell you what day the trial is. So, yeah. So to speak to our AI assistant, you have to use the @ sign and type his name. God, all y'all just messing up, huh? Everybody just messing up, huh? Just messing up. Just doing it wrong. Just thank you, Miss Eve. God damn, he ain't working. Oh no, he ain't working. Miss Eve, he not working, Miss Eve. God damn it. Mm. Oh, hey, oh! Shout out to D Grant. Shout out to D Grant. All right. We good to go. We good to go. Hey, anything you need to know about the trial, ask Wabbitbot. It'll let you know. It'll let you. Hey, round of applause. All right. So, Any question you need to know about the case, ladies and gentlemen, we have an assistant researcher in the chat named Wabbitbot that you can ask anything you need to know about the case, and Wabbitbot will fill you in on the information. Okay, so interactive we are.
As his complete, or his accurate representation of what he got. So now we know there's a compilation that's zoomed in that has circles on it. We know there are pictures that are zoomed in and have circles on it. We know that Detective Shepard did something to it, and now we know that there's an unknown number of people in the district attorney's graphics department that have done modifications and alterations to this video as well. Because of the steps that members of the state took, 3 issues that I believe have popped up. First one is a foundational issue. The second one is the 702 Daubert issue, and that's completely created because of the state. And the third one is an identification issue. And I say it's an identification issue, I'll jump ahead just a little bit. We believe that these alterations and these modification changes were made so the state can bolster Detective Shepard's testimony that the person they circled, the person that they followed, is the person that actually killed that young girl. That's why there's an identification issue that we must address. But first, when it comes to a foundational issue. Under Georgia law, generally a videotape is admissible where the operator of the machine, which produced it, or one who personally witnessed the events recorded, testifies that the videotape accurately portrayed what the witness saw take place at the time the events occurred. This is why we have to ask this question, is it a fair and accurate representation of what you see? Investigator T, when asked those questions, said yes. That's why we went to the next step. But then when we found out that there was stuff on that on State's Exhibit 2 that he didn't receive, he didn't get from the 3 locations.
Hey, Jim, what's up?
That he saw later, that was a huge problem. If they want to admit videos, Your Honor, the person they're trying to admit it through has to say, yes, this is an accurate and fair representation of what I perceived, what I received, what I saw, or what I recorded. Now, I believe it's the position of the defense that because of the steps that multiple people that are a part of the state took, there isn't now a single witness that can answer those questions truthfully. And I say that because, again, we get it. They can't bring in anybody from the 3 locations because all they gave was the raw video. So that new altered stuff, they can't say, yes, this is accurate representation. It's not what they gave. Detective or Investigator T can't say, yes, this is what I was given because we know now it was altered. We believe Detective Shepard can't say, yes, this is an accurate representation of what I was given because it wasn't. We know he made alterations himself and then it moved on to their graphics department. We don't know how many people in the graphics department touched this. We don't know what they did with it. And I'm going to get to that in a minute with the 702. But as of right now, this has passed through so many hands from the quote-unquote raw video that the state was talking about that what they're trying to get in now, there isn't a witness that they presented to us, that they told us about, that we've never speak to, that can say, yes, this is a fair, accurate representation of what I received because it's been altered, changed, and modified so much. I'll try to streamline this as much as possible. Now, issue 2, which is the 702 Daubert issue. I'd first like to address, bring to the attention of the court, Mitchell v. State. I know I gave you a copy of this a couple of days ago, but that's Mitchell v. State, 320 Georgia, 673, a 2025 case. Under Rule 701A, a lay witness may testify in the form of opinions or inferences that are rationally based on the perception of the witness, helpful to clear an understanding of the witness's testimony or the determination of a fact and issue, and not based on scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge. And as the court's fully aware, because we're in Georgia and we're a rule of evidence, now we're in the 24/7 702 and the Daubert standard. And I bring up the Daubert standard, Your Honors, because again, we're not talking about just the raw footage that was given from those 3 locations. Alterations, changes, a lot has been done with these videos to get to what the state's trying to introduce now. A lay witness can't come in because, again, we still don't know how it got from point A to point B to point wherever we are now. So,
Gems, any information you need to know about the case, just at Wabbitbot and ask him, and he'll give you anything you need to know. Okay, Wabbitbot is our personal assistant as well as our assistant moderator. He's been doing research in the case, and anything you need to know about the case, just ask Wabbitbot. He will give you whatever information. If you want to know who's the judge, you want to know who's the lawyer, anything you need to know, Wabbitbot can give you the information. He's here to serve and make sure everybody understands what's going on. So shout out to Wabbitbot, working hard. You know what I mean?
now I believe they have moved all of this, and they're going to try to introduce it to the Daubert standard because there's some type of other specialized knowledge that was put into these exhibits and into this evidence that didn't exist at the beginning. We have to have a whole hearing about that. Now, the admissibility of expert testimony in Georgia, like I said, is governed by 24/7 702, which provides as follows. If scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge will assist the trier of fact to understand the evidence or to determine a fact and issue, A witness qualified as an expert by knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education may testify thereto in the form of an opinion or otherwise if the testimony is based upon sufficient facts or data, the testimony is a product of reliable principles and methods, and the witness has applied the principles and methods reliably to the facts of the case which have been or will be admitted into evidence. So not only does their witness have to be able to lay the proper foundation that what they received is actually fair and accurate, they also now, because they manipulate and altered it so much, they have to be able to, under the 702 Daubert standard, lay the foundation that not only what they did is reliable in the methodology they use, but they used it reliably in this case. That has not been done yet. Detective or Investigator Teague is not in a position to do that. None of the people from the 3 locations is in a position to do that. And we have no idea how many people were in their graphics department. Don't know if any of them are actually qualified to do that as well. We don't even know who those people are at this point. Now, issue number 3 is an identification issue. And Your Honor, I believe, well, not believe, I mean, it's pretty much common that the reason the state did this is because there are parts of certain videos that, I mean, it's outside, so it's dark, and there's a distance, and there are a bunch of people, a bunch of things walking around. I believe one of the arguments the state's going to say is the alterations, the changes, well, I don't know if they're deletions or not, but the modifications that they took part, or that they did to create this compilation and to create these still photos and to create all of these circles and markings, they did it not to change the substance of the video, but just to give an identification, to make it clear of who they want, what I believe the jury to believe is the actual shooter that killed that little girl. There's a huge problem with that, Your Honor. Number one, when it comes to identification in Georgia, there are ways to work around that. Or I'm sorry, there are procedures that have to be in place before they can put a witness up there that can testify to that, especially when it comes to a video that's blurry. So the first one, Your Honor, part 1 is who can actually make that identification? Part 2 is how can they make that identification? And part 3 is when can they make it? So for starting with part 1, Georgia law, someone who personally knows the person being identified. So in this case, it's someone who personally knows Mr. Conley. They can get on the stand, look at a video that's blurry, and says, yes, I know that's Mr. Conley, or yes, I know that's somebody else. Again, I would like to turn the court's attention to Mitchell v. State, 320 Georgia 673. I already spoke about under Rule 701 and lay witnesses, so I'll skip to the next part. Such lay opinion testimony may include a witness's identification of a defendant in surveillance photographs or video recordings, at least where there is some basis for concluding that a witness is more likely than the jury to correctly identify the person or the defendant as the person in the photo or video. One such basis is the witness's familiarity with the defendant's appearance. In most cases, the opportunity to observe a person's mannerisms, gait, and similar characteristics depicted in video footage will increase the likelihood that a lay witness familiar with the defendant will be better equipped than jurors to identify the defendant from such images. A lay witness with such familiarity would be in an even better position than jurors to identify the defendant where the video was of such poor quality that the average juror would not be able to distinguish the faces by themselves. Investigator Teague is not the person that can do that. And Detective Shepard is definitely not the person familiar enough with Mr. Conley to be able to identify somebody better than the jury can. They are not proper witnesses that can do that. Part 2, someone who was a witness or victim on the scene during the actual incident. I would like to turn the court's opinion, or turn the court to Pearson v. State, P-A-R-S-O.
Angelo. Angelo. No. Hold on. Angelo. No. Nah, bruh. No.
NV State, 311 Georgia 26, a 2021 case. It is improper to allow a witness to testify as to the identity of a person in a video or photograph when such opinion evidence tends only to establish a fact, which average jurors could decide thinking for themselves and drawing their own conclusions. The video in this case, however, does not clearly show the man's face, so it would have been difficult for the jurors to identify the man. By contrast, Frazier, who was the witness that took the stand and made the identification, was familiar with the appellant, was a witness to the events in the video, so her testimony was not based merely on her opinion of whom she saw in the video, but also her recollection.
Yo, O Speaks, why your carrot count is 895? Yo, O Speaks, your carrot count is 895. This cost 895. His carrot count is 895. That's an inside joke for the rest of the audience. That's an inside joke you might not catch.
Of what she experienced in the parking lot. So in this particular case,
Let's do it up.
This witness not only saw the video and said, yes, I can ID the person, she was actually a witness on the scene when the video was taken, and her testimony wasn't based just off the video. It was based off of something more than the video. Again, Investigator Teague is not that person. He was never in that position to make that identification, and Detective Shepard definitely wasn't there. He's not in the position to make that identification. So part 3, when we come to law enforcement and non-experts, because again, Detective Shepard hasn't been qualified as an expert under 702 Daubert. So right now, he's still considered not a, I would say lay witness. I'm not sure if we can call cops that, but a non-expert. And I'd like to draw the court's attention to United States v. Wiley, W-I-L-E-Y, 78 F. 4th, 1355. That is a 2023 11th Circuit case. We have explained that lay opinion identification testimony may be helpful to the jury where there is some basis for concluding that the witness is more likely to correctly identify the defendant from the photograph than is the jury. On the one end of the spectrum, familiarity derived from a witness's close relationship to or substantial and sustained contact with the defendant weighs heavily in favor of admitting the witness's identification. On the other hand, knowledge of the defendant's appearance, based entirely on the witness's review of photographs, is not based on anything more than the evidence the jury would have before his trial. Now, Your Honor, in this case, well, basically, let me back up. What this case basically says is an officer that looks at a surveillance video, it says, well, I think this is somebody, so I'm going to identify that person as somebody in front of a jury. You can't do that. There has to be more than that. In this particular case, United States v. Wiley, the court went on to say some of the officers couldn't identify him because all they did was look at a video, and that's not enough, because that's what the jury's supposed to do. But they did say that there was one or two officers that actually shortly after the incident happened, shortly after the video was recorded and received, they were actually present and arrested the defendant. So they saw the video after they already saw the defendant in short time, and they could identify as this is the person that we believe we arrested. Detective Shepard still can't do that. Mr. Regis actually, I don't want to jump to it. So the point is, Detective Shepard, all of the information that was received throughout this trial, and all of the information that we know Detective Shepard received was a black guy, may have had a mask, well, no, not may have had a mask, did have a mask, but we're not sure exactly which kind. Could have been a COVID mask, could have been another mask from a bounty hunter, dressed in all black. One had a white T-shirt on. No one ever described what or at least there's no testimony that any witness ever described what Mr. Conley looked like or what Mr. Conley was, or how he was dressed. So before Mr. Conley, and I'm going to talk about the press conference he gave, before Mr.
You know, he's making some good points. I want to know, you know, he sound like some good points he's making.
Mr. Conley gave that press conference, the only identifications for the actual shooter were black men that didn't look like him and clearly weren't dressed like him. Then Detective Shepard, we all saw that the state brought in the Tom Jones. Yes, Mr. Tom Jones as a witness. We saw the interview, we saw the press conference, we see what Mr. Conley looks like. So at the point where what Wiley says is the officers close in time to getting having the incident happen, getting the recording, and arresting the defendant, Detective Shepard isn't that person that can bring that information in as well. Now, I believe what the state's going to say is because it was dark, again, because it was dark, because you can't see everything, that we're just assisting the jury in determining who did what. Well, that's not how that works, Your Honor. What they're actually trying to do, again, is trying to put an officer on the stand, Detective Shepard, and bolster his testimony by saying, I believe this is Julian Conley. Let's follow Julian Conley, or the person we think it is, and we believe that's the person that shot him. That's not how evidence is supposed to work. The state, this isn't like they blew up a picture and just made it a little bigger for them to look at. This isn't even in certain instances where you lighten a picture so you can kind of see something else. They're leaving the video, the quality of the video the same. They're just literally circling it and pointing arrows at this person and saying, hey, this is Mr. Conley. He's the one that did everything. They haven't presented a single witness that can actually do that. And that starts at the very beginning when it comes to foundation. Now, also, Your Honor, I believe the state may make or take the position that this happened so many years ago, and Mr. Conley's appearance may or may not have changed. He doesn't look like the same that he looked back then in the video. Well, that's not true. In their opening, Your Honor, they showed the they showed a picture of Mr. Conley for the MARTA bus, which was like 6 hours before the shooting. You clearly see his face. Furthermore, not only in their opening they showed this, the press conference, but they literally played the video to where they saw what Mr. Conley looked like after the incident when he gave the press conference with his former attorney. So they can't get up here now and say, well, his appearance has changed, and Detective Shepard knew what he looked like back then and knew what he looked like now, so he's assisting them with that. That's over because the state ended that themselves when they played the press conference. Make sure I don't miss anything or backtrack. So at this point, the state conceded when we first addressed this issue that it's not a demonstrative. I believe they're going to get up here and say this is still substantive evidence, and they haven't changed the substance, but that's not true, Your Honor. The substance of a video is what the video actually shows. The substance of a video isn't this is what we want you to look at in the entire video. At the point where they take the entire video, they splice it up to show the jury what they want the jury to see. They circle certain people that we can't or that they can't identify, and they possibly can't know who it is. They point arrows to the person, put words underneath, and then follow that person. That changes the substance of the video. And because for all of those reasons, Your Honor, until we know exactly what happened, exactly who touched it, exactly how it was used, exactly how many hands it passed through, and exactly a witness that can lay the foundation and go through all of these steps that the state created by changing these alterations. We believe that State Exhibit 2, the way they're trying to introduce it, is inadmissible. Now, if they want to introduce the raw video that they got from the BP, the liquor store, and the warehouse, we are fine with that. But anything other than that, Your Honor, we're going to need a day to argue all of this with their witnesses after we talk to our people to figure out exactly what was done. So for those reasons, we're asking that you keep out all of the alterations and only bring in the quote-unquote raw data that was received at the beginning.
Do you agree that they could play the raw data and zoom in as they show that on the
yes.
computer?
Yes, in front of a jury, yes. Okay. However, I do not, yes, they can do that, but I do not believe that once they do zoom in, they can say, this is Julian Connolly doing ... That's for the jury. Unless they can show some type of familiarity to prove that, to show how they know that's Julian Connolly.
Do you agree that these witnesses could testify that the person in the video resembles Mr. Connolly?
Well, that's the question. Which witnesses?
I'm asking you.
No. And
You don't think any of the law enforcement could say that?
I believe that they can say that that is Mr. Connolly in the MARTA bus. 100% I believe they can say that. I believe that they can say that that's Mr. or someone that resembles the clothing, kind of the clothing that Mr. Connolly was wearing in the parking lot. After that, when they're doing circles and pointing arrows, absolutely not. You cannot see who that person is. The only people that can would be the people that were actually there during the incident.
And if they characterize particularly the still photograph with the circles on it, if they characterize that as a demonstrative, how would that change your argument, or would it at all?
Well, then it would go under a 403 analysis. And I really can't answer that until I know which witness is going to say it, how they have the information to say it. But then we could definitely make a 403 analysis on it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Does you mind if I just?
Not at all.
So I'm going to start with the argument as it relates to the videos being altered in the sense that they're not the raw footage. The testimony of Detective Teague is the compilation is the raw footage, but it's the raw footage from the 3 different locations next to each other. So it's like playing 2 separate TVs side by side. So if you want us to bring in another big screen, we can play them both at the same time, because that would be what this is equivalent to. It's just playing the BP at 8 o'clock, let's say, for example, and then playing the warehouse video cameras at the exact same time in 2 separate TVs. So if the court wants to give us time to bring in another Mondo board or large TV, we'll be happy to do that. As it relates to the circles that were placed by Detective Shepard around individuals that he believed to be persons of interest as it relates to his investigation. I would give the court United States v. Rowinski, which is Rowinsky, the 2013 U.S. District Court of Florida from 2013. In that case, the court says, as for the circles and arrows added around pictures and people in the videos, the court does not agree that they constitute hearsay. Rather, the circles and arrows are more akin to summary charts, effectively summarizing the images that the government believes to be relevant from the photographs and the videos containing numerous people whose presence is allegedly irrelevant to the charges in the case, which is exactly what we have here. He identified people or persons of interest, and he followed those people and persons of interest through the hours of footage that he watched in all 3 of the video systems that he was able to recover. That's all this is akin to. So it's not hearsay. There's no markings that would constitute as testimonial as it relates to Detective Shepard's circles on the video. And more importantly, it doesn't alter the raw footage. The raw footage is the raw footage. It just puts a circle around one of the individuals contained within the raw footage. As it relates to the...
So hold on one second. So the photograph with the circles and some words on it, that hasn't been altered in any way. That's not... The image itself hasn't been changed by your graphics department?
No.
Other than to add the circles and the words?
Well, the circles were added by the actual photographs that are found in Detective Shepard's report are photographs made from stopping video, screenshotting it, and then putting it in his lead supplement and putting circles around the people he followed as persons of interest.
With marker?
Correct.
Okay.
Or marker in the sense that it's a computer marker, yes, with marker, for lack of a better word.
Okay.
So there's no alterations as it relates to any of the raw footage as described by defense counsel during his argument. As it relates to the identification issue brought up by defense counsel, I would wholly disagree that this is a 702 issue. It has nothing to do with, this is lay witness testimony that would be more than permissible under 701. I would bring to the court's attention first, Taylor v. State, which is 315 Georgia 630. It's a 2023 case. According to the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, identification testimony that's based on a witness's first-hand observation of the defendant's appearance is the type of evidence contemplated by Rule 701. And I meant, Your Honor, United States versus Knowles, KNOWLES 889 F3D.
Can I have that side one more time?
Yes, I apologize.
That's okay.
889 F3D 1251 11th Circuit Court case from 2018.
Okay.
I'd also bring to the court's attention Cross v. State. In that, in Cross, the court makes clear, I apologize. In Cross, the court says, rather than setting four specific factors that must be present for the admission of identification testimony under OCGA 24-7701A, the Supreme Court of Georgia has held that such lay witness testimony is admissible so long as there is some basis for concluding that a witness is more likely than the jury to correctly identify a defendant as an individual depicted in the video recording, and lay testimony identifying a defendant in those video recordings is admissible under 701.
And what's the site for Cross again?
It's 370 Georgia, Appeals 250.
Thank you.
And then I'd like to bring to the court's attention a recent case as it relates to the same or similar issue for identification. In United States v. Wilson, 143 F 4th 647, pin site 663. It's a Fifth Circuit Court case that just came out July 17th, 2025. It is almost directly akin to the case that we have, or the situation we have in this case, Your Honor. Deputy Atkins' identification of Fernandez and Wilson, the defendants in that case, fits comfortably within the appropriate authority. A specialist in apprehending fugitives, like Deputy Atkins, had become familiar with Wilson and Fernandez's appearance while investigating them. And Deputy Atkins' testimony was particularly helpful to the jury because Wilson and Fernandez were wearing hats and sunglasses in the Instagram photos and videos in which he was permitted to identify the defendant from prior video footage that he had also been able to come in contact with, which is akin to Detective Shepard in this case. He not only looked at hours and hours of video footage, but he also was able to get the defendant's entire Instagram username profile, where he saw hundreds and hundreds of videos and photographs of this defendant. He was also able to get several hundred photos that were sent to him from the bolos that were distributed throughout the media in the city of Atlanta of people identifying the defendant as Julian Connolly. And to me, this is almost a moot point because the defendant himself identifies himself as the person in the red from the scene when he gives his interview with his counsel at the time, Mr. Patterson. So
I think they concede that you can prove that he was at the bus. The issue was in the other photographs. Am I speaking out of turn?
I guess that's the confusion that I have because the photographs, or it's video, because I don't really have any other photographs, but it's video where he's wearing the exact same thing in the video, the Marta video photograph, in which he identifies himself in, making the point moot. And more importantly, during the interview in which he gave with Tom Jones and his counsel next to him, he admitted that he was standing there at the barricade at the time the shooting occurred, which is exactly what Detective Shepard's testimony would be based on his hours and hours and hours of footage that he reviewed from the BP warehouse footage as well as the package store video surveillance, Your Honor. So based upon all of the case law and the evidence that would come out before Detective Shepard, and I guess the point of admitting it through Detective Teague was exactly what defense counsel mentioned during his argument. Detective Teague is the person who was able to retrieve all of the raw footage, which is exactly what the compilation video is. It's all of the raw footage that is put together. It's not spliced. It's literally the same raw footage from the same time period playing at the exact same time with Detective Shepard circled on them.
So in terms of laying a foundation for it, you absolutely had to have that testimony.
Correct.
Okay, do you need a ruling? You want to follow up? You
Yes.
have anything left to say? Okay. And did I cut you off or were you finished?
I would have been repetitive. So I'm glad to cut me off.
Okay.
First, I'd like to say, before we give a ruling, I gave the court and the state my case law a couple of days ago. They're just now telling me these cases. I haven't had an opportunity to look at them yet, so I would like to look at them before the court gives a ruling. Secondly, Your Honor, just listening to the state's argument, I still don't believe that they're on the same issue that we are. It sounds like one of their cases, the officer that was on the stand was a specialized officer who specialized in investigating people, and he's bringing that information in. They haven't presented any information that Investigator Teague or Shepard are specialized in anything other than collecting videos and altering them. Another issue, Your Honor, is I still don't know what type of videos those cases that the state quoted were talking about. I'm specifically talking about the videos that are akin to ours. It's not 100% true when the state says they're just putting two separate videos up side by side together. Your Honor, at some points there's like a 6-hour gap in between when you see or when they want you to see Mr. Conley, and then when they want you to believe who you're looking at as Mr. Conley is now. Secondly, Your Honor, yes, we can see he was there at the MARTA station. You see exactly what he's wearing. The state says, well, you can still see what he's wearing in other pictures. That is not true. The person that they're circling and literally pointing an arrow to, you can't tell what the color of the clothing is, like the state's trying to tell you. So that tells me that I don't believe their case law is on point as close to ours. Also, Your Honor, in the press conference, it's not true that when the state said Mr. Conley said that he was right there at the barricade when it happened. Mr. Conley admitted that he was at the scene, and I believe we have witnesses that are going to testify and show that that's actually true. He was at the scene, but he was not at the barricade when it happened, and he's definitely not the person that the state circled and is pointing an arrow to. And I think the biggest thing, Your Honor, is at the point where you take raw video footage, and then it passes through the hands of multiple people in multiple departments so you can bring it in to show that shows there's some type of specialized knowledge. We still have I am not able, and Mr. Regis is not able, Ms. Broderick is not able to properly cross a person when we don't know what happened with this specialized knowledge. The simplest way I can look at it, Your Honor, is if I'm a third grade teacher and I'm teaching math, you want your son to know math. If I just tell your son 2 + 2 is 4, substantively, I have not changed math. 2 + 2 = 4, but he didn't take the steps to get to it. That's what evidence is. We present evidence to give the jury the steps to get to it. If we allow the state to bring in a video, circle it, put an arrow on it, and say, this is Julian Conley, or they're boasting this is Julian Conley without allowing them to take the steps to get to it. So for those reasons, I would like to research their cases before you give a ruling, and I can do that. Shepard's next?
No.
Then I should be able to do that
I'm going to
before
look at them
Shepard.
too. So to put your mind at ease, I'm also going to look at these cases. But do you agree they could do that in court? Do you agree that playing the raw footage, the detective could circle it on the screen and then they could print that?
100%.
Well, that would just, if you want to add hours to his testimony, that's fine. But if 2 + 2 = 4 always, and all the state is doing, you've got 2 + 2 that's a little bit smaller, and then you zoom in, and you still have 2 + 2. It's just a larger version of 2 + 2. The 4 is still the same, and the 6 hours of footage that he claims that were spliced, and that's when you see the defendant. The MARTA video is taken at 9:13 p.m. The shooting is at 9:46. We're at less than a half an hour to when the defendant is seen in the exact same clothing that he is in the MARTA and at the barricade. And to be clear, during the interview, Mr. Patterson and his client say that he is at the barricade, he is there when the car goes by, that he witnesses, allegedly, one of his friends get hit by the car, go down, get up, and start to shoot. And he would be able to testify, or he'd be able to tell whoever he needed to say as it relates to that, but he's choosing not to say anything further as it relates to the investigation with the exact words of the interview by his agent.
Okay.
Wow. I ain't know he said all that. Well, all that gonna come out in the case. Hey, I ain't know he said all that.
Let's all look at those cases and we can take this up later. I don't want to overcomplicate it. The purpose of the authentication statute in Georgia is that we don't have to bring the camera maker, we don't have to bring whoever developed the photograph. We have to have, though, a witness who can properly authenticate. So let me look at these cases and see where we are. Okay.
And Judge, if I just may, depending on what your ruling is, Mr. Patterson is here, that may change.
Right.
We move.
Are you calling Mr. Patterson or
May
he's your
likely-
witness?
We may likely be calling Mr. Patterson.
Okay. Okay, I thought he was just observing. Thank you. Okay, are we ready with a different witness that doesn't require this?
Yes.
Okay.
But I will, we should probably bring to the court's attention the witness is it's a short GBI witness. That's the witness that was scheduled to testify prior to.
What's the nature of its expert testimony?
It's GSR.
Okay, so it will be quick. Okay, that's fine. You want to bring the jury out? But we're going to go ahead and hear from our first witness now.
Case called Alexander Coven.
That's TV, what up? Bernard, 9-8.
My name is Alexander Coven, ALEXANDER, COV as in Victor, IN.
Good morning, Mr. Coven.
Morning.
Can you tell us your assignment work at employed, sir?
I am a scientist, a microanalyst in the trace evidence section at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Sciences, commonly known as the State Crime Lab.
And can you tell us how long you've been employed by the GBI, by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the State Crime Lab?
About 10 and a half years.
And Of those 10.5 years, have you always worked in the position of a microanalyst in the trace section of the GBI?
No, for maybe the first 9 or 10 months or so, I was a lab technician in the trace evidence section, and then I was promoted to the scientist position.
Can you tell the jurors what is the trace evidence section of the GBI during your investigation?
Trace evidence deals with any areas of analysis, a multitude of which are dealing with gunshot primer residue, or GSR, paints and coatings, plastic, tape, hair, fiber, glass, fractured materials, and a lot of general unknowns.
If you could, for the jurors, would you go and explain to them your educational background and training that you've received that allows you to work in that area of science?
I received a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry from Albany State University, and upon being hired at the GBI and promoted to the scientist position, I started a training program, and the way we do it is whatever area of analysis we need examiners in, that's what you're going to start your training in. And for me, it was GSR. And so that was about a 6-month-long training program, like going back to school again, lots of reading, exercises, tests. And then once that was complete, about a 3-month-long supervised casework phase where I was doing real casework, but my trainer was going through some of the technical steps with me as well. And when it comes to every area of analysis that I'm trained in, that's a similar training program that I have to go through.
And you mentioned specifically, I know your testimony that trace evidence looks at paint, things, GSR, gunshot residue, and other items of trace evidence. I want to specifically talk about what you just described, that you received specialized training on GSR, gunshot residue analysis and testing. Can you tell the jurors what gunshot residue is and the training that you received specifically to identify or attempt to identify gunshot residue and items of evidence that you received?
Gunshot residue, gunshot primer residue specifically, which is what we were looking for in these types of examinations, are a collection of microscopic particles that are created when a firearm is discharged. This plume or cloud of vaporous gases are formed when a firearm is discharged and kind of behaves like a plume of flour or baby powder, if you will. These particles that we're looking for are invisible to the naked eye. Molten discrete particles containing all 3 of the elements lead, barium, and antimony, and they have the ability to settle out or land on any surfaces in close proximity to that firearm that has been discharged. And as far as the training for GSR, again, it was a 6-month-long training program, like going back to school. And over the years, we stay abreast on any new research or journal articles coming out that pertain to the science. And we are also proficiency tested on a rolling basis, maybe every 1 to 2 years, to make sure that I'm still proficient in doing GSR analysis.
I know you said the first 9 to 10 months of your employment with the GBI, you worked as a technician in the trace section, and you were then promoted to scientist level. Can you tell the jurors in those 9 years you have been a scientist, have you always worked in the area of GSR, gunshot primer residue analysis and testing?
Yes, I have.
Over the years, as you continue your employment, you also continue your training related to that specific area of sciences doing the trace evidence area.
Yes, I did.
Had an opportunity in the last 9 years to testify in a court proceeding like this one about your training and about your findings and conclusions as it relates to testing for gunshot primer residue, also known as GSR.
Yes, I have.
And have you, during the times you've testified on GSR, have you been qualified as an expert during the times you testified?
Yes, I have.
During this time, the state would tender Alexander Coben as an expert in gunshot primer residue.
Any objection? No objection. He's so qualified.
Thank you, Judge. Now, you a few minutes ago kind of explained what gunshot primer residue is and how it's created. Now, can you tell the jurors how you received the evidence that you attempt to test for the residue that you talked about?
Any law enforcement agency in the state of Georgia or DA's office can submit evidence to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Sciences. And typically that will come in through our evidence receiving section, usually through the lockbox system. And that is a wall with a row of lockers in it, where somebody can open one side of the lockers, deposit the evidence, and once that locker is closed, no one else has access to it, except for our evidence receiving technicians on the other side of that wall. They will then take that evidence, get any proper documentation that came with that evidence and create a GBI-specific case number for it, itemize all of the evidence that came with it, and route it throughout the laboratory to any section where the examination for that evidence is needed.
And before we get into the evidence that you received as it relates to this case, can you tell the jurors talk about the process and how gunshot residue is scattered or dispersed from a firearm? But can you tell the jurors where on a person or an object that gunshot residue can typically be found because of that plume of, for example, you said like baby powder as it expands?
Where on a person or object. So, for instance, if you are a shooter and you discharge the firearm, the GSR particles will be landing or settling out on any surfaces in close proximity to that firearm, to include you yourself if you're the shooter. So mainly your hands and maybe the front side of your body, so your clothing items. And then, of course, again, anything that's in close proximity to that discharging firearm.
Okay. And I want to direct your attention. Can you tell the jurors when evidence is received, like you talked about, does the GBI create a unique case number for every piece of evidence received as it relates to a specific case?
There will be one case number created, and then each piece of evidence will have its own item number.
As it relates to GBI case number or DOFS case number 2020-1017123, did you receive evidence as it relates to that case?
Yes, I did.
Tell the jurors what evidence did you receive related to that unique case number?
I received a GSR collection kit identified as used to sample a Jeep headliner.
I want to show you what's previously admitted into evidence. Exhibit 104. You can already open it. You can look inside of the bag. Sticker on it.
Okay.
This states in 104, the kit that you received, you just described you received as it relates to the GSR testing and analysis that you did.
Yes, it is.
And can you tell the jurors from looking at states in 104, kind of explain to them a little bit about the process, about how the GSR was collected as it relates to the materials or the tests that you received in 104?
Typically, a person's hands or any item that you believe may have GSR on it can be sampled for GSR, usually using one of these GSR collection kits. These kits contain 3 stubs, what we call stubs, which is a 1/2 inch in diameter metal disc with black carbon adhesive tape on the top. And so any surface that you think has GSR on it, you can take those stubs and dab and sample that area for GSR, and any particulate matter that is there can be picked up. Typically, you would have a right hand stub, a left hand stub, and then a control stub. That control stub is not to be touched to anything. It's just to be exposed to the collection environment, showing that there's no extraneous GSR in the collection environment, which can also be carried throughout the entire examination process with me at the laboratory. Like I said, usually it's a hand kit, so a person's hands would be getting sampled for using these kits. But in some cases, like in this one, a vehicle can be sampled, and the labels for right hand and left hand can be scratched out, and you can, if it's deemed necessary, specify what area you sampled using those stubs.
And that was done here as it relates to that that you previously said it was the headliner?
Yes. So for this particular case, it was identified to me on the front of the kit that it was from a Jeep headliner, but the stubs themselves didn't have any additional information on it.
And in the information that you received from the evidence receiving technician for the GBI, can you tell the jurors what agency the evidence came from?
This came from Atlanta PD.
Can you tell the jurors when you receive evidence and do your testing, do you memorialize your findings and conclusions in a report?
Yes, I did.
That instance,
Yes, I did.
that report that you memorialize your findings have the unique case number that we talked about specifically for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Yes, it does.
Typically not only contain your number and your analysis and conclusion, but does indicate who the agency, detective who's requested the specific testing.
Yes, it does.
Does it involve the case number as it relates to the agency, P or APD, that provides you the evidence?
Yes, it does.
I want to show you what's been remarked for the identification purposes. 105. You can take a look at that and let me know you're done, just let me know.
Okay.
Mr. Kobe, do you recognize State Exhibit 105?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jurors how you recognize it and what it is?
This is my GSR report for this particular case. I recognize it by the Division of Forensic Sciences seal at the top, the DBI specific case number that we mentioned earlier, as well as my signature at the end of the report.
And is that a copy of the same report you created as a result of the analysis and testing that you did from the evidence contained in State Exhibit 104?
Yes, it is.
State Exhibit 104 evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted, and you can display it.
Thank you, Judge. We've been hiding those secret reports. I want you to talk a little bit about, you've talked about what GSR is and how it's created. Can you explain to the jurors, once you've received the evidence, kind of the process that you have to go through when doing the testing and analysis to determine if there's a presence or lack of presence of GSR?
Once I am assigned a case, I will retrieve this evidence out of our evidence locker in the trace evidence section and begin my examination using a scanning electron microscope equipped with an energy dispersive X-ray spectrometer, or SEM-EDS for short. And all that is just a very high-powered microscope that uses a strong beam of electrons instead of light, like how you would usually see with a biology class microscope. This instrument allows me to see what is on the surface of that black carbon adhesive. So any particulate matter that was picked up, I could see it and image it. And then this instrument also allows me to get an elemental profile of what those particles are made of. So again, I'm looking for small, discrete, molten particles that contain all three of the elements, lead, barium, and antimony, to be characterized as GSR.
And can you tell the jury, after doing the procedures and the analysis that you just described using the microscope that I'm just going to call the microscope we would have used in science class, were you able to tell the jurors what your conclusions and findings were after you did that?
This GSR collection kit that contains samples from the Jeep headliner failed to reveal any particles characteristic of GSR.
Now, can you tell the jurors, based on your experience, number of years of experience with the trace evidence section, specifically in gunshot primer residue, can you tell the jurors, and based on your training, what does the lack of, in your opinion, of GSR indicate to you from your expert opinion?
That indicates that either this vehicle was not in close proximity to a firearm itself when it was discharged, did not touch something that had GSR on it to transfer to this vehicle, this Jeep headliner, or the GSR particles, if they were in fact there at one point in time, they were lost before this headliner got sampled for GSR.
And hypothetically, if in this instance, the headliner from the Jeep that was collected and submitted for testing, if a firearm was fired inside of the Jeep, with all four windows up or down, the firearm was fired from inside the Jeep, would you expect to find GSR particles in your analysis after you tested the evidence?
If a firearm was discharged inside of a closed vehicle and that vehicle was not cleaned or washed before being sampled, yes, I would expect to find GSR inside of that vehicle.
Would you also expect to find GSR in that vehicle, even if a firearm was discharged, let's say one of the windows is down?
And it was discharged inside of the vehicle?
Yes.
Yes, I would still expect to find particles of GSR at that point too.
And after doing your analysis on the evidence that we talked about in State Exhibit 104, that complete your part of your role as it relates to the testing of the evidence that was submitted to your investigation?
Yes, it did.
Cross-examination?
Shout out to YouTube.
Very briefly.
If that arm was outside the window and that car is moving and there's a hot, humid July night, you would not expect to find GSR inside the vehicle, would you?
It's difficult to say because every situation is different. I wouldn't be surprised if I found a small amount of GSR just because that plume could still have the possibility of coming inside of the vehicle with that rolled down window. But a large amount I wouldn't expect to find, no. And different circumstances can cause you to maybe not find any GSR there at that point.
So, that arm outside that window, as that car is traveling, let's say 20, 30 plus miles per hour, you have whatever GSR there might be impacted by wind, correct?
That is correct.
And whatever GSR there might be impacted by humidity, correct?
I would reasonably expect so. We haven't had a lot of studies on that, if at all. But that's reasonable to expect that the humidity may be able to affect that plume itself, how large it gets and where it goes.
We have that barium, antimony, and lead. They can be impacted again by wind and weather and environmental factors, correct?
Yes, it can.
And in terms of where that GSR could go, it can also be impacted by the type of weather, correct?
Yes, it can.
For example, a 22, it does something funky with the GSR. It doesn't even shoot the same pattern, isn't that correct?
That's correct. The plume is different at that point.
Without knowing the type of weapon, you don't know the likelihood of finding GSR on the headliner, do you?
Sometimes I am given an indication of what kind of firearm was used and the ammunition. In this particular case, I have the information with me, but I don't have it memorized.
And that arm being outside that window of that moving car on that July 4th humid Atlanta night, you would be not at all surprised if there was 0 GSR inside that car. Is that correct?
On the headliner, no, that would not. That is fine it's reasonable to expect that you wouldn't find GSR on the headliner, the roof of the vehicle, if this is the scenario that I'm being provided with.
And all they gave you were a few samples from the headliner, correct?
That's correct.
Based on your training and experience, is it reasonable to expect to not find or a lack of presence of GSR if the circumstances where a gun wasn't fired in the car?
That is correct. If a gun was not fired in the car, I would not expect to find GSR, and I have not found GSR in circumstances like that.
And if in the scenario that defense counsel just walked you through, if somebody hypothetically had shot out an open window, would you expect to find GSR on the door area where the window is open?
Yes, that is possible to have some of the that plume deposit right on that door area, yes.
Even when it's a hot, humid July night?
Even in those circumstances, yes.
Even when there's wind on that hot, humid July 4th night?
Correct, yes.
And would you expect to find GSR in a car if, hypothetically, someone indicated that the driver rolled down the passenger window, pointed across the car, and shot out the passenger window? Would you expect to find GSR in the headliner?
In that scenario, yes, I would absolutely expect to find GSR.
I want to be clear. Your testimony was that in this instance, from your testing, you did not detect any GSR found in the items of evidence that were presented to you or collected from the Jeep.
Correct, no GSR.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
And I just need to be clear again, I apologize. What items were tested?
In this particular instance, the headliner of the Jeep was tested for GSR.
What about the outside of the vehicle as far as you know?
The outside of the vehicle was not tested or sampled for GSR.
Well, let me ask you this question. My last question, I apologize.
That's
if
okay.
A car is under attack and as it drives by, one or multiple individuals shoot into the driver's side of the car, would you expect to find GSR on the outside of the vehicle by bullets?
Yes, I would expect to find GSR there. It gets a little tricky with the outside of vehicles because, again, this is exposed to the elements. I don't know how quickly this vehicle got sampled or any vehicle in that instance would get sampled. Like if it rained before you sampled it for GSR, you might lose those particles. The outside of a vehicle is not something that's going to just hold GSR particles very well, like a cloth material or a person's hands. But yes, the GSR would be deposited on this vehicle if it was shot at on the outside of that vehicle. How long those particles would stay there, I can't say for sure.
And let's say in the example you just gave, the testing was done and you didn't find GSR, but you saw at least 8 bullet holes in the car. Based on your training and experience, would your conclusion be the car was shot by bullets still?
Yes, me not finding and still not finding GSR, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes, me not finding GSR on the headliner of this Jeep, even when it was shot multiple times, that would not change my thinking or my conclusion that this vehicle was shot because those GSR particles would not necessarily have the best possibility to get on the headliner if you're shooting through the outside of the vehicle. Most particles of GSR would be deposited on the outside of that vehicle, not inside.
One question. I know looking at your report, State's Exhibit. Yes, 105.
105.
State's Exhibit 105. It has the word conclusion. It has the word conclusion there. But the lack of gunshot residue on that headliner is not, despite the word conclusion, it's not conclusive of a gun being fired outside the window. Isn't that correct?
There are many possibilities that could explain why no GSR was found.
Again, I want to make certain, I apologize, my question was not clear. Despite the word conclusion, it is not conclusive. Is that correct?
It is a conclusion, but I cannot tell you which of these conclusions is the correct one.
So it is not conclusive, correct?
It is a conclusion that I created, and there's 3 or 4 different possibilities in that conclusion, and I cannot tell you which one of those, based off of the information I have, is the correct, what actually happened.
To be clear, you work for the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, correct? Is that correct?
Yes, I do.
You are part of law enforcement, correct?
We can be viewed as part of law enforcement, although we are separate from law enforcement.
Is it correct? The very website says you have cutting edge technology to assist law enforcement.
That is correct.
Anything else?
Committee, excuse Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for joining us. Thank you, that's okay. Thank you for joining us, and you can be excused.
Thank you.
All right, yo,
Can I see the lawyers on the bench?
Lawyers ain't playing. See the lawyers at the bench. See the lawyers at the bench. You don't see the lawyers at the bench.
I just thought y'all wanted to see what you want to see. I just want to hear that.
JAR.
The record purpose. Yes, for the record purpose, the state involved, Detective Shepard, proper testimony, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor.
You said first testimony into the court is true.
I do.
Mike States, please.
Detective Jarian Shepard, JARIONSHEPHARD.
Is it me or is his suit extremely too big? Whose suit you got on, sir?
Detective Shepard, you know we want to talk to you about videos that you received in this particular case.
Yes.
Do you recall how many videos you received from how many different locations?
From the BP gas station, from an All-American Package store, and the warehouse, the 100 University, the Teague properties.
And in your review of the video footage, did you observe an individual that you believe to be a suspect in the homicide of Secoriea Turner?
I did.
And
Franklin the Turtle.
Franklin.
Franklin.
The person that you believe to be involved in the murder of Secoriea.
He had very unique, distinctive clothes, red shirt, white letters on the back, blue jean pants. He had a strap-on satchel around his side, and he had an AR-15 that was hanging off his waist.
Was there something particular about, anything else particular about everything?
Yes, he had a bandana on. He had dreadlocks, a twist type in his hair.
After observing that, did you do anything with the video that you received from the BP, the warehouse, and the All-American liquor store,
Iceberg.
to identify that person that you believe to be the shooter?
Yes, I was able to view all angles from each camera, and I was able to track the defendant's movements.
How were you able to track? How were you able to track the person you believe to be the shooter's movement?
Through his distinctive clothing and the things he was wearing.
I need to
Did you
hear
do
that.
anything in regards to taking screenshots of what you observed in that video?
Correct.
And did you do anything to indicate the person that you believe to be the shooter and that wore that distinctive clothing that you just mentioned?
Yes.
What did you do?
I made a bulletin because from that video, I was able to observe a MARTA bus that pulled up to the intersection. I was familiar with MARTA buses, and I know they have cameras. I also pulled cameras from the MARTA bus that pulled up, and I was able to get close-up screenshots of my suspect, and from that, I made what we call bulletins or bolos.
Outside of making the bulletins and bolos, did you do any pictures in regards to the individual that you observed wearing that distinctive clothing from the MARTA station, from the BP, from the American liquor store?
Yes.
What did you do?
I got screenshots, and I put them all in the case file with the videos.
Did you put markings on those screenshots?
Yes, I made circles around my suspect and his movements throughout the videos.
And was that from different time points from BP, All-American liquor store, and the
Correct.
And you provided that to the DA's office.
I did.
And were there specific times in which you were focused on in regards to the suspect?
Yes, the times at the barricade, the times that Secoriea Turner's Jeep drove through, and of course afterwards.
Were you able to determine if it was 8 o'clock when those things were happening, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock? Did you have a time frame that you were looking at specific?
I did. I would say a good safe time frame would be, let's say, 9:20 to 9:50.
And did you take vantage points from each of those areas that we talked about during that time frame?
Correct.
Let me ask you, did you have some victims also in the case besides Secoriea Turner?
Yes, I had 2 more victims that tried to go through the barricade roughly 4 minutes before Secoriea and her Jeep drove through.
And this video footage that you recovered and retrieved, did you observe those individuals and that aggravated assault on them?
I did.
Did you notice the suspect that you had seen from the MARTA station with the red clothing, red shirt, white lettering, light blue jeans, you said the black satchel, black durag? Did you have a weapon on him?
Yes, he had the AR-15 style rifle. It was like a holster that was hanging from the side.
And what did you observe in regards to those 2 individuals in front of the American liquor store?
So I observed my suspect and the other suspect pointing rifles at these other 2 victims.
Wearing that same clothes?
Correct.
And did you do the same thing, screenshots of that particular incident that you saw in the video?
Yes, screenshots and also circles.
Which video did you utilize in order to make those screenshots and circles?
All of them.
And what did you circle in regards to the aggravated assault?
I tracked the movements
Of who?
of my suspects.
How many suspects did you have in regards to that aggravated assault involving, what were your victims' names?
Mr. McCord and his wife, Miss McCord.
How many suspects were you tracking in regards to that aggravated assault against them?
That particular aggravated assault, there was 3 suspects. 2 of them I was able to identify.
Oh, wow.
What about how many? There were 3?
Yes, there was a 3rd male with a weapon. I was never able to identify him.
Oh, that's why
And
we
you still
ain't
printed
get
those pictures and did the same circles?
Correct.
There's 3.
And did all of those?
I didn't know what Wabbit was talking about. Wabbit said there's 3 suspects. I said 3 suspects. They didn't catch the 3rd one. Okay.
Screenshots come from the raw footage that you had received from the BP, the All-American Liquor Store, and the warehouse.
Yes, everything came from the raw footage.
Besides putting circles on it, did you do anything to alter, delete, or change or manipulate that raw footage?
No.
And at some point, did the state provide you with a compilation of those videos that you had received and you had went over and made those circles on?
Yes.
Can you kind of explain to the court what that compilation comprises of?
So the compilation comprised of all the videos, placed all the videos together like a puzzle, and it shows different vantage points from each camera angle. And it did the same thing that I had, which circled each defendant in their movements.
And was there a compilation in regards to the shooting of Secoriea?
Yes.
Was there a compilation in regards to the aggravated assault against him?
Yes.
Look at the screen. What particular video are we looking at in this compilation?
So we have 4 different angles. 3 of the angles are coming from the liquor store parking lot. 1 angle, the bottom right, is coming from the BP, which is located across the street.
And what?
For purposes of the record, will you just refer to which square you're looking at, like top left, top right?
Yes, ma'am.
That would be helpful. Okay, will you answer that again, but do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You want me to answer it?
Yes.
Okay, so the bottom right is going to be the BP vantage point, and the top 2 and the one to the far left bottom, they're all coming from the American Package Store.
And what is the time of these videos? 1, 2, 3.
21, 38 hours. Oh, sorry.
Everything's fine. They're just going to cool off the courtroom for you guys.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Everything's fine. They're just going to try to cool off the courtroom for you guys. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Must be a mind reader.
And I think the last question I asked you is what is the timestamp for each one of these vantage points of these videos?
21, 38 hours.
Do you know, I'm sorry, the top left, what vantage point is that?
So the top left is the corner, you can say it's the south or the northwest corner of the American Package Store. The bottom left is going to be the furthest one from also the American Package Store. And the top right is going to be from the same angle on that corner as the top left, but just a different angle.
The portions that we're looking at, has there been any changes to that raw footage that was received besides just putting all of them together like a puzzle?
But this is the exact footage that I have.
What are we looking at right now?
We're seeing Jeremy McKinney carrying his AR-15 style rifle.
Are you, in regards to this compilation, which incident is this compilation in regards to?
This is right before the McCords drove through the barricade.
And is that the circle that you put on Mr. McKinney to track him?
Correct. And the green circle is going to be the McCords driving into the frame.
What's just happening right now?
This is Mr. McCord and his wife, Miss McCord, exiting their vehicle.
And on that bottom left side?
The bottom right side is the red and the yellow circle. You see Jerry McKinney and Julian Conley coming
At
into
that
the
time,
frame.
did you know their names?
No, at that time I did not.
How were you identifying them?
Just from the their actions that they committed, and of course they committed aggravated assault.
What about anything else did you see from the martyr bus video that you were able to see in this video in regards to those two suspects?
Yeah, so Julian Conley, when the martyr bus was turned around, he walked up right into the camera. I was able to get a good screenshot of him. Jerry McKinney on a different video walked in front of another camera. I was able to get a good shot of him.
And when you circled this, was that in regards to anything, their clothing?
Yeah, so their clothing sticks out. Jerry McKinney has a white T-shirt on, or dark colored jeans. Of course, Julian Conley with his distinctive clothes on, red shirt, blue jeans, and his rifle that's hanging from his side and his satchel.
Okay, I remember earlier in the other day of the trial, they showed this. Remember when the guy came up and him and his wife said that they were put the guns in his face and all that. This is that video, but we saw it from the other angle because when we saw the video, this guy in the white was at the top of the screen, and the guy with the red and the light blue pants, he was at the bottom of the screen. Right now, it's actually reversed because it's the same thing, but we seeing it from the side of where the guy who was at the top of the screen and it's looking that direction. So now the guy in the white is at the bottom of the screen, and the guy who was at the bottom is now at the top because we're seeing it from the other angle. Ooh. And this is clear.
How many hours of footage did you look at?
It's hard to say hours. It was a lot. I mean, I would say a few dozen hours just going through each frame.
Did you see anybody else that had those distinctive clothing that you just talked about? Red shirt, white lettering, light jeans, black do-rag, black satchel, AR-15.
No, Julian Conley actually made it very easy to track him because he was the only one wearing those clothes.
And can you just pause it 1 second? Right here, has there been any alterations or deletions to the video footage that you received?
No, this is the exact footage that I received.
Is it zoomed in on one of those particular cameras?
Yes, it's zoomed in on the McCords, and of course the bottom right frame is pretty much the same.
But it doesn't change what was in the video when you got it.
Nothing changed.
It's just a closer look at it.
Correct.
Look how clear this is. This is clear. This is.
And I'm sorry, can you go back, Mr. Bond? What are we looking at right here?
So after the exchanging words from the McCords and the males at the barricade, particularly Julian Conley, they decided to get in their vehicle and drive away. Julian Conley and Jerry McKinney walk up to the parking lot aggressively, pointing their firearms at the McCords that they were driving away.
At that time, did you know the names of these defendants?
No, not at that time.
So when you were making your circles, why were you making those circles?
Because they were the ones that were being aggressive, and they were the one to commit an aggravated assault against the McCords.
Were they your suspects, your persons of interest?
Correct.
Who was that up in the, where it says outside camera, where we just zoomed in on?
The top left, I'm not sure. I wasn't able to identify that male.
That's the one that got away.
Who's that in the yellow circle?
That's Jerry McKinney.
And that's at 3925?
Yes, ma'am.
939?
Pretty clear. This is clear.
Who is now in the defense?
That's Julian Conley.
Do you see that?
Wow.
Do you see that third gunman that you talked about earlier?
Yes, he's up at the top left frame. He has the white tank top on.
Is that the person you said you never able to get a good idea of?
Correct.
And I'm sorry, Paz. Is the defendant wearing that distinct clothing that we've been talking about?
And Julian Conley, yes. He's clear in the bottom right-hand corner with the red circle.
What is he doing?
Right now, he just got through pointing his firearm at the McCords and walking back towards the barricade.
Did you catch a glimpse of that white lettering?
I did.
And is that circled in the top right corner for you?
So for me, it's the top left-hand corner, the red circle. And now they're walking back towards the barricade.
What's happening now?
Julian Conley is giving directions to the other males. Just from his mannerisms, it appeared to me that he was more in control of the barricades, the blockade.
And what does he do? Pause. What happens after directions are given? First of all, who's he giving directions to?
Jerry McKinney.
And then what does Jerry McKinney do?
He continues to look for the McCords.
Wow. How you know that? How you know that, officer? How you know that's what he was doing? Wow. Is he really going to look for these people? Oh. Still see him.
Judge, is there anything else that's in this compilation at all, Detective Shepard, in regards to the aggravated assault against the McCords?
No, not in this video. It's almost over.
Stop it for a second. Who's that circled in the top, yellow?
That's Jerry McKinney.
Which direction is he heading?
He's going the opposite direction of the barricade.
Is that over there where the BP station is?
Correct.
Are you familiar with that area over there?
I am.
You know what a cut through is?
Yes.
Is there a cut through over there by the BP?
Yes.
Where does that lead you to?
That leads to the plaza next door to the BP.
Wow.
That is it as to that compilation.
Okay.
And Detective Shepard, is this a continuation of us watching McKinney walk off from that previous compilation?
Yes, it's on the.
All right, try not to leave.
What are we looking at?
This is the backside, and it's showing McKinney walk off.
I was just trying to speed this along, Judge, because we got a jury meeting.
You can't be, yo.
Right, so,
is that like a excuse for trying to lead? Did she just try to make up an excuse for leading the witness?
Jury meeting.
Backside.
All right, try not to leave.
What are we looking at?
This is the backside, and it's showing McKinney walk off.
I was just trying to speed this along, Judge, because we got a jury meeting. What are we looking at now?
All right, so we're looking at the top three frames. The bottom right frames will start with the BP. The bottom left frame is going to be the package store. The top two frames are going to be from the 100 University, which is going to be the warehouse.
Do you know what the timestamps of this particular incident is?
Yes, it's going to be 09:45 hours, 9:45.
And do you do the same thing right now? Is that the same circle that you had created in the previous?
Correct.
Video
That's
that we observed, and who is that you saw?
Julian Conley.
Are you able to see the distinctive color clothing that you indicated previously?
I am.
And is it as vibrant as it is in the other videos?
Not as vibrant, but also when he's moving around, you see the AR-15 just moving around. When you do it frame by frame and pause it, And when he gets in a certain light, you can definitely see it.
In that lighting, is that color or black and white?
This, because of
I'm sorry, I mean,
the top left.
top left, yes.
Yeah, because of the bright lights in the background, it's coming off like it's like a black and a gray scale.
Okay.
The bottom left is in black and white or gray.
Are you, I think I just missed it. Are you able to see the white lettering that you described earlier?
In the top left?
In the top left.
Not from this one.
Okay.
So in the bottom two frames, it's picking up from the bottom right frame. I start with the BP. This is him walking from the barricade. The bottom left frame, this is the camera from the package store, and you see him walking from the other side of the street. And of course, the top right frame is going to be from the distance. In the bottom right frame, you can see the white lettering in the red shirt and the jeans. And also on the bottom left frame as he's walking back.
And right here at the top left, are you able to see where your suspect of interest was?
Yes.
How are you able to notice that is him?
Because I'm able to track him from the other views of the camera, and I never lose sight of him. And I see him step behind this tree, but I never take my eye off him, and able to do that because I'm able to see from each vantage point on the cameras.
What's happening right now?
He is coming into frame with his AR-15 raised up.
Pause. What car is that?
That's going to be Secoriea Turner's Jeep.
Is that the car Secoriea was seated in?
Correct.
When she got shot?
Correct.
You said he had what?
An AR-15 style rifle. And that's when you see him pretty much shoot the car as it's passing and fire 2 more rounds as the vehicle's driving away.
Okay. What's that?
That's going to be muzzle flash from his AR-15.
Oh, excuse me, pause. Where is he standing? What's his location? Can you reference it?
Bro, your jeans is light colored even in the black and white or the gray. Bro, you the one with the light colored jeans, bro. Bro, even if they can't see your red shirt for real, you the one with the light colored jeans, bro. That's you, bro. Oh, he guilty. He did that shit. Bro, that's you, bro. You the one with the light colored jeans, and you can't tell that your shirt is red, but it's not black. Your shirt ain't black. Look at the guy with the black shirt right here. His shirt black. Your shirt not. Look at the guy with the black jeans right here. Your jeans ain't black. Your jeans light. Your jeans light. The shade alone, you could tell that it ain't black because it's a different shade. And your jeans ain't black because it's a different shade.
He's standing on the driver's side of the vehicle.
As the car passes, does he remain on the driver's side?
Correct.
Bruh.
And as the vehicle.
Bro, your jeans is so light, bruh. Look at everybody else's pants. All these other guys' pants is dark. He's the only one with the light colored jeans. Like your shirt ain't the only thing that's giving you away, bro. Your shirt ain't the only thing that's giving you away. You got them light colored jeans on. And your shirt is definitely not black. It's not black. You can't see what color it is, but you can see this black and you can see this is a different color.
Vehicle passes, he fires 2 more rounds into the back of the vehicle.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He shot.
In the top, and any vehicle that you can see past. Do you see someone being hit by that Jeep coming through?
Nobody was hit.
You see anybody fall on the ground?
Nobody fell on the ground.
You see anybody get up on the ground and start shooting?
No.
Are you able to continue to track Mr. Conley at this point?
Yes, even in the both frame, top left and right frame, you're able to track him walking away.
Wow.
What are we looking at now?
It's the close-up version of that top left frame.
That
And
same raw footage just zoomed in on?
correct, same exact footage.
So like when you have your crime scene text go, you take a out over range.
They do the overalls and then the overall of the crime scene. They do close-ups and everything.
So overall, do they do a mid range
Yes,
and then a close up?
correct.
Why do you do that?
Because you need a good vantage point from and what you're looking at. So if you're looking at a piece of evidence, it's good to have an
The white-
overall
I
to
can
look
see
at an
the white
overall
leather.
placement of that evidence.
He turned his back and I saw white on his shirt.
It's a mid-range, so you can get a better perspective of where everything is.
Let me ask you, Detective Shepard, when you're looking at these videos, how are you looking at them? Are you watching them in real time speed?
Both real-time speed, also pause it. I look at it, I dissect it every kind of way I can.
Do you know what frame by frame is?
Yes,
Did you do that in regards to these videos?
yes, I did.
To each one of them?
Yes. And here you see Julian Conley firing multiple times at the Jeep.
It says flash there. Did you put the flash where it says flash?
Yes, that's to document the muzzle flash.
What are we seeing here in this compilation?
You see the Jeep taking the route back to Atlanta Medical Center. We're going to Atlanta Medical Center trying to get Secoriea some help.
Can you go back to the first one? The shooting. But if you can fast forward to where it's just that one scene. Never mind, don't worry about it. Play the next one. I forget my dreams.
This is going to be video from the MARTA bus.
Bro, look. His jeans is so light, especially when the light hit it, it makes it even lighter. He doesn't understand, like, bro, your clothes, no matter what kind of lighting it is, it's going to contrast against all those other colors you're around because of how different your colors is. So even in that other video, just because of the colors he had on and the colors that the other people had on, even in the grayscale, his colors is different. You can see it, it's the shading, the lighting. It's different than all the other clothes, bro. And in color, you can see that as well. Bro. Hey, you know you fucked up, right? Oh my God.
What are these words and letterings?
Yes, white, bright red shirt, white letters on the back, and of course, it's light colored jeans. Very distinctive.
Wording that you used in order to document the description and the clothing of your suspect?
Correct. And of course, here we have the black satchel and the AR-15 hanging from it.
Earlier you talked about the clear view. Is this the clearest view that you got of the defendant?
Yes, it was an excellent view of him. Of course, you see his do-rag and his dreads twisted he had. And you can see the hair twist coming from his do-rag.
Now what vantage point are we looking at now?
And we're back at the package store, that back northwest corner,
Bruh,
northeast corner, and you see him
bruh,
approaching the McCords with his right
look at
ankle
his
raised.
look at his clothes in black and white. Bro, your pants is giving you all the way away. Cause your pants is damn near white. Your pants is damn near white when it's in black and white, bruh. And look at the difference in your color of shirt in black and white. Look how light it is.
Now you see the colors, you see the satchel, you see his clothes, very distinctive.
The black is gonna be black, and everything else is gonna be in between grays and whites. Everything else is gonna be in between, bro.
And he's walking back towards the barricades with his do-rag and his hair hanging out from the side. And this is him, of course, giving orders again to the other males.
Okay. He did point in that direction, and then the other dude did start going over there. Okay.
And now we're looking at the McCords. Close-up view of Julian.
Bruh.
At that moment, I thought he was going to fire the weapon, so I was.
All right, so can we pause for 1 second for objection? We are here
Here,
because
pause.
the judge asked to proffer whether or not we can determine if this person can lay the foundation for this video. All we've had is literally the state asking hearsay question and the witness giving speculative, I believe he's going to do this. We're not here for that. Can we
Yeah,
just
he shouldn't have did that.
leave the commentary of speculation?
He shouldn't have did that.
hearsay aside? Can we just get to the actual point of why we're proffering this video, please?
Facts.
That's all I'm asking.
Facts.
Okay, you can continue as you have. I understand the objection to the last question, but you can keep going
Absolutely.
forward.
He shouldn't have said that.
This is him walking around. Seems like he's giving orders to the other males.
Okay, without adding the extra information that you,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I got you. All right.
Oh, can you do this, please? I was saying. I think you have one more, Judge.
okay. Well, they're queuing that up. Detective,
Yes, ma'am.
other than the MARTA video, is there any other video where you can see the defendant's face to identify by his face, or are you identifying him by his clothes in the other videos?
So the other videos, his characteristics and mannerism, his clothing, the way he's wearing, the Marty video gives the best shot of his face.
Okay. Sorry, I just asked your question.
Oh, no, thank you.
Yeah, I guess I didn't hear the question. Well, I thought.
I asked him if, I'm very focused on whether he can ID him, and how he would ID him in different videos. But I asked if he, in any of the photos other than the MARTA video and the MARTA photo, if he could actually see your client's face, or if it was based on mannerisms and clothing. And his answer is based on mannerisms, clothing, et cetera.
Oh, I thought the question was clothing. I thought that added was mannerisms.
Yeah, he right. Hey, he right. The judge added that. She thinks she's slick. She thinks she's slick. And that lawyer, he's sharp because she sure did that. She asked him about if he's only able to identify him by the clothing, and he said mannerisms, clothing, and behavior, and etc. And then when the lawyer asked her for clarification on what she asked him, she added that she asked him about mannerisms and clothing. He's like, huh? Well, I thought you just said clothings, and then she sure did. She added that, bro. He caught her.
I asked if he, in any of the photos other than the MARTA video and the MARTA photo, if he could actually see your client's face, or if it was based on mannerisms and clothing. And his answer is based on mannerisms, clothing, et cetera.
Oh, I thought the question was clothing. I thought that added was mannerisms. Thank you.
Okay.
She ain't say nothing to that. She ain't say nothing to that. He's absolutely right. She knows she wrong. He caught you, lawyer. I mean, judge, he caught you.
Yes. This next video, can you tell us what vantage points we're looking at this point?
Yes, we're going to have the top left is going to be from the warehouse. The bottom right is going to be from the BP gas station.
What are we looking at here?
It's just a zoomed in version. The bottom red circle, you're going to see Julian Conley. You're going to see his clothing, the red shirt with the right numbers on, white lettering on the back with his light jean shorts, pants.
Absolutely.
Is he walking?
Yes, he's walking towards the barricade.
Was there something distinctive about the way he walks?
Yes, he kind of wobbles when he walks, and that's so you're able to see it. And
She said he said he kind of wobbles. Probably because he be sagging his pants. You know them? Literally. You know them? They be sagging their pants. They be sagging their pants and it make them kind of walk. Oh, man.
also, because he's wobbling when he's walked, the AR-15 is kind of flapping around.
And do you observe that walk or gait throughout the videos that you observe of this defendant throughout the evening of the July 4th?
I do. That goes towards his mannerisms along with his clothing and everything else that stood out. And in the video, you also see the white vehicle that's backing up and moving, and the red circle is showing like a landmark for him.
How long before, is this before the Jeep, right before the Jeep comes through?
Yes, right before.
How much time passes?
Maybe a couple of minutes, maybe 4 minutes in all.
Wow. So, bruh, Okay, well, if you didn't shoot, you definitely one of them guys on the video, right? Because you was there. You definitely one of those guys. In the black and white video, y'all, he's definitely one of the guys in the video, right? So which one were you? He done. That boy done. All right. Well, we know you was there. We could see you was there, right? You say you ain't do the shooting. All right, so in this video here, that's in grayscale, which one of these guys are you? You done. Boy, your goose is cooked.
I'm sorry, no, I'm thinking about the McCords. By the time the assault happened with the McCords, the Jeep comes in within a couple of minutes.
Is that the Jeep?
Yes, that's the Jeep in the blue circle.
Did that feel like a couple minutes while we were talking?
No, it didn't feel like a couple of minutes, a little sooner than that. And you see from both vantage points, Julian Conley firing at the Jeep.
Did at some point, now during this time when you're seeing these videos, did you know?
And you see from both vantage points, Julian Conley firing at the Jeep.
He got it in color.
Did at some point, now during this time when you're seeing these videos.
Like, bro, you was right there. Which one of them were you, bro? You can't escape this. You can't escape this, bro. You one of those people on the video. Which one? And it's easy to tell which one because you got the lightest colored jeans on. Boy, your goose is cooked, sir.
And you see from both vantage points, Julian Conley firing at the Jeep.
Did at some point, now during this time when you're seeing these videos, did you know the defendant's name to be Julian Conley?
No.
When did you learn that his name is Julian Conley?
So, of course, after I got the good close-up shot of him from the MARTA bus, I did what we call a bulletin, and we did a crime stopper story on him, and that went public, and I was able to get some identification on him.
At some point in time, did you speak to Jackie Patterson?
I did.
Tell us about that.
So I turned on the news one day, and there was a news conference with Jackie Patterson, and who I saw as my person of interest, my suspect, on the news. He altered his appearance by cutting his dreads off or his twist, and pretty much Jackie Patterson is stating that his client was coming forward because he's seen himself, identified himself in the news video.
Oh, Jackie Patterson is a guy? Goddamn, go figure. Okay, so Jackie Patterson, ask Wabbit about who's his lawyer. Who is his lawyers, man? I thought Jackie Patterson was his lawyer, but Jackie Patterson is the one who initially was his lawyer, I guess. I thought it was a woman.
Patterson is stating that his client was coming forward because he's seen himself, identified himself in the news video that we put out, and he wanted to clear his name.
He identified himself as the person that was wearing a red shirt, with white lettering on it, with a satchel going across, with an AR-15.
Objection, testimony or question.
Okay, it's just a proffer. We all know what the outfit was.
How did he
Okay.
identify himself? Who did he identify himself to?
Yes, he identified himself as the person that was wearing the red shirt with the letters on the back, the satchel, and the blue jeans.
What did he say his name was?
Julian Conley.
Did Julian Conley speak during that press conference?
He did.
What did he say?
He looked directly into the camera. He said he apologized. He didn't shoot Secoriea Turner. He gave a self-serving statement by saying that a Jeep drove through, ran over somebody, and that person who was ran over got up and started shooting.
Where did he say he was when that Jeep came through?
He said he was at the barricade.
That would be, hold on. Did you also compare the screenshots from the MARTA video?
Wabbit about what year you in? Hold on. I'm sorry, y'all. Excuse me, people that's watching. My personal assistant in the chat is over here living in a whole different year than we living in right now.
That would be, hold on. Did you also compare the screenshots from the MARTA video to the defendant's license photo?
Correct.
And did it appear to be the same person that you had seen in all of those videos?
It was identical.
More clear, because that's the clearest view you could do.
It was identical.
Was that the same face that you saw during that press conference with his lawyer, Jackie Patterson?
I did.
Did you compare the MARTA video screenshot to the most recent photos that you got?
I did.
And was it the same person in the videos, that from VP, All-American?
It was identical. Correct.
And the person that identified himself as being the person in the clothing that you had described and was looking for?
Yes. And I actually talked to Jackie Patterson also, who confirmed it.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Just briefly, Your Honor, before I do, listening to some of the questions that the court has already asked, would you like me to not talk about the 702 for sure identification review?
He'll go right to that.
And Judge, not to interrupt, Mr. Hooper, I forgot one very important thing. Do you see that person that we've been talking about for the last 30 minutes or so here before today?
I do. He's gonna be the light-skinned male sitting in between his counsel. Blue suit on with a blue shirt.
Good morning, Detective Tucker.
Good morning.
My name is Sean Hoover, and I represent Mr. Connolly.
I basically just have a couple of questions for you. When you were speaking with the state, you did say that you were the one that wrote those words that we saw pop up on the screen, correct?
Correct. I help alter them. That's correct.
Say that again?
Yes, that's correct.
No, you said I help alter them? That's
No,
correct.
author. I alter them.
Alter them. Okay, so
Yes,
you didn't
sir.
receive the videos with those words on. You put them on yourself?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that you started.
Hey, ask Wabbit about something about recent. I just changed something. Let me see. Hey, Courtney, ask Wabbit about that question again about how old is he today?
Alter them. That's correct.
Say that again?
Yes, that's correct.
No, you said I help alter them? That's
No,
correct.
author. I alter them.
Alter them. Okay, so
Yes,
you didn't
sir.
receive the videos with those words on. You put them on yourself?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that you started circling people in these videos because those are your suspects?
Okay, I think I know what it is. I think I need to update my my bot to a newer version. I think my bot is old. Sorry. I'm over here. Sorry, y'all. Sorry, let me start over. 'Cause I'm distracted. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with my assistant in the chat. Sorry about that. All right, start over.
Good morning, Detective Tucker.
Good morning.
My name is Sean Hoover, and I represent Mr. Connolly.
I basically just have a couple of questions for you. When you were speaking with the state, you did say that you were the one that wrote those words that we saw pop up on the screen, correct?
Correct. I help alter them. That's correct.
Say that again?
Yes, that's correct.
No, you said I help alter them? That's
No,
correct.
author. I alter them.
Alter them. Okay, so
Yes,
you didn't
sir.
receive the videos with those words on. You put them on yourself?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that you started circling people in these videos because those are your suspects?
Correct.
Are you aware that you didn't circle every single person that pointed a gun at the McCords?
No, that is correct. Those are the ones that I circled, and those are the ones that, as the investigation continued, I was able to identify.
So that's a yes. You're aware that you didn't circle every single person that pointed a gun at the McCords.
Correct. The third male I was never able to identify.
What about the fourth one?
There's a fourth male on here?
I'm sorry, you're the lead investigator. I'm asking you because you
I-
circled your suspects.
He said, "What about the fourth one?" He said, "There's a fourth memo." Yo, this guy. Yo, okay, this one. Hey, this one sounds entertaining. This exchange might be good.
Every single person that pointed a gun at the McCords.
Correct. The third male I was never able to identify.
What about the fourth one?
There's a fourth male on here?
I'm sorry, you're the lead investigator. I'm asking you because you
I-
circled your suspects.
I'll just object, Your Honor, to
He's got him on cross. Go ahead.
Thank you. So what about the fourth one?
Yeah, I didn't identify a fourth male either. The only people I identified from the video were Julian Conley and Jeremy McKinney.
And from this compilation that somebody from the state put together, you didn't circle every single person that fired at the Jeep, did you?
No, the person that fired at the Jeep was Julian Conley.
So it's your testimony that you circled everybody that fired at the Jeep.
No, there was one more person behind Julian Conley. A gun went off as the Jeep had passed. But no, for this particular video, Julian Conley was circled.
So the answer is you didn't circle every single suspect that fired at the Jeep.
Okay, my answer again is I circled Julian Conley as he fired at the vehicle as it passed.
Okay, so that's a no. And my last question.
Because the point of this whole proffer is, was there any alterations, manipulation to this video? Who he circled does not talk to about manipulation.
Well, Your Honor, and I'll get into that. The alterations, the modifications, the manipulation of the video is to bolster his testimony that this is Julian Conley is the one that or is the shooter. The problem is he said he put this together because he was looking for the suspects. And now that I get up here and show that he really didn't circle this for the suspects, he circled it for Julian Conley so he can get on the stand and bolster it. That's all it is, and that's the problem. And my last.
Hold on. Let him finish, and then you go.
Thank you. And I just have one final question. Part of this compilation that you altered, it actually looks like someone is filming a screen of something else. Where'd that come from?
Yeah, I disagree with the words altered. I didn't alter anything. This is the raw footage. All I did was take the raw footage and make circles of my suspects.
That's great. My question was, part of this compilation, it looked like somebody was filming a screen of a recording. Where did that come from?
Everything I got was the raw footage that I got from the businesses.
So somebody else recorded something on a screen, and that's how you got it.
That's mischaracterization.
Well, you're right. If we can replay the compilation, there's clearly at the end of it, there's lines in it where it looks like someone had a cell phone pointing towards a monitor or some type of screen, and they're recording it.
Okay,
That
if he
wasn't the raw
doesn't recall
video.
it, you need to show it to him. If you want to show it to him, you can.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Did you have something else to say? Okay. Okay, argument?
I mean, I'll be brief. The argument, Your Honor, is this officer, well, first off, yes, this officer clearly first took the position that we're only doing this so I can circle all of my suspects. That's not true. He didn't circle every single person because of the proof. Yes, Your Honor, because he's still technically a witness and hasn't taken a stand.
Oh, okay. Would you step up for just a second?
Yes, ma'am.
You can stay right there. You don't need to move. You're comfortable. You're fine.
And to start, Your Honor, well, first off, this officer did admit that he is the one that put the markings and the words on this compilation. One of the state's own cases quoted says that that's a confrontation clause issue and it shouldn't go out. Like, they literally quoted a case that proved the point as to how he manipulates evidence to where it is not admissible in front of the jury. Secondly, Your Honor, the state tried to do a fairly decent job of getting him to say, well, no, I was just circling all suspects. I didn't know who everyone was. We know that's not true. There were multiple people. There were other people that pointed guns at the McCourts he didn't even know about. There were multiple people that fired at the chief that he didn't circle. He specifically circled, he specifically highlighted Julian Conley, and he put arrows and everything else like that because they were bolstering this officer's testimony that that's him. Yes, we can see that he was in the areas. Yes, we can see that he had his clothing on. But, Your Honor, you clearly see from the videos, there are vantage points where you cannot clearly see that's his clothing. The fact that this officer can now say something was dangling or he was moving a certain way, and all the extra speculation came in on top of that is how he's now saying that those are the mannerisms. Your Honor, there's no evidence towards that whatsoever. If they want to, I'm sorry, the rules of procedure, if they want to bring in the raw video, if they want to bring in the raw footage, if they want to pause it, if they want to zoom in, if they want to zoom out, that's fine. But the point where they're trying to hide this guise of, oh no, we're looking for suspects, when it's clear they're looking at two people, one person's not here, so now they're only looking and focusing on one person and coming up with this officer can tell you how he was familiar with the mannerisms. He can tell you how he's familiar with the way Julian presents himself. At some points, it was all speculation. He moved his arm, so it looked like he was a leader. He moved his arm, it looked like he's controlling people. The evidence is clear that he's specifically targeting Julian. That's the problem, that he specifically put the words on there, which the state's own case law says you can't do that. That's my case law's issue, and here's the issue. I believe one of the cases even said that when an officer puts their own words, whatever it is, on a piece of evidence, it's like that officer's going back to the jury deliberation, but the jury can't do that. For all of
Hey, these lawyers in panic mode right now. They about to pull out all the tricks in the book because they client losing right now.
the reason we have rules of evidence, procedures of evidence. They want to use the raw data, that's fine, but their own case law says they can't use this.
I would disagree wholeheartedly. It's not hearsay or testimony. It's literally descriptions of what you see. If you come in and be admitted into evidence and be played for the jury, I would agree that maybe when it goes back to the jury, the words black, a red shirt, white lettering, black satchel, those can clearly be removed because I guess he's arguing as a continuing witness. But I think he would have more of an argument if it said Julian Connolly. Then the issue would be you taking necessarily the decision as to whether the jury believes that Julian Connolly out of the province of the jury. But saying that he's wearing a red T-shirt with white lettering and a black satchel it's not hearsay testimony. It's not against what the case law says, and more importantly, what the detective made very clear, he wasn't targeting Julian Connolly. He circled the people he previously identified by being able to see their face, being able to use the clear photos to then distribute them to get an identification of their names and who they actually were. But because he was able to clearly see the face and identifying features of those two individual people, is why he focused on those two people throughout the rest of the video. It's not the mischaracterization and what they call the speculation as to the detective's investigation. More importantly, this is a trial that involves Julian Connolly, not anybody else, not any other men that pointed a gun at McCourts. If and when he was able to identify them, then the focus would be on those individuals. So the argument that he didn't focus on the two other people who pointed guns at the McCourts is not related to the issue which we were arguing about here before the court as we proffer the testimony of Detective Shepard. And more importantly, the questions that he asked and the arguments he made to the court are fine for cross-examination to poke holes or do whatever he'd like to do as it relates to the investigation of Detective Shepard and how he targeted in on certain people and why.
Okay, I'm going to find now, having reviewed the video, which was very helpful. There's essentially 4 squares showing multiple angles at once. Sometimes it's only one, and in that case it appears zoomed because there's only one picture. It is useful to listen to the defendant's testimony as he shows that video. I'm going to admit it, I think there's a proper foundation that's been laid, and there's no good faith evidence that there's been some material alteration to this video. That said, he's not going to be able to testify that beyond the MARTA footage and video that is the defendant in this case. He can testify that is a person with the same gait, wobble, mannerisms, clothing, all of that, but he cannot say that it's Julian Conley. And you're going to have to caution him because he said it a lot, so it's going to be natural to him to say it more in front of the jury. He can't say that in front of the jury. I'm not going to let him identify the defendant outside of that very specific instance. I'll just note for the record that everyone's in possession of the raw footage. The witness can be impeached with that raw footage. He could be recalled at a later date or time. Most of these arguments really are in favor of this being a continuing witness, which I think it probably is. It's not going to go out with the jury. But point well taken by everyone. Did you have something else to say?
We as a defense understand the circles themselves and arrows. Are we is the court allowing those to stay on and he just can't say this is Julian Conley, or do they have to get rid of the circles and arrows?
No, they can keep the circles and arrows. He can say this person is dressed, whatever he wants to go into, the same things that he was just saying. Similar gait, clothing is the same, hair looks the same, whatever he is seeing to explain to the jury why he focused on your client.
And the right, what is the court's opinion?
I don't think there's what writing do you have an issue with, unless it says Julian Conley?
At some point he says bang, it's in one place.
Oh, the muzzle flash.
And United States v. Lewinsky, the case that the state literally just quoted not too long ago, says that that's the complicated cluster issue. And it's like the officer going back to the deliberation with the jury. They said the words that the officer put on do not go back.
It can't go back to the jury. It's not going to
show up. But if it's evidence, then it does go back to the jury.
Okay, so it could be evidence, but also continuing witness. It's definitely continuing witness, and it will not go back with the jury. Okay. Okay. Do you want to bring your witness back in and the
Just so
pictures?
we're clear as to the court's ruling, obviously Detective Shepard would testify that the person he was able to get a clear shot of, he was able to identify as Julian Conley, and he'll describe the clothing that Julian Conley has in that clear photo. The state would then ask questions. Do you see the person in the circle in these videos? What clothing is he wearing? Is that the same clothing or similar clothing that you see Julian Conley wearing in this video? So I just want to make sure the court's clear.
Right, it's going to require a little bit of leading, but if you instruct your witness properly, hopefully you won't have to ask leading questions. He just cannot. He can say why. He can describe the person, but he just can't say it's Julian Conley.
I'm sorry.
Can we just have a moment?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, take a minute.
Thank you.
Also, do you guys need a bathroom break while she's taking time to instruct them? Because it's been a couple hours, and I'm sure Ms. Newman would love one.
I don't know how long this testimony will be. I would ask if we can take lunch between the direct and cross so that we can prepare based on the court's ruling in terms of our cross.
How many more witnesses do you guys have today?
I'm sorry, Judge.
It's okay. How many more witnesses do you have today?
We have,
Okay. Is it a good time to take lunch after your direct examination of this witness? It's already, it is. It's 12 o'clock right now. So yes, that's fine. Let's put him up and then we'll take a lunch break. After your direct. And that way they can get their tech ready to go if they're going to use.
The director's going to be 3 hours.
yeah, the director's going to be fairly long.
Oh, we may not reach all those witnesses today. Okay. All right. So,
I would honestly ask him to put the vote down.
okay. Fine. Today, so I can let the lawyers know.
How we do? We stay at the hearing?
I think let's take a break. Let's get through that. Skip all that. And we're back. Boy, that defense is ready to pull out everything because this is damaging. This is damaging. My goodness. But the detective,
So currently within the
added his
homicide unit, I'm
commentary.
part of the a small group of cold case complex. Within that cold case complex, we work cold cases, of course, and more complex cases that come up in the city, and also train the new detectives.
And how many homicides have you covered over the course of your career?
Since I've been in homicide, close to 500.
And how do you become, what's a lead detective?
So a lead detective is what we call a primary detective. That detective takes charges of the case and works the case from the beginning to the end.
And what does that entail, being the primary detective, as far as your duties are? You said you lead it from the beginning to the end. What does that mean?
So that starts with the preliminary investigation from the crime scene. Over the course of the investigation, talking to witnesses, collecting evidence, and of course, if you're able to come up with probable cause, to bring it forth for a judge.
And how many homicide detectives?
Will you just lean into the microphone? They're having trouble hearing you on the
Yes, ma'am.
Do you need her to re-ask the last question? Yes. Okay, I'm sorry. What was it?
Yeah, I believe it was how many homicide detectives are there within the year?
It's close to anywhere between 18 and 20, and that number usually fluctuates between 2 or 3.
And how primary detective out of those 18 detectives?
So we have what we call a homicide rotation.
And how does that work?
So let's just say 1 through 18. If you're number 1, then you're up on call until a homicide comes up in the city. Once that homicide comes up in the city, if it's not too complex in nature, it'll go to that first detective, and then that detective will rotate to the bottom, and it just rotates that way.
And is there a particular zone that you cover as a homicide detective, or is all of city of Atlanta full together?
It's the entire city of Atlanta.
And were you holding the same position on July 4th of 2020?
Yes.
And were you up on the rotation?
Yes, I was. I was actually off that day, and I got the call.
And what was the call that you received?
I got a call that there was an 8-year-old shot in the area of the Wendy's 125 University.
And what did you do upon receiving that call?
At that moment, I collect all the information I can, all the preliminary information. This particular address was in what we was calling the autonomous zone because of the protest. I was also advised that location was not safe to go, so I had to go to a different location what we call staging.
And what was that location that you had to go to?
That was University Metropolitan.
How far away from University and Pryor was that location?
I'd say about a half a mile, maybe less.
And how long, at the time when you were responding, first of all, what time did you receive that call?
I believe it was 10:20 p.m.
Did you know the name of your victim at that time?
Not at that exact time, but I knew it was an 8-year-old child.
And you said you were at Metropolitan and Pryor University. How long did you remain in that area?
So we had the stage in that area where we had to request what we call our TFOs. That's our tactical field officers to come in that area and secure the actual crime scene. So I stayed there till about 12:30, between 12:30 and 1 o'clock. So it took them maybe 2 hours for it to get safe.
2 hours from the time that you got the call, you had to wait until a tactical team kind of finished doing what they needed to do to secure the area before you could go to University and Pryor.
Correct.
Do you know what's going on over there at that crime scene during those 2 hours?
Yeah, so like I said, that area it's called an autonomous zone. Back in May, we had the George Floyd riots, which affected the city of Atlanta. After that, we had a couple of incidents involving law enforcement and the civilians. And this particular one was Rayshard Brooks at the Wendy's. And of course, riots followed that with the Wendy's burning down.
And in that particular area, had there been any shootings prior to this July 4th date after the death of Rayshard Brooks?
Yes, there were multiple shootings in this area before my homicide occurred.
So was there a concern for you guys' safety?
Absolutely.
And you said there was a lot of riots in the area. Kind of describe what a riot is to you.
So it's basically civil unrest, and that can be at the heels of anything that happens with the government, where you have a group that either starts to destroy property. In this particular incident, Rayshard Brooks was involved in an officer-involved shooting where he was killed. In return, as a result of that, they burned down the Wendy's and then pretty much occupied that area.
Were police, to your knowledge, were police going into that area of University and Pryor after the death of Rayshard Brooks?
To my knowledge, yes.
Did you ever have to go there prior to July, between June 2nd of 2020 and July 4th of 2020?
No, the only time I would have to go over there, of course, if there's a homicide. And when I had my homicide, that's why I had to go.
And you said this was around 12:30 a.m.?
Correct.
We've now moved over to July 5th at this point.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you get over to University and Pryor, what do you observe?
So there were cones and barricades. There were police officers, of course, standing by, restricting all traffic, pedestrian and vehicle. There was a group of tents where the more hardcore protesters were also still occupying in the parking lot of the Wendy's. And so there were several individuals, even at that point, were still trying to sweep and clean up the area. We had to give orders to stop at that point.
Why did you give orders to stop?
They were compromising the crime scene.
What does that mean?
So they started moving things. It appears that they were trying to sweep everything away from the Wendy's area, everything away towards outside of the street. And by the time we got there, they were still trying to sweep like shell casings and things of that nature.
So do you know the evidence, was there evidence on that scene?
Yes.
Do you know if that's where the evidence landed or was at the time, right after the shooting occurred?
No, after the shooting occurred, the evidence in particular was definitely moved from the location where it was the original shooting happened.
And you indicated that there were barricades that you saw when you arrived in Combs. What was the locations of those barricades?
So you had a portion of the barricades, let's just say the west side barricade, that blocked off one portion of the street. You go down about 60 to 80 yards, and let's call that the east side of the barricades. There was another set of barricades that blocked that street off.
Do you know where those barricades came from?
Yes, I believe they came from when the Wendy's was burnt down. Those barricades were put up around the Wendy's to keep pedestrians and people from entering that area. I believe they utilized those cones that was left over from that.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Is it speculation?
I believe.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. That's the barricades were definitely left out there by the city to block off that Wendy's.
Okay, overruled.
And when you say they were left out there, kind of where,
Saying words like I believe.
to show you what's already been marked in the state that it's 38.
Nope. Is it up?
And 38, do you recognize that exact area we've been talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Originally, when the barricades were put out in front of the Wendy's when it was burned down, where were those barricades at?
So the barricades were in this area here. Do I need to get up and point here? Or?
Actually, it's a little, it's about
Oh, okay. So the barricades were placed around this Wendy's parking lot to keep pedestrians and things to get out because the Wendy's had been burned down. It wasn't a safe area to go into.
those businesses that's depicted in State's Exhibit 38. What's the distance between them? Does it look like it does in State's Exhibit 38?
No, it's actually a lot closer than that. I would say 15 to 20 yards, maybe go close to each other, especially the package store, the BP, the Wendy's, of course, is right next door.
I don't know. What I'm saying there, is that close or further away?
I would say probably from here to the door.
Did anyone else respond to that area around you?
Yes, we have our crime scene tech units respond. Of course, we had to have our tactical units respond and secure the area.
And what happened when your crime scene arrived?
So once crime scene arrives on the scene, me being the lead detective, I walk with the crime scene techs and try to identify as much evidence as I can. Once we identify it, we start to mark it.
Do you do anything else besides marking?
Yeah, usually there's another detective available, and I ask them to do what we call a crime scene sketch.
So marking, crime scene sketch. Anything else that you do?
Photographs, and of course we collect the evidence.
I'm going to show you what's marked in State's Exhibit 34. And if you could, I think it's a little race question, please. Is that the State's Exhibit 34? Is that how the scene appeared when you arrived?
Yes, that is correct.
And where are those barricades and cones that you talked about previously?
They're on the side where the Wendy's parking lot is.
Were they on the side when y'all arrived?
By the time we got there, they was already pushed back to that side so we can clear the street and make way for the crime scene.
And then the State's Exhibit 38. And I'm sorry, what vantage point are we looking at on State's Exhibit number 34?
So that's facing East on University. So if you do an overall look, you have 75 to the back, and you're going forward on University.
And then State's Exhibit number 38.
And that'll be facing west on University, going towards Interstate 75.
And then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 42. Can you tell us what we are looking at in State's Exhibit 42?
Yes, you see the placards are on the street. Those placards are marking evidence.
How many placards are on there? And if you can touch the screen again and circle everywhere you see the placard.
From this picture, that's what I can see so far.
And do you see a placard that's numbered?
Yes, the placard closest on the screen is placard 11.
Can you see the numbers on any of the other placards?
Well, the picture is kind of blurry, so I can't see the numbers, but I definitely see the placards.
And I'm going to show you what the marker states exhibit 57 and 57.
Yes.
Do you recognize states 57 and 57A?
Yes, these are the vantage points we just looked at. Exhibit 57 is the eastbound lane, and exhibit 57A is going west, and that's going towards the interstate.
So when you say the westbound lane, what side of the road would the Wendy's be on?
So if we're facing 75, it'll be on the right side,
And which side would come in the other way? Which side would it be on?
the left side.
And do those states 57 and 57A, do they accurately and fairly depict that area that we've just been talking about?
Yes.
Is there any difference between what's in states 57 and 57A as what we saw in states 34 and 38?
No.
Is it a different time of day when those were taken?
Yeah, this is during the daytime, and the other pictures at nighttime.
Did you, as part of your investigation, did you go back out to the scene in the daytime?
Yes, I did.
What was the purpose? Why did you go back out during the day?
So, of course,
I'm sorry, you're not asking states 57 and 57A to get written statements.
Any objection to those two?
I haven't seen those.
Okay.
I thought I gave them over to the defense before I started.
That's okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, they're admitted. You can publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. And 57A, is this the westbound or eastbound visual that we have?
that's going to be facing eastbound.
And then 57A,
It's going to be facing westbound.
and you indicate that you put placards out in that area at that time. What was those placards?
It just notate the evidence that was found at the time it was found and documented.
And what evidence was found in this area?
We have ballistics, spent shell casings.
Spent shell cases, anything else?
We had spent shell casings and a couple of live casings.
Do you recall how many spent shell casings that were recovered?
Yes, there were 7 5.56 spent shell cases and 1 223.
And you said live rounds. What type of live, how many live rounds were found?
I believe it was 3.
And do you recall the caliber of those live rounds?
They were the same caliber.
What, and did you learn where the shooting had occurred in the course of your investigation?
Now, I was able to determine where the shooting occurred.
And is that depicted in State's Exhibit 57A?
Yes.
If you could please circle that area where that occurred.
Actually, got to go back to the other side. Yeah, so it's going to be. The shooting occurred in this area here, and it'll look probably a little bit further back, but it occurred in this lane there.
And where were those casings that you indicated were located at the time that you came out?
On this side of the street.
The second circle is where the casings were?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
And I think there were a couple of other, were there other markers I think it was State's Exhibit 40, but I can't remember, that indicated where some evidence was located.
Yes, you had some evidence across the street, also in this area, and of course over here in this area.
Was there anything in that yellow line at all that was recovered?
Yes, I believe marker 11 was over here in the yellow line. And this, my direction's a little backwards. This is a little closer up, but this is the viewpoint. If you're sitting in this lane, this is what you're looking at. Yes.
Can you kind of describe what the street over there at University that we're looking at right now? When I say that, is it a flat area, is it a hilly area, is it incline, a decline?
No, so in this particular area, there's a decline. Pretty much it's a slight hill going down.
And could that affect, let me ask you this, are you familiar with how shell casings would eject?
Yes.
If fired?
Yes.
And can you tell us how that occurred?
So the shell casing ejects from the right side of the gun, and it's a radius of usually about 13 feet. And of course, other things play into where the shell casing lands, like objects that it hit. Of course, inclines the street and everything, so it's not going to land in the exact space, but that's usually the radius that it will eject.
Because if the street is on a decline, will gravity affect where the shell casing will go?
Absolutely.
What's going to happen?
So in this particular area, if a shell casing is ejected, naturally it's going to roll down the hill because of the gravity and the incline.
And to your knowledge, those 2 hours before you got there, I know you said people are sweeping stuff and moving stuff. Is that going to affect where the shell casings originally landed when they were fired?
Yes.
What about, was there any traffic in that area prior to you arriving?
Yes, there was a lot of foot traffic and vehicle traffic.
Is that going to affect where those shell casings would be?
Yes.
So we don't know where you found them, does not mean that that's where the person was standing when they fired the weapon.
Correct.
And you said it was 5.56 and 2.23. Do you have experience with weapons
Yes, I have a little bit of experience.
as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with what type of weapon would be able to fire a 5.56 and a 2.23?
Yes, an AR-15 rifle, assault rifle.
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. Open this case.
Your Honor, I would like to object to this firearm or being demonstrated or shown in front of the jury. There's no firearm.
Open this case.
Your Honor, I would like to object to this firearm or being demonstrated or shown in front of the jury. There's no firearm that's associated with this case.
What's the purpose of the?
Which monster? And what is in state 60 M?
This is an AR-15 assault rifle.
And just for the jury's sake,
Pick it up.
is it locked?
Yes, it is safe.
And is that the type of weapon that would have been able to fire those 5.56 and 2.23s?
Yes.
And is there a strap on State's Exhibit 60M?
Yes, it is.
Is that the firearm that you recovered as being the murder weapon in this case?
No, it's not.
It's just an example of what that looks like. As the Exhibit 60M, most of your purposes. Now, while you're out there at the scene that night, did you do anything else besides mark the shell cases in the booth and take photographs of it and quantities? Did you do anything else?
Yes. So while on the crime scene, we always, and of course, in the attempt to some type of canvas, that's where we walk around trying to find witnesses. At that time of the hour, the business was closed, but the witnesses that were still left at the crime scene, there was like zero cooperation from them.
How long did you stay on that scene?
I believe I left around 6 o'clock in the morning.
Had you learned about the location of the victim that had been shot at that location?
Yes, she was at Atlanta Medical Center.
Did you go out to Atlanta Medical Center?
Not that at that time, no, man. I was on the crime scene.
Were you still on duty on the crime while the victim was at Atlanta Medical Center?
Correct.
Do you stop receiving calls when you're on the scene?
No, we get calls all the time.
Did you get another call while you were on that scene?
As far as shootings, yes, that particular night, I think we had 25 people shot. On our crime scene, of course, we had a mass shooting at Edgewood.
Like, what we doing?
I'll be asking about his involvement in that as part of this investigation.
So while we were on that scene, we had 16 people shot on Edgewood, and at that time, 2 deceased.
And is that Edgewood and what?
Edgewood and like Auburn in that area. It's like a entertainment district in downtown.
Is that Zone 6?
Zone 6 and Zone 5, it borders each other.
At some point in time, did you become involved in that shooting at Edgewood?
I do.
How did you become involved in that shooting?
I was asked to assist the investigator go over video.
And while you were going over that video, did you find anything in connection to the case that you were the primary detective on University of Price?
Yes, I saw my suspect from my scene on video in that crime scene.
And what was that individual wearing? We'll get to that. Detective Turner, as part of your job, do you go and do autopsy observation when you were investigating the homicide case?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
We like to go to the autopsies. We like to understand, of course, what caused the death, what type of injuries, and the path of the injuries and things like that.
At this point, did you know the name of your victim?
Yes.
And what was her name?
8-year-old Secoriea Turner.
Did you attend the autopsy of Secoriea Turner as part of your investigation?
No, I couldn't go to this autopsy.
Why not?
I didn't want to see a child in that state.
Did you learn the results of that autopsy?
I did.
And did you learn what was the cause of death?
Gunshot wound to the back.
And did you learn whether or not any physical or ballistic evidence was retrieved during that autopsy?
Yes, they was able to pull a projectile out of her back.
And what was that caliber of that projectile?
5.56.
Is that similar to the 5.56 shell casings that you found on the scene of the shooting?
Correct.
And was that projectile similar to being fired from that AR that the safety showed in the 60?
Correct.
At any point in time, did you have an opportunity to speak with the parents of Secoriea Turner?
Yes, I interviewed the parents.
Tell me about that.
So I tried to give the parents, there's no time frame you can give a grieving parent, and it's really hard to tough that first initial interview to interview them and get what I need. So, but I still needed to make contact. I got a preliminary statement from her, what she remembered and what she saw that night, her and her companion at that time.
And when you say her companion, who was that?
It's Omar Ivory.
And what did you learn from Miss Turner and Mr. Ivory about what occurred that night?
So they were at some relatives' house, friends, enjoying the 4th of July festivities. They were going to go to the liquor store. The only reason why Secoriea was in the vehicle because she wanted to go over to her cousin's house and play. They were en route to the liquor store when they drove up on the barricades.
Were they able to tell you whether or not they made it to the liquor store?
No, they were not able to make it to the liquor store.
And I'm going to show you what it states. And why didn't they go to the liquor store?
The barricade is right up on the liquor store, and they just drove up on the barricade. And when they tried to drive around it, that's when the shooting occurred.
Did they make any statements in regards to whether or not the liquor store was open or closed?
I'm not.
Space Exhibit 31.
So the liquor store is boarded up because of the riots that we talked about earlier from the Rayshard Brooks. So, of course, when you're driving up on it, it immediately looks like it's closed.
Were they able to give you any descriptions of the individuals that they saw at the barricade as they drove past that liquor store?
Yeah, so she told me, she specifically said it was a male dressed in black, like a bounty hunter. She described the male wearing a white shirt. She also gave me a description of a light-skinned male with light dreads or some type of twist. And this is, as she's passing the barricade, this is what she's photographing in her mind as she's going by.
As they are passing the barricade, do you learn what is going on the outside of that vehicle?
So on the outside of the vehicle, of course, you have multiple armed individuals with long rifles and pistols guarding the barricade and redirecting traffic as it comes to the barricade.
And what happens with Secoriea Turner and her mom and Mr. Ivory as they pass through that barricade?
So they drive up to the barricade, they drive around it. As they drive around it, my suspect, along with several other individuals, my suspect specifically raises his rifle and walks towards the vehicle. And as they...
Every time he identifies the person on the tape as Julian or his suspect, the lawyer's like, we ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. His lawyer said, we not doing that, bro. We not doing that. They fighting that. They ain't trying. They not trying to allow that. They are definitely fighting that part.
Who's that person to them?
They had no idea who that person was.
So were they able to tell you what that person was doing?
Yes.
And what did that person do?
He shot into the vehicle multiple times for no reason.
And did they tell you what was going on inside that car as those shots started to come into the vehicle?
Yeah, so as soon as the shots started coming in, of course, it's like a sensory overload. They didn't realize what was going on. She heard Secoriea in the back seat jumping around. I guess trying to dodge the debris and the bullets that was coming in. She heard Secoriea scream, say, "Mama." At that point, she's halfway in the back seat trying to jump back there with her. Of course, she looks up in the back seat and she can see two individuals fire 2 more times.
Did you receive anything from Ms. Turner at that time in that home?
Not Ms. Turner, no. I didn't receive anything, just the information statement that she provided. She said that Omar, her companion at that time, may have had some information.
Did you ever receive identifying information about the victim's Secoriea Turner?
Yes, she provided me a photo. Always, when I speak with the families, I ask for a photo. And the purpose of that is, of course, when I do my police bulletins.
Can I see? Tony was the Marcus States Exhibit 122. Recognize that?
Yes, the bulletin I created from the photograph that Charmaine gave to me.
Is that a fair and accurate
Yes.
Has there been any additions or information with that photo now?
No.
Say that States Exhibit 122. 122. 2. No objection, Your Honor. And what was the purpose of this photo?
When we do bolos, of course, we're going to release it two places with the media. And then that's what I use when I go out and do my canvases to pass out and try to solicit information.
And you indicated that at some point in time, Omar had information for you.
Correct.
And what type of information was he able to provide?
Just information, second and third, fourth hand information. He had a poster of a social media post that was given to him with some individuals dressed in all black, already circled, saying these are the suspects. He could not confirm that these are the suspects, but he just wanted to pass that information along to me.
Was Charmaine and Omar attempting to help you find the person that had shot and killed Secoriea?
Yes, they were.
From that night, did you go back and listen to or look at anything else in regards to Charmaine and Omar indication about the facts and what they did during the time and the moments in which Secoriea had been shot?
So, of course, the information they gave me, of course, when I get information from any witness, I like to corroborate it with other evidence. And in this case, it's going to be video evidence that I collected.
And you said something about social media coming through and you receiving information in regards to this case. You said
Yeah.
social media, anything else?
When the picture in my bulletin went public with the news, we were flooded with tips and social media posts. And my city cell phone number, I put on all my bulletins because I want the information firsthand. And I was constantly getting information from social media and, of course, through our Crime Stoppers.
Can you go back to this video 122? Was there, at some point you said earlier on when you were out there doing the canvas, nobody was talking to you, you couldn't get any information. But once the bulletin came out, you started getting tips and information.
Yeah, so the thing about it, even when I went back to my follow-up canvas, there was zero on-record in-person cooperation. Nobody was cooperating. However, I did get a lot of information through anonymous tips and things of that nature because nobody wanted to go on record at all because during that time frame and with it being so volatile with police, nobody wanted to cooperate.
Was there, due to the non-cooperation, was there a reward on who it was?
Yes, the reward started climbing. On this particular bulletin, it said $20,000, but you combine that with private donations and things like that, I believe it got up to $50,000.
Sometimes when there's a reward, does that incentivize people to want to come forward and be a witness?
Absolutely.
Do you know Ms. Sharika Williams?
Yes.
And did she at some point contact you and come forward?
So I was out on the canvas the following same day on the 5th. I ran into Ms. Williams who stated that her sons were shot, and they had firsthand information about what happened and what occurred.
Was Ms. Williams able to tell you where she was located out there on July? First of all, did she tell you where she was on July 4th?
They said that they were inside of the perimeter at some like a tent, and they were cooking out.
I'm gonna pull up Stacy's exhibit number 34. Did she describe what that tent looked like?
It's like the tailgating tents where you put up. It's that type of tent.
Are you able to see that tent that Ms. Williams indicated she was cooking out and barbecuing out there on July 4th?
Yes.
If you could just circle it on Stacy's exhibit 34. And I'm going to show you what's been marked Stacy's exhibit 57B. and shown. You recognize Stacy's exhibit number 57B.
Yes.
And what is the picture of Stacy's exhibit 57B?
These are going to be her sons, who she stated was shot and witnessed the incident.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of them in that area on that night?
Yes.
I'd ask that Stacy's exhibit. Has there been any deletion, additions, manipulation to Stacy's exhibit 57B?
No.
I'd ask Stacy's exhibit 57B to be taken away.
No objection, Your Honor. Is it good? And you can approve it.
Are those the Williams boys?
Yes.
Did you speak to, let me tell you, the conversation with Ms. Williams, did you talk to her sons as well?
Yes, of course, if she's bringing me that kind of information that piqued my interest, I want to speak to her sons immediately. She advised me one of them was a juvenile, so I needed, of course, her consent. So I set up a time that I can meet with all three of them and talk.
And did that conversation and interview lead to anything significant in your investigation of the murder of Secoriea Turner?
No, their statements were greatly exaggerated. In fact, I was able to determine they were not shot,
Wow.
they were really not even injured, and their description of the events did not occur.
And how were you able to determine that?
From reviewing the security video.
They just lied. Straight up lied.
Does the name Quentin Davis sound familiar?
Yes.
And did you speak to Quentin Davis in regards to this case?
Yes, this particular individual posted a post on Facebook that he witnessed or he had information that may have recorded the incident. Of course, that piqued my interest. And I'm not surprised that I'm getting these type of tips because when the case is high priority and a lot of people's interested in it and the reward is so high, we get information from everywhere.
I don't believe that witness responds to a question.
I asked if you spoke to Mr. Quentin Davis and he was explaining how he gets information that people should then talk to.
Okay, I think his interest is clear,
So did, and did you speak with Mr. Davis?
I did, and I was able to determine that his post that he posted was incorrect. He did not witness or see anything.
Did you learn what type of vehicle Charmaine and Omar and Secoriea were traveling in as they went down University and those shots rang out into the car?
Yes, they had a 2016 Jeep Cherokee.
Did you learn where everybody was seated in that car as it passed by that barricade?
Yes.
Where were they seated?
So yeah, Omar was driving, Charmaine was in the front passenger seat, and Secoriea was in the back seat.
In what direction did they indicate they were going?
So they were driving towards east, and that was eastbound away from 75.
And you mentioned something about there were barricades they talked about at the time when they passed by. Did you ever learn where those barricades were located at the time of the shooting?
Yes.
And I'm going to refer you back to State's Exhibit 57. That's State's Exhibit 57. Can you mark on there again where those barricades that you've been speaking about were located on that scene?
Yes, this is going to be the east barricade, which should be roughly here in this area.
And where was the west barricade?
You have to flip to the other picture.
And that's 57. B, A, 57.
I got it right. So the east barricade would be roughly in this area.
And are those barricades that Charmaine and Omar encountered as they came up?
Yes,
Were they armed vehicles?
yes.
Were those legal barricades? Are they blocking off the road?
So legal in the fact that they were actually made to barricade and block off things, yes, but the barricade and the blocking off the street itself was illegal.
So the people that put those barricades there and those cones in the street had created an illegal point of entry and exit from that area.
Yes, they've created a legal makeshift barricade to block off the streets.
And I was asking you about the Jeep. Did you do anything in regards to the Jeep in which they were driving the Secoriea shop?
Yeah, so when they arrived at the hospital, as soon as I got that information, I delegated and asked another detective to respond to the hospital. Also have a crime scene tech and to photograph the vehicle as it is.
I want to show you the first what's in Market States Exhibit 13. And can you tell us what's in States Exhibit 13?
And we're looking at the driver door. This driver door has a defect to it. Here.
Were there any more defects in the driver's door?
You have to go further along the vehicle, you'll find more defects.
Can you see that defect here?
Yes.
In States Exhibit 16. And if you could list things.
Oh.
And are there any defects in that part of the vehicle?
Yes.
And what part of the vehicle is that?
This is going to be the rear passenger door. This is where Secoriea was sitting.
Is that the passenger door or which side?
I'm sorry, the driver door.
And States Exhibit 17? And what's the difference in States Exhibit 17?
You have another defect to the rear driver's side panel of the vehicle. So these are defects to the back of the vehicle.
In total, how many defects or how many gunshots did that car take?
8.
How many shell cases was found on the scene?
8.
How many 5.56 shell cases were found on the scene?
7.
How many 5.56 projectiles were recovered during the investigation?
And 1 that was recovered from Secoriea Turner's bag.
Did you do anything else to process this Jeep?
So once we,
I'm sorry, not you particularly, but did you direct or instruct someone to do something else?
yes, once the vehicle is processed, it's taken to what we call and secured in our homicide cage. And at that point, we secure search warrants to do further processing of the vehicle.
And what did you request to be processed?
GSR photographs.
And why did you ask for the car to be processed for GSR?
So in the beginning of the investigation, at that point in the investigation, I can't determine who's the primary aggressor. So I have to rule out everything and follow my evidence. So in order to rule that out, I need to make sure nobody inside of that vehicle fired off any kind of guns. So the GSR test will be able to tell me if a gunshot went off inside of that vehicle.
And to your knowledge, what was the results of that GSR testing?
Those negative results. That means no GSR, no gunshot residue was found inside the vehicle.
If a gun is, so you talk about it was fired inside the vehicle, you do GSR to determine if there was any gunshots inside that car.
Correct.
Do you do anything else to determine whether or not if there were gunshots outside the car?
Yeah, so even if we have drive-bys all the time, if a hand is outside the window and they're firing, of course, the residue is coming back into the vehicle. So regardless if the gun was outside the vehicle or inside the vehicle, if that explosion from that shell casing or that bullet that's going off, it's going to leave some type of residue. And there was negative residue.
If somebody's firing from a car inside that car, would you expect to find shell casings?
Yes, shell casings, correct.
Would you expect to maybe find projectiles?
Yes.
Would you expect to maybe find live rounds?
Yes.
Would you maybe expect to find a gun?
Yes.
To your knowledge, in this case, did you find any of those things inside that Jeep?
Nothing of that nature was inside that Jeep.
Were you able to find, as the gunshots were going inside that car, did you find projectiles in there as a result of it taking on gunfire?
No, was not able to find any projectiles that was from the vehicle being taken on gunfire.
In your experience, is that unusual?
That's not unusual at all.
Why not?
So, of course, when bullets or rounds hit particular objects, they change in direction. The flight, the path, the trajectory changes. The bullet itself explodes, and it's no longer a fragment or a projectile. It's basically just fragments instead of a projectile. So it explodes once it hits a hard surface like that.
And if it explodes as it's hitting a hard surface, if it goes into like the seats of the car, would you expect to be able to find that projectile with those fragments?
It'd be basically shrapnel at that point. Once it's going through those hard objects and hitting those soft objects, it'll be shrapnel unless it comes into like some type of tissue or something like that. They usually stay intact, which in this case was Secoriea.
Now, did you do anything, are you familiar with the term trajectory rods?
Yes.
What are those?
Trajectory rods are what we place inside the defects, and it tells you the trajectory of the round, pretty much the flight path.
And upon your review of the vehicle, were you able to make a determination where the bullet entered that car that killed Secoriea Turner?
Yeah, so we can look at defects itself, and we can tell where the defects coming from the inside or the outside. All the defects came from the outside, and I've made the determination that there was no need for the trajectory rods because I had visual evidence from the cameras. Also, we can document it properly from the photographs from the crime scene text.
I'm going to ask you to look at State's Exhibit 96. What is the piece of the State's Exhibit 96?
That's the back seat of the Jeep, and that is where Secoriea was sitting.
And what is indicated in the marker that says 0? The letter O.
That is a defect.
And would that have been the bullet that came through that seat and went into Secoriea?
Correct.
And State's Exhibit 99? What is in State's Exhibit 99?
That's going to also be the defect to the back seat.
Is that, and that's P, where it's marked as P?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, where did that bullet come from that struck Secoriea Turner in her back?
In the back of the vehicle.
And so would it travel, where would it have traveled from the back of the vehicle? Let me show you State's Exhibit number 74.
It would travel through that location and travel through the seat and hit Secoriea.
So we're talking about it hits A, it hits P, and comes out in O, and ends up in Secoriea.
Correct.
Let me show you State's. When you talked to Charmaine, did she tell you anything about whether or not Secoriea was strapped in her seatbelt?
Yeah, she was strapped in. I believe she had a hard time trying to get her out when she was jumping back there trying to get her because she was jumping around, moving, and kind of got her sitting right there.
And I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 68. Are you familiar how you latch a seatbelt and unlatch it?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, what area was Secoriea sitting in the car at the time that she was shot?
She was sitting right here with this void of blood stain. That's where she was sitting at. Her back was right up on where the defect is.
Where is the latch or the fastener for the seatbelt that would come from the driver's passenger side of that back seat to lock her in safely?
There's a latch right here to the right.
Can you zoom in, sir? They're doing it for you.
Okay.
How many latches do you see?
I see one latch, and it's here. Color's not working.
Do you see a second seatbelt?
I do. I see it.
The first seatbelt you see?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. It seems like it's working now.
Where is that first seatbelt that you indicated? Where would that latch into?
It would latch over here to the buckle part here.
Is that where it normally should latch into, with your knowledge and experience of being in the car?
It should be a latch that goes here and buckles here.
Where I put this mess up, can you clear and show us that?
Yeah. So there should be This belt should go,
Make an explanation.
okay. There should be a latch here.
If she's sitting from the passenger side when it comes to cars, which side should it be lacking?
She's sitting from the back passenger side. It's gonna come from the left down.
Do you see, you've driven cars before, you can see everything.
Okay.
Do you see that area kind of right beyond the yellow paper?
I do.
Before you get to that latch, it's kind of sticking out.
I do.
What is that? That's in there?
Well, that's a latch, but it's tucked down into the seat.
Is that normally where that first seat that should go?
Normally it is.
Now, we were talking about trajectory rods. And you indicated, did you request that in this case?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I didn't feel trajectory rides were needed in this case
Why not?
because I have video evidence to show where the shooter was standing, when the shooter was shooting. I have photographic evidence to document it, and I know that all the defects started from the outside going inside, and also the vehicle's moving. The person that's shooting is standing still. That throws the trajectory off, and also there's movement in the vehicle. So I believe that what I had already and how I was going to document it was enough to document it, to properly document it.
When is it best or, I guess, useful to use trajectory rods?
Trajectory rods are good to put in people that are deceased, fixed objects.
When you say people that are deceased, why is it important for people that are deceased?
Because, of course, they're no longer moving. The trajectory is different. It's different from a soft target than a hard target when that round hits. A fixed object, let's say this desk, if this fixed object was taken on gunfire, then that is a really good ideal time to use trajectory rods. But a moving vehicle, it can alter so much. It just didn't need for, because I had already the evidence to document it.
And you said the vehicle is moving,
Correct.
Secoriea is moving,
Yes.
and the shooter is stationary.
Stationary.
Would trajectory rods have assisted you in identifying the person that shot and killed Secoriea Turner?
No.
Tell us what you did next after having this Jeep process as part of your investigation.
So at that point, of course, we had the Jeep taken to and secured in our cage. And at that time, at a later date and time, a search warrant will be obtained and we will go and do a further processing. That's what we just talked about the GSR and the photographs.
And I think earlier, did you receive any other evidence that may have been helpful in your investigation while you were out on that scene? Or directly once you received the information or evidence for you?
Yeah, so while I was doing my canvas, I was able to identify cameras on each of the businesses in that area. And those cameras had different vantage points. And I was able to have our Homeland Security go and secure those video cameras footage for me.
And where did you receive video surveillance from?
The package store, which is right across the street from that, was the BP, and the warehouse, which is in that same area. So 3 different locations and showing 3 different vantage points.
Did you receive any surveillance from any other place besides the businesses in the area?
Yes, while viewing these video cameras, I was able to see a MARTA bus that drove directly up to the barricade. And I'm familiar with the MARTA buses from previous cases. I know they have video. So I reached out to MARTA and requested their video from this particular bus.
And did you receive that video footage?
I did.
Now, does that video footage have time stamps on it that you observed?
Yes.
Was it at the time in which the shooting occurred?
Yes.
And did the stamps on the MARTA bus video reflect and were identical to the ones on the BP, All-American, and the warehouse?
No, the time is off. It wasn't the exact time. It was just off.
Is that sometimes common when you're getting surveillance from different areas?
That's normal. Sometimes when you have the years change over with daylight savings, a lot of the systems, owners change over. A lot of things happen to where the time doesn't catch up. In this particular instance, it's not unusual to have the time off.
And about how often?
I want to say the time reflected about 1800. So that's about 6 o'clock. So it's a couple of 2 hour, 2.5 hour difference, 3 hour difference.
So you're not observing that video, did it appear? How was lighting?
The lighting was dark and it was consistent with the other lighting from the other camera views. That it was dark. It was dark.
Around what time?
About 9:46.
I've shown you what's in Mark Stacy Exhibit 107 through 113. Do you recognize Stacy 107 through 113?
Yes, ma'am.
And how are you able to recognize Stacy 107 through 113?
That is the video that I obtained from Marta.
Did you take what they call screenshots from the video?
Yes.
And are those photographs, those screenshots that you took from the video?
Yes.
Has there been any manipulation, additions, or deletions to those photographs?
No.
I'd ask the State's Exhibit 107 through 113 be attended to evidence.
Any objection? No objection, Your Honor.
I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 107. Can you tell us what is depicted in State's 107?
Yes, it's the Marta bus.
And where is the MARTA bus located in regards to where the shooting occurred?
If you look a little further to the left, you can see the barricade. I'm sorry, the right of the bus. If you're sitting on the bus, it'll be to the right. It is sitting in between, the actual bus is sitting between the package store and the BP gas station.
And there's a red circle on State's 107. Who made that circle?
I did.
And State's Exhibit. Do you know what the MARTA bus was? Did you talk to the MARTA driver?
No, I talked with the investigators with Marta Police Department.
When you watched that video, what did it appear the MARTA driver was doing at this particular point?
The Marta driver was trying to go through the barricade, was initially turned around.
And State's Exhibit 108. What are we looking at State's Exhibit 108?
So the red arrow is pointing to my suspect, and this is as the Marta bus is approaching the barricade, and that's going to be the west barricade.
And you said your suspect. What is the suspect that you had identified wearing?
He has on blue jeans, a very distinct red shirt with big white letters. He has a satchel around his arm, and he has an AR-15 that's dangling from his.
Now, why did that person become your suspect?
So as I continue to watch the video from different angles, I was able to track the suspect from the Marta video going in reverse. So I was able to watch the Marta video because everybody walked up to the barricade. At that time, I didn't know who was responsible, but I was able to track them because it gave me a landmark. As they approached the barricade, I went in reverse and watched it from different angles, and I was able to see the shooter, and I was able to then focus on the shooter.
And you said, is there another person standing next to that person in the red shirt with the white letter?
That's correct. That's a black male with no shirt, and he's carrying a shotgun.
Were you ever able to identify that individual?
No.
State's Exhibit 109. What is in State's Exhibit 109?
The red circle is again circling my suspect with his unique clothing. I was easily able to track him and stand out because he's the only one wearing what he's wearing.
And State's, and where is that in regards to the crime scene?
So
Are those the barricades and cones that you were talking about that they had set up that illegal barricade?
yes,
Are you able to see, I'm gonna call that the first set of barricades. Are you able to see the second set of barricades in State's Exhibit 109?
I am.
And where are those at?
That's roughly going towards the east when I call it the east barricade. That's the second barricade.
And State's Exhibit 110? And what are we looking at? Actually, go back to 109, I'm sorry. Do you see other individuals within the circle? Do you see anyone else outside of that circle? Are you able to identify anybody outside of that circle?
No, just the male with no shirt on with the shotgun, and of course my suspect.
And the 110?
Oh, somebody did have a shotgun.
Are you able to, what do we see in State's Exhibit 110?
So this is the Marta bus as it's approaching the autonomous zone. These are just random individuals pointing firearms at the bus as it approaches.
How many individuals are depicted in State's 110?
3.
Let's talk about the first one. Are you able to identify what they're wearing?
No.
And can you just put one touch screen against the wheel
Okay.
to make sure that we're talking about the same person?
That's one.
Are you able to make out a little bit of what that individual is wearing?
Not really. I see the rifle. Not really.
And the second one?
2.
And are you able to make out anything about number 2?
No.
Is that person armed?
Yes.
And number 3? Are you able to make out anything about that particular person?
No.
Is that individual armed?
Yes.
If you had been able to make identification of those individuals, but the tracking that you talked about, the suspects, did you have tracking as well?
Yes.
Because at this point, who are you looking for?
I'm looking for the shooter.
Case Exhibit 111. Can you tell us what's depicted in States 111?
Yes. So that's going to be my suspect that's circled in the red.
And what is he wearing?
He's wearing his distinctive standout red shirt. He has a satchel, AR-15 hanging from his waist, and blue jeans. And he also has a do-rag on and with twist of dreads coming from the bottom.
And at that point, are you able to get a clear vision of that person's face?
Yes.
States Exhibit 112. Can you tell us what's depicted in States Exhibit 112?
These are close-up views of my suspect. Same distinctive clothing. You get a close-up view of his rifle that he's carrying, the satchel, the red shirt, the blue jeans, the wrap do-rag on his head with the dreads, hairstyle.
And States Exhibit 113.
Yes.
States Exhibit 113.
My suspect again, distinctive red shirt, white letters on the back, AR-15 hanging down, a satchel. That's at the right circle. The left circle is somebody else identified in charge. He's wearing a white T-shirt, pants, and he has the rifle in his hand also.
Are you able to see anyone else in that photograph that you were able to get a clear vision of?
No.
Can you go back to 112? Has any time during the point of your investigation were you able to identify this person that is clearly shown in States Exhibit 112?
Yes.
Who did you identify that person to be?
Julian Conley.
And do you see that person seated here in court today?
Yes.
And if you could, please identify him for the record.
Sitting in the middle of his counsel, blue tie, blue jacket on, blue shirt. He has his hair cut this time.
Did you review any other video footage in that area?
Yeah, so of course all the video cameras that we pulled from each store, and I also from the MARTA bus.
And I want to talk about the All-American package store. Can you tell us, did you review video surveillance in that case?
Yes, I did.
And in that case, were you able to get different angles of what was going on in the parking lot of the All-American package store?
Yes.
What time did you observe any illegal activity going on in that parking lot?
Yes, I observed my suspect and another suspect pointing their rifles at a couple that just drove through the barricade.
Let me ask you, that MARTA bus, do you recall what the time was that you were able to capture those videos and images of the video?
I believe it was 9:30 or something around that time. It was close to the time of the incident, within an hour.
Well, I'm going to pull back up 176.
Okay. Yeah, so the time is 21:14, which is 9:14.
And that's when the MARTA bus is in the area being turned around.
Yes, correct.
And that's when this defendant is at the MARTA, that's where the driveway is, where you would normally get in the car.
Yes.
You get onto the bus.
Yes.
And you indicated that you observed another incident in front of that All-American package store.
Yes, I want to say about 9:39, a couple was assaulted as they tried to go through the barricade.
And were you able to capture the individual that assaulted that couple?
Yes.
And was one of those individuals, were one of those individuals the same individuals that you observed in that MARTA bus video?
Yes, he was my suspect with the red shirt on who identified as Julian Conley.
And what about the other individual that was caught by the MARTA bus?
Yes, I was able to identify him. His name was Jerry McKinney.
And I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 114 through 116. And you said it was about, the MARTA bus incident occurred around 9:14, and this incident occurred around 9:30 something?
Yes, I believe 9:39.
How many minutes is that?
14 minus 39, Uh,
So the law enforcement thing is not,
nah.
would it be fair to say it's less than 30 minutes?
Yes, correct.
If you could look at State's Exhibits 111 and 116, do you recognize those?
114 and 116?
114 and 116.
Yes, I am.
Okay. And how are you able to recognize those?
So in the 114, that's going to be circled of the McCords. They were victims of this assault. And in 116, the circle is going to be Julian Conley pointing his rifle.
Is that fair? Is State's Exhibit 114 through 116 a fair and accurate depiction of what was observed by you on that video?
Yes.
Has there been any deletions, additions, alterations made to those photographs?
No.
Are those screen snaps or screenshots that you took from the video?
Yes.
How does the State's Exhibit 114 through 116?
No objection, Your Honor.
If they may be published. And can you tell us what is depicted in State's Exhibit 114?
Yes, this is Mr. McCord and his wife, Miss McCord. They're exchanging words after they had the weapons pointed at them, and they drove through the barricade. They pulled over into the parking lot.
At the time when you observed this video, did you know the identification of those individuals?
No.
And if you would look at the top of the screen, are you able to see a time stamp on there?
It'd be 2139. Yes, I'm sorry, 939.
How were you able to identify the couple in that photograph?
They called 911 when I was researching the 911 calls for my incident. Of course, after watching the video, I asked our operator to research any other 911 calls, and she found one.
And were you able to make contact with the McCoys?
Yes.
And did you interview them?
Yes.
And what did you learn during the course of your interview with them?
They said Mr. McCord stated he and his wife were, they live in the area, not too far from this location. They were on their way home. They drove up to the roadblock, and they was encountered by a male with no shirt on with a shotgun, and my suspect with the red shirt.
Were you able to learn where they first encountered those armed men?
Yes, it was just off camera at the, let's say, the second barricade.
And I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 118. You recognize State's Exhibit 118?
Yes.
Is it fairly and accurately, what is it, Mr. Sorry?
So it's going to be the vantage point from the BP, and the arrow is pointing to that barricade.
And does that fairly and accurately depict what you observed from that video today from the weekend?
Yes, it does.
Has there been any alterations, deletions, manipulations in State's Exhibit 118?
No.
State Attorney State's Exhibit 118.
No objection, Your Honor.
And can you circle that barricade that you indicated? And in your investigation and conversation with the McCord, were they able to make it past that first barricade?
Yes, they were able to make it past it, and that's when they pulled into the parking lot.
Is there some portion of the interaction that the McCords had with, first of all, what did the McCords tell you happened once they approached that barricade?
So you said he was approached. Standing on the driver's side was who I identified as Julian Conley now. The male with the shotgun was standing, I believe, in front of his vehicle. They told him that he needed to turn around. He expressed to them that he lives in the area. He said that the male in the red shirt, which he later identified as Julian Conley, said that you're being disrespectful. So at that point, he drove off into the parking lot and continued to exchange words with them.
Wow.
At this time, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 2. Can you tell us what we are looking at in State's Exhibit 2 that's already been admitted into evidence?
Yeah, so this is going to be the, I guess you would say the northeast corner of the American Package Store. This is looking, if you look straight ahead, you're going to see the BP parking lot. If you look down further to the right, the barricade is just out of view.
And what's that time step on there?
2137.
And what are we observing at this point?
You're seeing vehicles drive through the area.
Are you able to recognize whose vehicle that is?
Yes, that's Mr. McCord's vehicle.
At some point in time, are they headed towards where those barricades are located?
Yes, they're going to be going westbound, and they should go westbound and turn into the parking lot of the package store.
I'm gonna try to make this go along real fast, so we don't move on. And Your Honor, we are skipping past to make this move along a little bit faster rather than waiting, because I asked Detective Shepard, are they down and out of camera view for some period of time?
Yes, they are.
And the state is gonna start at 21:39:20 on exhibit number 2, which is a raw footage of all the surveillance cameras that were taken from the surveillance areas.
This tech is not as sharp. I'm going to start at 21:39:12.
And you see Mr. McCord's vehicle coming in frame.
And where are they pulling into?
They're pulling into the package store parking lot.
And if we could skip to, book I look for them. What if anything is occurring?
So what's going on off camera is what you see, what we saw earlier, them getting out of their vehicle, exchanging words, but you can't see it because they're in the parking lot because this angle is looking down.
What, if anything, do you observe in State's Exhibit number 2 at timestamp 21:39:52?
You see a male approaching from the bottom right. He's brandishing a firearm walking up to the vehicle.
Were you ever able to identify who that person was?
No,
Did you ever get a clear view of him like you did of the camera?
no,
Or Mr. McKinney?
no.
What is happening at this time?
So at the top of the screen, you see my suspect, Julian Conley, coming into the frame, pointing his AR-15.
And what's the timestamp on State's Exhibit number 2 of All American Raw Footage Video?
21:40:21.
And what is depicted at that timestamp?
You see Julian Conley approaching the McCords while they're in the parking lot with his rifle pointed at them.
He calling his name again. He's like, Judge, you don't keep calling my client's name. We can't keep doing this, Judge. Judge, if he gonna keep saying that's my client. Oh, man. Yeah. Them lawyers, because they're like, bro, you're not gonna keep saying that to put that in the jury mind. So that they keep you're not gonna keep saying that to put that in the jury mind that that's my client, bro. Yeah, they had to take a long break for that one. They had to take a long break for that one, boy. Yo, yeah. He keep doing that, he gonna mess up their case. He's like, yo, bro, we can't allow him to keep doing that. They get upset with that, man. They ain't playing.
Did Hero go back to get the jury? Did you see Hero go back?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll put the exhibit back on the screen that was up when the objection happened.
Thank you.
Right over here with this so I can look at them. So if you guys want to let your other witnesses go until Monday, that's okay with me. You don't have to make them sit here. You did? Okay.
So, I guess I need to tell my witnesses on Tuesday.
So how many will you have left on Monday, do you think? At cross of this witness? Tuesday?
Probably be done Monday afternoon, that's what I think.
That's fine. Tuesday. We're ready.
All right, New jury.
Okay, members, you can be seated. Members of the jury, I have a brief instruction to read you. Can you all hear me well? I'm sorry, I can't look at all of you, but I won't be on the microphone if I move past this computer. All right, the witness has identified the individual in Exhibits 111 and 112 as the defendant Julian Connolly. The witness is permitted to identify the defendant by name with respect to those two exhibits. During his testimony, Detective Shepard will also be permitted to describe an individual whose face is obscured or not in focus as having an appearance consistent with the individual he identified in Exhibits 111 and 112. To the extent that the detective used the defendant's name just before the break in reference to a photograph in which his face was not visible, you are to disregard the improper use of the defendant's name in that instance. You, the jury, and only you, will decide whether identification has been proven through the evidence presented by the state in this trial. Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you can start with the issue at timestamp between. I think I left off. We're stopping at states 2 at timestamp 2140-24. Do you see any individuals in this timestamp screenshot with weapons?
Yes, I do.
If you could please circle that individual. And could you describe what he's wearing, what he's doing for the members of the jury?
Look like he's wearing blue jeans. He's pointing a rifle and some sort of vest. Like,
were you ever able to, in regards to this individual, get an unobscured, clear photograph or image of this individual with his hands in the at any time during the investigation?
no, I was not.
If you were ever able to get a clear image of that individual, what would you have done?
He would have been charged.
What would you have charged him with?
Party to the crime, murder.
In regards to who are the victims in this particular incident?
So in this particular incident, they're walking from the barricade towards the McCords.
In regards to this individual, were there any charges in regards to the McCoy?
Yes, he would have been. If I would have been able to identify this individual, he would have been charged with aggravated assault.
This other individual is there another individual in this time stamp of 24 to 25?
That's the only individual I see with a gun. Okay, I see another individual walking towards the barricade with the gun. And I also see the subject that my suspect dressed in a distinctive red shirt, carrying a satchel, AR-15 hanging down. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
The individual that's depicted in State's Exhibit 21 at 2 at 2140-36. Can you describe what that individual is wearing?
Yes, ma'am. He has a distinctive red shirt on. The back of the red shirt, he has bright white colors, white lettering. He has a black satchel and an AR-15 pistol hanging from his satchel, and he's wearing light and color pants.
Is that description of what that individual is wearing consistent to the individual that you identified in State's Exhibit 112 and 111?
Correct.
Can you tell us what's going on right now?
So at this point, on the other side, that we can't see the McCords are getting ready to drive away. Again, we see the suspect wearing the bright red shirt, white letters, blue jeans, carrying the satchel and the AR-15 hanging from his side, walking back to that driveway, to that parking lot.
If you could just circle what you're talking about. And do you see other individuals at this time stamp between 140-39?
There's an individual in front of him also walking.
Were you ever able to get a clear identification of any of these other, first of all, how many other people do you see in this context screen?
In this time stamp screen, I still see the one that was had the handgun. He's walking back away from the parking lot. I'm sorry, my suspect.
Yo, they gonna mistrial this boy. You gonna mess with. He won't stop. He won't stop. They go like, Your Honor, we gonna have to, Your Honor, man. Yo, this guy gonna keep doing this. He trying to sabotage the case, Your Honor. I move for a mistrial. Yeah, he gotta stop. He can't help himself.
Your order was just given, the instruction was just provided to the jury, and we had the same behavior again. I don't know how we undo the fact that the jury has heard it for a third time now.
And Judge, he immediately said, I'm sorry, it's clear that it was unintentional. It is very difficult, because he knows who he's identified. He knows that this individual is the person that he believes to be doing the time based on the identification for 112. He immediately said, I'm sorry, my bad. Shows that it's not intentional. It's human nature. He's trying, Your Honor, but I think
he's trying, Your Honor. Yo, your witness gonna mess up your case, bro. She begging right now. Come on, Your Honor. He said, my bad. He's trying, Your Honor. He's Hey, you a detective for how much years? You better know how to control yourself, bro. You about to throw away the case.
Identification for 112. He immediately said, I'm sorry, my bad. Shows that it's not intentional. It's human nature. He's trying, Your Honor, but I think you asked him to disregard it. They haven't indicated. I mean, they should follow the court's instruction.
Your Honor, the fact that the jury is responsible for determining who they think is on the video. The witness has been giving conclusion after conclusion when he's asked questions to influence the jury in believing, taking his opinion based on what's in the video. And giving that instruction, telling the witness not to give his opinion about who is on the video is not difficult. He's an officer who has been an officer for 20 years. He knows what he's supposed to not say, and the court has just instructed him on what he should not say.
Are we back? Are we back? And we're back? It's ridiculous, yo. It's ridiculous, yo. Hold on, yo. Hold up, hold up. Hold on, yo. We're back. And we're back. Ridiculous. All right. Ridiculous, I tell you. All right. Hit the like button if you haven't already. And we're back, man. Jamie, what's up, Jamie? I blame the I blame that guy. I blame the guy that just messed up the whole thing, man. My goodness. Shout out to the chat. All right. So we good to go. Get back to where we at.
Yes, yes. Yes.
Yeah, the damn I don't know, the internet just said no internet. I know they're gonna be like, man, what can we do? You messing their case up. They done? Hold on, any more?
I got you.
Thank you.
And then I appreciate your immediate stopping and apology. Just in case, let me explain what we talked about. So when you reference a person who stays invisible, it's fine to say that individual matches just to identify it.
Gotcha.
And maybe it will help you tell the person who's not subject to but it's absolutely appropriate for you to identify anybody that you want to just roll in and well, no problem with that. You can do that with either. When you look at the other videos, refer to the same person. And you can go through all the details of why
Yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, will we have that stricken from the record?
That's what you wanted.
I do, I'm asking, I'm moving to strike that from the record.
You want to strike one separate.
Yes, I want the jury to have an instruction, but I want to make sure that, I want to make sure what is discussed. Yes, what we discussed is on the record. That's what I want to know.
Okay, we're at the jury.
All right, the jury. Jurors, I kind of.
Better? Okay. To the extent that the defendant's name is used specifically in identifying exhibits that are not 111 or 112, you're to disregard the use of his name. And ultimately, you and only you will decide whether the defendant has been identified. Okay, go right ahead.
I think we stopped there at timestamp 21:40:39. We'll show you what's the mark. That's 112. In states 112, is that the same person that you just identified as timestamp 20:40:39 in states exhibit 2?
Yes.
And you know that person to be whom? In states exhibit 112.
Julian Conley.
Is the defendant Julie Conley wearing the same clothing as the person that's depicted in states 2 at 21:40:39?
Yes.
Is that a red shirt,
Red shirt,
light jeans,
light jeans.
black backpack, black do-rag, black shoes,
Correct. With the
AR-15 swinging on the side?
correct.
And we're going to go back to states exhibit number 2, starting at the timestamp of 21:40:39. Were you able to identify any other suspects in states exhibit 2 marked at 21:40:46?
No, just one suspect I was able to identify.
Do you see the person in the white at the top of the screen?
Yes, I do.
And at some point during the course of your investigation, is that person wearing the same outfit that you observed the second suspect at the MARTA bus video?
Yes, the subject that's further to the left, my left, is
These circles that are on the-
okay. The subject right here, I was able to identify.
And were you able to identify him from the MARTA bus image that you had received of that person?
The MARTA bus image and also another camera that he walked past at the liquor store. Walked right in front of the camera.
At some point in time, I think you indicated that you had received images and video surveillance from various different angles. At some point in time, did you make a compilation of all of those different vantage points around the same time?
Yes, I put all the video angles and made it like a puzzle and put them all together so you can see it at different vantage points at the same time.
And are those vantage points that we talked about, the VP, the All-American, and the warehouse?
Correct.
And published to the jury, basically, 2. And in making that compilation, did you make any markings or anything to identify the suspects that you were, that were subject of interest in the aggravated assault against the McCoy?
Yes, I was able to circle them with different color circles.
And those individuals that you circled, what was the description of the clothing that they were wearing?
Suspect 1, bright red shirt, white letters on the back, a satchel, AR-15 hanging from his side, blue jeans, a do-rag, and dread-like twists coming from his hair. Suspect number 2, white shirt, blue jeans on, and he was also carrying an AR-15 style pistol or rifle.
At this vantage point, can you tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury in State's Exhibit 2, are there 4 different camera views?
Yes, so the bottom right corner is from the BP gas station. The top right corner is from the package store. The top left corner is from that northeast corner of the package store. The bottom left corner is the further, like the west part of the building of the package store.
And on that bottom right corner, is there a circle there?
Yes, that's going to be circled my suspect number 2 in the yellow circle. And which you can see him in both angles.
Is that in McCord's car circled in green?
Yes, it is. And this is when they're driving westbound and pulling into the parking lot of the package store, which you're going to see in the top right-hand corner.
In that bottom camera angle, is that suspect 2 appearing back in the screen?
Yes, he's going to be circled in the yellow circle, which is across the street again at the BP station.
What direction is he headed towards?
He's headed toward the parking lot of the package store.
Mr. McCord is having what appears to be a conversation.
Yes, he's having a verbal exchange with the gentleman he just drove through the barricade at.
In what direction is that doing? Was that first video that we saw with those individuals coming by that, where the trash can was in State Exhibit 2, around that 39 time stamp?
Yeah, so the view that we were previously looking at, that's the backside view. And when you saw them walking towards the parking lot, this is the actual parking lot that they're walking towards. At the bottom right-hand corner, you see suspect number 1 that's wearing the red shirt, bright white letters on the back, satchel, blue jeans, AR-15 on the side. He's circled in the red.
What direction is he heading?
He is also heading westbound toward the package store.
And is that where we see towards the outside of the car this time?
Correct. The barricade is just behind him. The top left-hand corner, that's the backside. The yellow circle, that's going to be suspect number 2.
Has suspect number 1 peered into the
Yeah.
screen?
Suspect number 1 wearing the red shirt, bright letters, white letters on the back, AR-15 hanging, the satchel on the side. He's circled in red.
Is the AR hanging right now?
No, he has it raised and pointed
What direction is it hanging?
towards the McCords. Do you see both individuals going back towards the barricade?
And here, do you see your suspect number 1 circled in red?
Yeah, suspect number 1 wearing the red shirt, white letters, AR-15 hanging on the side, the satchel. He's pointing towards the parking lot, where suspect number 2 is diverting his attention back to the parking lot. Suspect number 2 is in the yellow circle.
What direction is suspect 2 now heading?
Suspect number 2 is going back through the parking lot in the direction the McCords had just retreated in.
And is that the direction that suspect number 1 is towards?
Correct. And you see suspect number 2 walking back towards the barricade.
And where is suspect 2 heading towards now?
Suspect number 2 is heading back to the barricade where they just left.
Suspect 2 appear back in the screen at this point?
Yes, suspect number 2 is circled in the yellow, is walking back to the BP parking lot.
Do you recall what time this is?
I believe it's 2140, maybe close to 2141 now.
As a result of what you observed in State's Exhibit number 2, the video compilation, did you do anything next as part of your investigation?
Yes, I took screenshots of those videos of the subjects who walked in front of the camera, and I completed the police bulletin of.
What's the police bulletin?
This is where we create to get to the media and also give out on the canvas when we're doing our canvas trying to talk to witnesses. And we do that, try to solicit information.
And is that what's in State's Exhibit 123 through 125? Are those bolos that you created?
Yes,
And are they fairly accurately depict the bolos that you created?
yes.
Any additions, maybe?
No, everything's the same.
Any deletions?
No,
Any manipulation?
no.
Say that's State's Exhibit 123 through 125. Any manipulation?
Objection.
No objection.
Okay, they're admitted and you can display.
Is this your suspect number 2 that's in State's Exhibit 123?
Yes, that's suspect number 2.
What's in his hand?
It's the AR-15 rifle.
And what's the reward amount that's listed at this time?
It's been growing as the investigation goes on. It was at that point 20,000.
And State's Exhibit 124.
State 24 is going to be suspect number 2, and also we have the victim, Secoriea Turner.
And in State's Exhibit number 125, what photograph did you use to make that bolo?
This state exhibit 125, that bolo was taken from the MARTA video.
And would that be the same photograph that is in State's Exhibit 112?
Correct.
And were you able to make an identification of that individual?
Yes.
And who did you identify from State's Exhibit 125 and 112 to be?
Julian Colley.
At some point, did you learn the name of suspect number 2?
Yes.
How did you learn his name?
I got a call from a lady who said that she just got back from out of town. Her son was on the news, and she wanted to come down and clear his name.
And did they come down?
Yes.
Who came down?
It was suspect number 2 and his mother.
And at that time, did you learn his name?
I did.
What
Correct.
was that name?
Jerry McKinney.
And did you interview Jerry McKinney?
I did.
Reading his Miranda rights?
Yes.
And what did you learn about the incident during the interview with Jerry McKinney?
So Jerry McKinney gave a statement, stated that he did not know any of the individuals that he was speaking with on video at the barricades. He stated that he was down there doing a celebration, and he was not at the barricade when the Secoria's Jeep drove through.
Did he identify himself as being the person in State's Exhibit 124?
He did.
Did he identify himself as being the person holding this long gun or assault rifle
Yes.
out there on July 4th, 2020?
Yes.
Did he identify himself as being the person wearing that white shirt and black jeans?
Yes.
Oh man.
Was he able to give you the identification of any other individuals out there?
No.
Did he admit to having a weapon?
At that time, he said that his weapon was stolen. He also stated that he went to the Edgewood area
Wow.
right after this incident, and someone broke into his car and stole his AR-15.
Wow.
And is that Edgewood area, is that the area where you indicated that
Well, I figured all of them gonna have the same story. I lost the weapon.
you were involved in an investigation where there was a shooting, where 16 people were shot and 2 people were killed?
Correct.
And he indicated that he went down there with that assault rifle.
Correct.
Damn.
So we looked at the video from the All-American. Did you have any other videos that you reviewed?
Yes. Of course, we had the BP and the warehouse video, 100 University.
In those videos, were you able to observe the shooting of the Jeep that Secoriea, Charmaine, and Omar were riding.
Yes.
And what did you observe? What vantage point were you observing? Were you able to observe that shooting?
So the compilation that I was explaining that was put together like a puzzle, it covers all vantage points. And there's no blind spot, so you have the package store vantage point, so we'll be just looking across the street from the BP, and the warehouse, which covers the backside of the vantage point.
Said no
Did they
blind
have a time
spot.
stamp on that?
Yes.
Videos? What time do you observe that Jeep passing through that barricade?
I believe it was approximately 21:46 hours.
In real time?
I'm sorry, 9:46 p.m.
And how much time had passed between the assault between the McCords and when you see this Jeep passing through the surveillance cameras from the different vantage points?
Less than 4 minutes.
Oh wow.
Approximately.
Can you tell us about exactly?
Wow. So there was literally in the heat of the moment, still adrenaline when Secoriea and her family came. Wow.
What you observed as that Jeep drove through that area?
So after watching the video, I observed and confirmed that suspect number 2 did walk away from the barricade. However, suspect number 1 stayed at the barricade. From that vantage point, I was able to identify suspect number 1 from his bright red shirt, satchel, blue jeans, AR-15 hanging from the side. The Jeep drove through. He and about 3 or 4 other armed individuals tried to stop the vehicle. As the vehicle passed, suspect number 1 fired his assault rifle multiple times inside the vehicle. As the vehicle passed, there's 2 or 3 more bursts where he shot as the vehicle was driving away. Which one of those rounds struck Secoriea?
Was there any other individuals standing at that barricade as the Jeep went through?
Yes.
Can you describe what they were wearing at the beginning?
So they had dark colored clothes on. I couldn't make their identification. And that's about it with those. I couldn't identify them.
Were they armed?
Yes.
Was that consistent with what Omar and Charmaine had told you about seeing individuals in all black or dark clothing at the barricades with weapons as they drove through?
Yes, that is consistent.
Were you ever able to get an identification of those other individuals that were standing at the barricade? How many, did you say 2 or 3?
I would say roughly 2 to 3.
Were you able to get any identification of those other 2 or 3 individuals standing at the barricade?
No.
So I want to be clear, you had 2 or 3 other individuals, they're dressed in all black, and they're armed.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor, ask and answer.
Okay, it's just clarifying. He can answer that question and then move on.
And there's one other suspect standing there with red shirt on?
The suspect number 1 was there with his bright red shirt, satchel, AR-15, blue jeans, white letters on the back of that red shirt.
When you observed that Jeep going through, did you observe anybody being hit by the Jeep that Omar was driving and that was Secoriea was sitting in that back seat?
No one was hit.
Did you see anybody fall to the ground and get up shooting?
Nobody fell to the ground and started shooting.
How many people were shooting at that vehicle as it passed by?
Suspect number 1 definitely shot. It is observed. And as the vehicle is driving away, you see another shot within that group. It's from like a distant shot that just goes off very quickly. And that's the only burst that I see in that area, in that group.
How many shootings somebody is not talking to somebody? Mr. Ravis, maybe I need you to look it for.
I think I can handle it. May not be as strong as Mr. Reyes.
She wasn't trying to imply anything.
As the vehicle is passing by and going through the barricade, what side was suspect number 1 standing on?
On the driver,
If this is the driver's side, this is the passenger side.
the driver's side.
Suspect 1 is standing over here.
Correct.
As the car is moving, shots being fired into the car.
Yes.
So that it's moving vehicle. If Mr. Biden was moving around, he's moving a little bit.
Correct.
Hard to determine the trajectory was
Correct.
the path of that movement.
Correct.
At some point, as it's passing by, are there defects and bullet holes being entered into the driver's side?
Yes, the defects was consistent with the pattern of the vehicle was being driven, and as it passed, it also stayed consistent with those 2 bursts that we see. Suspect number 1, which entered the back of the vehicle.
And so at some point, it gets past, and the back of the vehicle is in front of suspect number 1?
Correct.
And that's that suspect that had on a red shirt, white leather, white jeans, dark shoe, do-rag.
With the dreads hanging from the side and AR-15.
At that point, is that AR-15 hanging?
It was, but at that point, as they drove through, he raised his AR-15, and as the vehicle drove through, he began to shoot.
Wow.
notice as that vehicle is passing through the barricade, anyone on the passenger side of that vehicle?
Yes.
What did you notice?
The windows were rolled up. They were just occupying the vehicle and being driven normally.
Did you ever see any shots being fired out of that vehicle?
No, none.
Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 119, 120, 121, 121A, and 121B. If you could look at those and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes.
And do they fairly, what are they, first of all?
This is going to be the Exhibit 119 is going to be the vantage point from the warehouse, the backside vantage point. Exhibit 120 is going to be when the actual Secoria's Jeep is driving past the barricade. 121B is Secoria's Jeep's going to the barricade, and you see a slither of suspect number 1 standing at the barricade. Exhibit 121A is a close-up view of what we already talked about, the vehicle being driven by and shot. And 121, Exhibit 121 is showing the muzzle flash as the vehicle's driving by from suspect number 1.
And this State's Exhibits 119 through 121A, are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed on that video?
Yes, it is.
And are these screenshots like we talked about before that you grabbed from the video as you were looking at it?
Yes.
Have there been any additions, deletions,
No.
alterations,
None.
manipulations made to those?
None.
That's the State's Exhibit 119 through 121A. Be admitted to evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, they're admitted and you can publish.
Can you tell us what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 119?
Yeah, so the red circle is circled around Secoria's Jeep that she was riding in. The red arrow is pointing towards suspect number 1.
Are you able to see the clothing that you had described, those light jeans and red shirt?
Yes, on the live video, yes, you're able to see it. What you're seeing, the arrow is pointed. That's the AR-15 kind of peeking out from behind that tree.
And what's the timestamp on State's Exhibit 119?
9:46.
And State's Exhibit number 120, what's the picture in that?
That is Secoria's Jeep driving past suspect number 1 and the other armed individuals at the barricade.
Now, in State's Exhibit 120, do you see that area that we talked about in State's 57B where the Williams family was?
Yes.
Can you please circle where that is? On the Jeep, are the windows up or down?
They're up.
State's Exhibit 121. You did. What's depicted in State's 121?
So this is a continuing motion of the Jeep with Secoria in it that's continue to drive.
Do you see the individual that you have described as being suspect number 1 in State's Exhibit 121?
Yes.
Is that individual wearing the same light colored jeans, dark colored shirt?
Yes, light color blue jeans, red shirt, bright red shirt, white letters on the back, satchel on the side, carrying the AR-15.
What is he doing? Suspect number 1. What are they doing right now?
This particular picture at this exact moment, he's shooting in the side of the vehicle, and as it passes, he fires 2 more times.
Are you able to see when the shot is fired from that weapon?
Yes, if you look closely, you can see the muzzle flash.
Can you please circle that for me, ladies and gentlemen? And the other individuals, are they depicted that was at the barricade? Are they depicted there?
Yes.
Is anybody on the ground?
Nobody's on the ground.
What kind of clothing are they wearing?
Dark color clothing.
I'm gonna go to say it's exhibit 121B. Can you tell? What is the Houston State's 121B?
So this is Secoria's Jeep that's driving through the barricade. And if you look a little bit left to the barricade, you can see suspect one's light color pants.
So you could circle suspect one's black on pants. What direction is suspect one headed towards?
Suspect one is facing, if you look on that intersection, you're facing towards 75, which is west. Secoria's Jeep is going east, so they're crisscrossing that way.
And would that be the right side, the driver's side of the vehicle?
Yes, that's the driver's side of the vehicle.
Is the suspect walking away from the vehicle?
He's walking towards the vehicle.
And State's Exhibit 121A. Can you tell us what's impeaching the State's Exhibit 121A?
Yeah, so suspect number one wearing a bright red shirt, blue jeans, satchel, AR-15. He is raising his AR-15 at this moment as Secoria's vehicle is approaching.
Can you please circle? That's suspect number one. Is that the same clothing that the individual was wearing in State's Exhibit 112?
Yes.
And as a vehicle is coming through, do they drive through the barricade?
No, they drive around the barricade.
What did it appear they were doing? Like, did they move around? Did it drive straight? What did the vehicle have to do that you observed in the video?
So the vehicle just appeared to drive around the barricade and continue driving eastbound on University.
Did the Jeep kind of go up on the curb?
A little bit because it had to avoid the barricade.
And we're going to go back to State's Exhibit number 2.
Expect cross-examination to be crazy.
Exhibit number. What? State's Exhibit number 2. What vantage point was depicted in this video?
It's going to be the backside. It's going to be the warehouse vantage point.
And what's the timestamp?
It is 9:45.
And are you able to see those 3 individuals in black at the barricade in this portion of the video?
Yes.
Is the vehicle taking on fire at this point?
Yes.
Are you able to observe what are muzzle flashes?
Muzzle flash is when the it's like an expellant of the explosion from the gunpowder when the gunshot is when the firing pin hits the shell case and it explodes and causes a muzzle flash.
And is that muzzle flash coming from the gun that suspect number 1 that you described wearing that red shirt, light blue jeans, black shoes, and do-rag?
Yes.
And was that AR-15 similar to the one that State 60 them?
Yes.
At this point, is there any violation of laws for what the Jeep driving through that barricade?
No violation whatsoever.
And for purposes of time, we'll skip ahead for the time stamp to 9:45.
Okay, thank you. Exhibit number,
Exhibit number 2, so raw footage from the warehouse location.
Yes, correct.
okay, thank you.
And what vantage point are we looking at right now? In this case, exhibit number 2, market. Time stamp 9:45. Okay.
So this is the second camera from the warehouse, and it's covering the backside barricade. The top of the screen, that's where the Jeep drives through.
Let me ask you, in this vantage point, are there individuals at that backside of the barricade?
Yes, it is.
And what color clothing are they wearing?
I see 2 white T-shirts, but the rest of them have dark color clothes on.
Were you ever able to identify any of
What happened here? What's up with y'all? Oh, man. Really? That's what y'all did? Wow, it ended right here. Okay, so let me see something. So I guess what this is the last 14 minutes? Okay, that's what this is. Okay, that's what this is. So she was wrapping up questions.
And Your Honor, is there a way for the state to not even bring up the fact that there was a shooting at that location? Because it's implying, even though they're saying he wasn't charged, it's still implying and creating a picture that he somehow had something to do with that.
Okay, well, that's already on the back, it's, they should be able to afford, so you said some of them was like, and then show me pictures like that, I'm gonna give instructions. It's already
And I'll be, for being candid, in the Instagram records that were provided to the defense years ago, he references being out there with his friends, is what I'll call them, at Edgewood during the time of the shooting, all the things, in terms of things, his own statements that he makes in his Instagram records.
Okay, one question I'm gonna ask you is with respect to it, I'm not talking about purpose of shooting or the same kind of really then that might have the pictures, I mean, I'm afraid some kind of the charge of character and holding pictures that for the limited purposes, use of evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's it, everybody?
All right, so I guess.
Wow, 2 more witnesses, Judge. We're rocking and rolling. Yeah, I see you on time for 2.
Them wrapping up for the day. I'm going into the next day so I could catch up, so that I could be in line with the trial tomorrow. I'm about to run through this.
Yes, that's 117 is gonna.
I'm sorry, 117.
117A is going to contain my suspect number 1, dressed in red shirt, white letters on the back, light jeans, black satchel, and AR-15.
And is there another photograph next to that?
Yes, that's going to be the picture from the.
All right, so what's going on? It seems like they're continuing the questioning from the prosecutors from the day before.
Press conference.
Has there been any additional deletions to it?
No.
I asked the state to do 117 be admitted, 17A be admitted. And did you put those 2 pictures side by side?
Yes, I did.
Why?
I wanted to make a side-by-side comparison.
And when you made that comparison, what did you find?
I found that this was the same person.
Was there any difference between how suspect number 1 appeared when you saw him on that Marta video and throughout the night on July 4th, what he appeared to look like when you did that press conference with his attorney?
Yes, it appears that suspect number one attempted to alter his appearance by cutting off his hair.
Let me ask you, suspect number one from the shooting.
Yes, that is correct.
Was in fact the suspect number on the screen. That split photograph that you did confirm that Julian Conley was in fact the suspect number one from the shooting of Secoriea Turner.
Yes, that is correct.
Prior to this press conference, had any of the videos that you reviewed been released?
Yes, the MARTA bus video when suspect number one approached the door, and of course the news bulletin that I placed in there.
Had any video of the actual shooting been released?
No video of the actual shooting was released.
Had any information, any of those videos, the video of the shooting, been released to Mr. Patterson?
No videos were released to the public or anyone. I kept that inside the case file.
And you indicated that Mr. Patterson made statements about what occurred with barricade.
That's correct.
Did you give him that information?
No, I did not give him that information.
Is it fair to say he got that from his client?
Yes, that is fair. He got that information.
Was Julian Conley standing next to Mr. Patterson who made statements about somebody getting hit by a car and falling down to the ground and start shooting?
Yes, he was standing to the left.
Did Mr. Conley stop and tell him, no, that's not right?
No, he did not.
Was there any mention of anything about somebody shooting from the Jeep as it passed by and the shots rang out?
Not at that press conference, no.
And we're going to play States Exhibit 106. He's pulling it up. Prior to this press conference, were you certain who the shooter was as far as it being suspect number one that shot and killed Secoriea Turner?
Prior to the press conference, yes, I was.
What was the only thing he was missing?
That nexus that I needed to for him to identify himself from the video.
At that press conference, did you get that identification for the person that you used?
I did.
And what was that name?
Julian Conley, as identified as my suspect number one. Red shirt, white letters, blue jeans, and AR-15.
I think at some point, maybe you had mentioned during the course of the investigation that you were 99.99% sure that suspect one was your shooter.
That is correct.
After the press conference, what was that percentage?
110%.
The mother of this 8-year-old girl killed while trying to go to a store is pleading with the public to help find her killer. We spoke exclusively to one of the men who police say is a person of interest in that shooting.
Channel 2's Tom Jones live in Midtown Atlanta. And Tom, the man told you he's comfortable speaking publicly because he says he didn't shoot anyone.
George, that's what Julian Conley says. He admits he was at the scene, says he saw what happened, but says he did not shoot anyone. I attended a news conference on Zoom where...
So he saw what happened. That means he know who shot then. So who is he claiming shot?
8-year-old Secoriea Turner's parents pleaded with the public for help finding her killer.
The parents of 8-year-old Secoriea Turner pleaded for help finding the person who shot and killed their daughter.
Somebody say something because Secoriea like that.
Secoriea was in her mother's SUV July 4th on University Avenue. That's when gunmen who police say had illegally barricaded the entrance to the store they were trying to get to opened fire on the car, killing the child. Police have named 2 people as persons of interest. Attorneys for the family says someone knows who they are.
We want the community's help in getting his name.
His name is Julius Conley.
Attorney Jackie Patterson says Julian Conley is the second person of interest police are looking for. He says Conley did not shoot Secoriea.
He was on the scene on that particular day, but he committed no crime whatsoever.
Conley told me he feels terribly sorry about what happened to Secoriea.
But at the end of the day, I had nothing to do with it.
I asked if Patterson will make Conley available to police.
We have nothing to say to the police. We just want the public to know that this man is innocent.
Meanwhile, Secoria's mother says she wants to hear from anyone who knows what happened.
You don't have to call the police, lawyers, nobody. Right, me, call me.
And the reward for a conviction in this case is now at $50,000. Patterson says Conley doesn't know the name of the person who shot Secoriea, but he says he can explain how the shooting unfolded. I'll be working on that part of the story for Channel 2 Action News at 6. We're live in Midtown Atlanta. Tom Jones, Channel 2 Action News.
And the reward in this case is now $50,000. All you have to do is call Crime Stoppers at 404-577-8477. You don't have to give your name, and you can still get that reward. Again, at number 404-577-TIPS.
But at the end of the day, I had nothing to do with it.
A man called a person of interest in an 8-year-old girl's murder, saying he's innocent. Only Channel 2 Action News spoke with him today. Channel 2's Tom Jones was live on this story in Midtown. So Tom, the man said that he was there that night, but he didn't shoot into that car.
That is right, Justin. Julian Conley says he was right there. He told me he had a weapon, but says he didn't fire it one time. He says he was at the scene and didn't know the shooter, and he feels bad that a child lost her life.
I feel terribly sorry about what happened to Secoriea Turner.
19-year-old Julian Conley admits he was at the scene on University Avenue July 4th when 8-year-old Secoriea Turner was shot and killed.
Did you shoot anyone?
No.
Did you open fire that day?
No, sir.
Attorney Jackie Patterson says his client saw himself on television as a person of interest.
The fact that he looked like he's guilty by showing somebody's picture on television, he had to set the record straight.
Police have been searching for the gunman who shot Secoriea near the where Rayshard Brooks was killed. Officers say someone shot in Secoriea's mother's car after she tried to get through an illegal barricade someone had set up. Patterson says Conley told him a man driving Secoriea's mother's car drove through the barricade and hit a man with a rifle.
And when that person fell to the ground, that person got up and started firing at that vehicle.
I asked if he will allow his client to talk to police.
We have nothing to say to the police. We just want the public to know that this man is innocent.
At this news conference, Secoria's parents pleaded for the public to come forward and tell who killed their daughter.
The lady, she had on a black shirt and she was recording. Please come forward.
And I asked police about Conley's version of what happened. This was their response. We would encourage Mr. Conley to contact investigators and speak with them regarding the investigation. At this time, the investigation continues. Now, there is now a $50,000 reward in this case. We're live in Midtown Atlanta. Tom Jones, Channel 2 Action News.
And a lot of interest to get this one right, Tom.
Detective Shepard, in that press conference, it's indicated that from Jackie Patterson, his client told him what happened.
That is correct.
And from your observation of the videos in this case, let me say from the BP, once that Jeep passed, can you see from the BP what's going on behind the barricades?
You only see movements and shadows.
From the liquor store, All American Package Store, can you see what's going on behind that barricade?
Same thing from that vantage point, just shadows.
So what's the best vantage point to know what's going on behind the barricade?
The warehouse.
And that's behind the barricades?
Correct.
Now, he admitted to having that AR-15.
That is correct.
Did you ever get that AR-15?
No.
Let me ask you, Detective Shepard. If none of the videos show the defendant shooting as that Jeep passed by, would you have taken that person? Did you take out warrants?
I did.
What did you take out warrants?
Murder?
If you had never seen him fire that weapon, would you have taken warrants out for him?
Yes.
Why?
He was at the barricade that's party to the crime murder.
What does that mean?
So basically, I can give an example. There's a bank robbery, armed robbery. You have a driver A, and you have passenger B. Driver A pulls up to the bank, passenger B goes inside the bank. During the course of that aggravated assault and armed robbery, let's say a clerk is killed. Passenger B comes back out, get inside the vehicle with driver A drives off. Not only did driver A participate, he aided and abetted in the felony, and that resulted in the murder, and he took a substantial step and participated in that crime. So that is party to the crime.
So let's talk about that. But in this case, was the defendant just a party to the crime?
No, the defendant in this case, suspect number one with my red shirt, white letters on the back, light blue jeans, AR-15, is the shooter that killed Secoriea Turner.
Did you have some other individuals at that barricade that could have been charged?
Yes.
Were you ever able to identify them, though?
No.
If you had that identification for them, would you have taken warrants out for them?
Yes, everyone at that barricade, if I was able to identify, would have been charged with murder.
The folks at the barricade.
Correct.
Now, we know Mr. McKinney was someone else who took warrants out for him. Did you take warrants out for him for murder?
No, I was able to observe right before the Jeep drove through. He walked away from the barricade.
At that barricade, was the defendant, or your suspect, one that you were at, was that the only person that fired as that Jeep passed through?
No.
Was there someone else who fired?
Yes.
Do you know what the description of that individual was?
No.
You ever get an identification on that person?
No.
After the shooting occurred, through your observation of the video, were there other individuals out there that were still shooting?
Yes, there was another individual down by the tent area. That person discharged a firearm also. This was after the Jeep had already passed through.
And you said down by the tent, and I think we talked about that tent. Whose tent were you? Did you ever find out whose tent that was?
Yes, that's going to be the Williams brothers' tent. I interviewed their mother early in the investigation, who gave me statements that were greatly exaggerated. That was coming from their tent area.
So there was fire from the tent area where the Williams were. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 57, I believe.
Okay.
And then did you observe any other fire, gunfire from that area?
So there was a male walking from the barricade after the Jeep passed. He appears to fire a handgun into the street. Then he walks over to the Williams tent.
And State 57, is that the Williams tent that we're talking about?
Yes.
Do you know the identification of those individuals at that tent?
Yes, that's going to be the Williams brothers.
Do you know them individually by name? Because there's 4 young men in there.
So I don't see the youngest one. I interviewed the oldest one. I believe his name was DeMarco or Demisio Williams.
And who's that in that red shirt kind of back in the shadow?
I'm not sure who that is. I believe that's the mother because she is the one that set the tent up.
States Exhibit 129, 131.
Yes.
How do you recognize those?
So the State Exhibit 129, the male that's walking from the barricade after the Jeep had already passed, this is the subject who fired 1 round, appears from a handgun into the street.
Let me ask you, are those screen grabs from the video of the shooting over at University of Fire?
Yes, yes it is.
And that's 131.
Okay, 131 is going to be a screen grab of an individual down at the Williams Brothers tent. He appears to be running from the back of the vehicle out of frame.
And his face 180.
180 is going to be down at the Williams tent, and this is going to be appears a male with no shirt on, discharge the firearm into the direction of where the Jeep just drove.
Has there been any deletions, manipulations, or alterations or additions to the 180?
No.
That's it, States Exhibit 129, 130, and 180. Now we're going to have to do this.
The detective has testified as the conclusion.
And that male individual that he fired into the street, were you able to determine whether or not that was a handgun or a long gun that individual used to fire into the street?
It appears to be a handgun.
Individual that is firing next to the Williams tent, is that individual firing that weapon with a long gun or with a handgun?
That also appears to be a handgun.
And I think that third individual in States 180, I believe that is near the Williams tent, I believe that has a firearm in his hand. Is that going to be a long gun or a handgun?
A handgun.
Were you ever able to identify the individual that is walking in the middle of the street that fires that handgun towards the ground?
No.
If you had been able to identify him, what if you would have done as part of the investigation?
You've been charged with murder to party to a crime.
And why would you get charged with that?
Because he was at the barricade, he participated in the event of blocking off the barricade, and he was present during the barricade when the Secoriea Jeep was shot multiple times.
And what about the individual standing by the tent firing the shot?
Yes.
What would he have been charged with?
He's been charged with aggravated assault also.
And the third individual that had a handgun by his side?
Yes.
What if he was charged with?
The same, party to the crime.
We're going to go back to State's Exhibit number 2 from the warehouse location. Camera 2, starting at times 9:45 and 9:45. And can a handgun fire a 5.56?
No.
223?
No.
Who is this that we see circling around?
Circling purple, that's the unidentified male who I advised that shot into the ground. And the red arrow is pointing towards a muzzle flash. The blue circle and the red arrow is the gunshot coming from the Williams tent, and a red arrow is pointing towards the muzzle flash.
Where does that young man go that just fired off all the shots?
Which one?
On the side, the one that was circling blue out of me.
Yeah, they all went off screen. He first comes down to the Williams tent, and then they go off screen.
What about the man that was walking down the street and fired a gun? What direction did he go at?
The same direction. Down towards the Williams tent, and then off frame. Circled is the black male, blue shorts. At this point, he's holding a handgun. And the red arrow is pointing towards that.
I'm going to go back to stage 57. Do you see that young man with the blue shorts on and had the handgun that you just observed in the video?
Yes, it looks like it's going to be the male to the right with the blue shorts on and the white shirt.
What were the next steps that you took in the investigation of the shooting and killing?
So at this point, once I was able to get a confirmation on who my suspect number one identity was, I obtained my warrants.
Did you, besides taking out warrants for murder, were there ever any additional charges that you took out in regard to juvenile time?
Yeah, I did. I followed up with the McCords, and of course I did a follow-up interview with them. And during that interview, I was able to determine that my suspect number one from the Secoriea Turner shooting was indeed the individual who assaulted him and his wife when he pulled up to the barricade.
How were you able to determine that?
So Mr. McCord advised that when he watched the news, he advised that the male, of course there was two males, one male with no shirt with a shotgun. He said the man that stood at his door dressed in red was in fact my suspect number one dressed in red, white letters, light colored pants with the AR-15.
So he identified the defendant, Julie Conley, based on the press conference?
Correct. He stated that the same male that was in the press conference with his attorney was the same male that stood at his door with the AR-15.
Shepard, how many days did it take you to take out warrants for Julie Conley for murder before you turned it?
It was about 9 to 10 days.
Is this a rush to judgment?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
It was 9 days. In between those 9 days, I can say I maybe got a couple of hours of sleep. We're talking to 20-hour days, some days. And it was constant. It was a constant grind, constant drive, all the way up until the point where I was able to get this identification. Matter of fact, I don't think I had an off day for 12 straight days.
During your observation, talk to us about the observation of videos from the BP all the way in the warehouse. How many hours did you spend looking at those videos?
Countless hours. It's hard to put a number on it. At that time, it was like trying to put a puzzle together, literally. And I had to go down and be familiar with each angle, each vantage point, and understand the position of everyone across the area. And then I had to piece it together frame by frame.
And at some point, did you create a video frame by frame to those individuals that you were able to identify who the suspect was and go there and the suspect?
Correct.
Shit, frame by frame. Let's see
A
this.
compilation of movement of suspect one and suspect two.
Yes, it's sort of like when you do a collage, when you do pictures. And from this vantage point, you'll be able to see each angle at the same time. Number one, the red.
What video is this from?
This is going to be from the MARTA bus. Again, you see my suspect number one, the red shirt, white letters, light blue jeans. This is the door of the MARTA bus. My suspect number one, red shirt, blue jeans, AR-15.
And if I recall correctly, this occurred around 9:15ish?
Correct. We see the white letters and the do-rag. And here we see the hair coming down from the side. This is from the northeast corner of the package store. Suspect number one, red shirt, white letters on the back, light blue jeans, AR-15.
The time stamp on that?
Is 21:40 hours, 9:40.
I'm sorry, how much time did that have passed between the MARTA bus and the assault on the court?
Roughly 25 minutes. Again, my suspect number one. And see the AR-15 on suspect number one. Red shirt, light pants. These are the McCords. Suspect number one entering the frame. Red circle. Red shirt, blue jeans. Suspect number one. AR-15 hanging from the side.
What vantage point is that from?
This is also from the northeast corner of the package store. And that red circle, you see the white letters on the back of his shirt. This vantage point is coming from the BP.
You recall what time this is?
It's the same time frame. If you can also notate the white vehicle that is pulling up to the barricade. And if you pause, you see my suspect number one, white letters on the back, red shirt, light colored pants. And this time the white vehicle is turning around.
After the aggravated assault against the cords, when you see suspect one walking back towards the barricade,
White letters on the back.
you ever see that suspect come back?
He kind of lingers in that area until the Jeep comes through.
And how much time passed between the incident with the McCords and the Jeep coming through?
I'll say approximately 4 minutes.
I mean, without a doubt, he was right there. Right? There's no question of that. 4 minutes, he was definitely right there still. Oh, man.
Okay. So if you notice the white car turning around, the red circle is circling my suspect number one, white shirt, white letters on the back. And also if you look on the top vantage point, this is coming from the back of the warehouse. You see the white car turn around. You also use that as a landmark because you see the red circle, which is my suspect number one.
Oh, he done.
And also
that white car in a different angle, showing that oh man, you done.
You see the vehicle in the bottom frame driving through, you see it in the top frame.
You done, boy.
So the light blue circle, that's Secoriea Turner's Jeep that's coming through the barricade. And also you see suspect number one circling in red. And we never lose sight of him on each vantage point from each camera.
Wow. Wow.
Also on both frames, you see the red circle, blue circle, suspect number one.
And at this time, when the Jeep is coming through, are you able to see
Muzzle flash?
the muzzle flash?
Yes.
Do you recall
That's
how
the
many
dude.
shots that you were able to
Hey, at the top, that shirt ain't black. At the top, whatever's in that circle, in that red circle, it got some color to it. Whatever in that red circle got some color to it. This ain't a black and white video right here. You can see that whoever's in this circle here got a colored shirt on. Oh man, this guy's crazy.
When the Jeep is coming through, are you able to see
Muzzle flash.
the muzzle flash?
Yes.
Look at the red in the shirt. You can see it. You can see that whatever color he has on is like a reddish, maroonish. It's somewhere in the red family or brownish family.
Do you recall how many shots that you were able to see being fired into that Jeep as it passed by?
2 muzzle flashes.
And how many defects were on the car?
8 defects.
So you only see 2 shots, but you have 8 defects. Explain that to me.
So as the Jeep is passing Julian Conley, the defects are going to the side of the vehicle, around to the back.
Yeah, he messed up again. I was waiting for them to object. He know he messed up when he said Julian Connolly. He stopped for a second. Hey, you gonna keep doing this? You making a good case and messing it up at the same time.
So as the Jeep is passing Julian Conley, the defects are going to the side of the vehicle, around to the back.
They're tired of this. Your Honor, we went through this all day yesterday. He's still doing it. He's still doing it, Your Honor.
Okay, members of the jury, as you can see, there was an objection, and I'm just going to remind you of the charge last week. So to the extent that the witness has identified the person standing at the barricade by name as Julian Conley, I'm going to instruct you that that is a decision for you to make and no one else. You've heard the detective testify at length about his investigation and conclusions he's drawn. They are just that. They're his conclusions, and you will decide if there's sufficient evidence to determine that that is, in fact, the defendant at those barricades. And so the objection is sustained. Go ahead.
You got place case exhibit number 2 from the Rockland.
This is the vantage point from the warehouse.
Those are other flashes that you discussed.
That is correct.
Did you ever get that AR-15 that your suspect number 1 fired those shots at?
What's the purpose of the question?
What?
Okay, can you rephrase it?
When Julian Conley came to do that press conference, did he admit to having a weapon?
No, he did not.
Did he admit to having a weapon during the press conference?
No, he did not.
He not playing, bro.
If you had recovered a gun in this case in regards to the shooting of Secoriea Turner, what would you have done?
Okay, he can testify as to what he would have done in the investigation, and you've moved on from the question that the objection was based on, and that's appropriate. You can ask what he would have done had he had that, because that's about his investigation.
So if I did receive any type of weapon in this case, of course, once that weapon is received, we would do a test on it, and we would test fire it. We would test the shell casings that come out of that weapon, also the projectile that comes out of that weapon. Both of those will be tested and confirmed through GBI.
When you say confirm, what do you mean confirm?
So we get like what we call preliminary results. Each time a weapon is fired, that firing pin hits a shell casing, it leaves a unique marking.
That's a fact.
That shell casing will be placed on what we call nibing. And a projectile will also be tested. That's a preliminary test. It's not confirmed until it goes to the GBI, and they're able to confirm the original preliminary investigation.
Is there an examination that you can determine whether or not the shell casings you found matches the firearm which made it?
Correct. So if I did recover a weapon, I would be able to tell if the spent shell casings that we found on scene actually came from the firearm that I had in my possession.
So where's his weapon?
That testing, are you able to determine if it is a murder weapon or excluded as a murder weapon?
Either or. It can be either excluded or confirmed.
99.9% certainty?
Correct.
Never murder.
Do you need a minute before cross-examination, or are you ready for cross? You ready for cross? Okay, that's fine. Will you step out for 5 minutes? I've got something else I need to attend to anyway.
Oh, it's going down. Listen, hey. Cross-examination. Hey, I'm here for it. I'm here for cross-exam. Lord of mercy. All right, let's see. You said 5 to 10 minutes. I mean like 30 minutes.
All right, New Jersey.
Let me see who going up against them. You know that the guy with the fro, he don't play. But I think the lady with the dreads, I think she the boss.
Members of the jury, the planned arrival of your lunch is around 12:15. Okay, go right ahead.
Oh, the lady, the one with the dread, she about to handle this. Hey, listen, she look like she the one running shit.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you see me around that screen?
I can see the top of your head.
So I have a few questions for you. We heard a lot of information about the atmosphere related to what was happening at that time in the city. And you mentioned people were upset about, I guess, some of the different events that took place. Did any of that frustration spill over to people being upset with police?
Yes, absolutely it did.
Okay. And you also mentioned that the location where this incident took place was designated as an autonomous zone.
Yes, that is correct.
When did it become an autonomous zone?
At the point that they took over the street, restricted all traffic, pedestrian or vehicle, and set up areas where they started camping, that's when it became an autonomous zone.
And so by it being an autonomous zone, correct me if I'm wrong, but that means that police weren't patrolling the area, correct?
No, that is incorrect.
Okay. So how were the police, if people had taken over the area, how were police dealing with that?
So I work in the Central Investigation Division. I don't work in the division where they're patrol division. So their patrol patterns or their directives that they were given, I was not privy to that. My total assignment was investigation.
So does that mean you don't really know what was happening in that area?
Besides them taking over the area, that is correct. As it pertains to directives that was passed down from the chain of command, I have no idea.
Directive that was passed down through the chain of command involved what?
I work in the Central Investigation Division. I am not aware of any directives that came down as it pertains to that area.
So I got a little bit confused. You mentioned the directive that was passed down, officers, but you don't know of the directive that was passed down?
That is correct. I'm not aware of any directives or any patrol patterns that was directed for that area.
But you said people were upset with police. Was there like pressure on the police? How do you know that people were upset with police?
So about a month before this particular Wendy's burned down, we had the George Floyd riots, which had affected Atlanta. After that, we had a couple other incidents leading up to Rayshard Brooks, which resulted in its own riot in that area, which burned down the Wendy's.
There were people camping out in the Wendy's regularly, correct?
After the area was taken over, after it was burned down, that is correct.
You say that the area was taken over, but isn't it true that city council and various political figures went to the area with the individuals who were?
Objection calls for speculation.
Can you restate the question?
Were there attempts to get the people to disperse from that area?
Again, I work in the Central Investigation Division. I'm not aware of any patrol patterns, any directives, any city councilmen. I'm not aware of anything that affected that area.
That means you don't know if anybody took over the area.
No, that is incorrect. The area was taken over and set up as an autonomous zone.
You mentioned that there were barricades there. You're not familiar with the area. You don't know when those barricades were placed.
The barricades are placed in the area when the Wendy's burned down, and the barricades were placed around the Wendy's parking lot because the Wendy's had burned down.
Where'd you get that information from?
So once the Wendy's burned down, of course, watching the news, watching social media, you can see that there was also obviously barricades placed around the Wendy's parking lot.
You mentioned that you had hours of footage that you watched in relation to.
That is correct.
But you don't have any footage showing anybody bringing those barricades to that location.
Bringing barricades to that area a month prior to the shooting.
Have a witness be responsive to the question.
Okay, well, just do your best to respond. If you need to explain your answer, let her know that.
Yes, ma'am. No, it's impossible for me to have video footage from the incident that occurred at that time when barricades was exactly pinpointed and blocked off on that street. That is impossible. My incident occurred on July the 4th. That area was set up as an autonomous zone a month prior.
And you mentioned Ray Sharp Brooks. You know when that happened?
I want to say it's about a month prior to July 4th. It was in June, and it was maybe a month after the George Floyd incident.
And you said you got some of your information from the news. You know when Ray Sharp Brooks' funeral was?
I have no idea.
So it would surprise you to know that the barricades were up in June during Ray Sharp Brooks' funeral.
If you say so, I have no idea. I can't confirm that.
I think she's starting to make him uncomfortable. I think she's making him uncomfortable.
At what time did you start watching video?
So the time frame that I got, of course, I always start when the 911 call is made, and I go a couple hours before.
How far before?
Let's say the incident happened about 21:46 hours. I try to get a video a couple hours before.
How many hours? 2 hours? 3 hours?
A couple hours means 2.
And during those hours that you watched before the incident, were you able to identify how many people came to the location?
As far as the participants that's in the autonomous zone,
How many people were in the area of the incident?
I have no idea.
You know how many people were in the area of the incident that had firearms?
I would say approximately maybe a dozen or so.
And where are you getting that number from?
It's approximate. It's a guesstimation
Based on what information?
based off the video that I watched.
Okay, so you counted individuals from the video to determine how many people had firearms.
I made an estimate from watching the video of how many participants will walk around with firearms. That is correct.
The individuals that you saw with firearms, did they arrive in vehicles?
I have no idea.
You didn't see anybody off a bus with the firearm? You watched hours of footage.
I did not see anybody get off a MARTA bus with a long rifle.
People walk up firearms to the location in 2 hours before the incident.
From the incident, what I viewed, you see multiple people walking up and down the street freely with handguns and firearms. That is correct.
But you don't necessarily know how they arrived to that location.
That is correct.
And you mentioned being the lead investigator. When do your duties start as the lead investigator?
As soon as we received that call that we've been advised that a person has been killed, I assumed duties as a lead detective.
And the first place that you went as a result of that,
The crime scene.
which was what?
So because we had the crime scene itself, the autonomous zone, was too dangerous for police to go inside, and it had to be secured. As I stated before in my testimony, we had the staging area at University and Metropolitan, and that's where we staged at before the area was secure.
So the crime scene area. Metropolitan?
The crime scene area was Pryor Street, 1238 Pryor Street.
What's the first thing you did when you got there?
Got to my staging area or the actual crime scene. So by the time we was able to get to the crime scene, of course, it was secure. I observed people that was living in the tents, sweeping in the area. We instructed them to stop. We immediately broke off in patterns and started looking for evidence and trying to locate evidence.
How many officers were at the scene when you arrived?
I don't know approximate number of officers, but it is documented in our case file.
Which officer secured the scene when you got there?
So the area was secured by TFOs, our technical field officers, and that area had to be secured because of safety issues.
What does it mean when the area is secure?
So that means the area needs to be secure. That means it's unsafe for detectives and anyone to come in and actually work the crime scene.
So that means that individuals in that area are removed from that area?
That means if individuals in that area, if they're creating the area to be unsafe, yes, they are removed from that area. And that area is secured, and it's secured and roped off for evidentiary purposes.
So there shouldn't have been anybody sweeping any streets or moving any evidence because it was secure, correct?
That is correct, but see, what you have to understand, inside this autonomous zone, there was a group that was not from Atlanta. This group, what do you want to call them, Antifa, they were hardcore protesters. This group would not move, and they were inside the parking lot, inside the private parking lot of the burned down Wendy's. So that's a totally different group from the suspect number one and his co-defendants. So that group did stay. They were not removed, but they were instructed to stay inside of their tents.
And what were those individuals?
I don't know what they were wearing. They were, can definitely tell they were not from the area.
So how, let me ask you that. How do you know they weren't from the area?
So I'm from Atlanta. I grew up in Atlanta. I know the demographic of that area. This group of protesters did not fit that demographic in that area.
So let's go into that. What's the demographic?
What is the demographic?
So these were mostly white males and females.
Okay.
And they were not from, like I said, that part of town, and they were not from Atlanta.
So how many of them did you arrest for tampering with evidence?
Objection, Your Honor, this one not feel with the relevancies.
Okay, explain your question.
Your Honor, the question is in reference to about leaving up the area. Leaving up the area, on direct, he was asked whether or not he saw anybody committing anything. I'm asking him about the people that he's saying were still in the area, crime scene, asking him what steps were taken to address those individuals who modified the crime scene.
I'll allow it.
Instructions were given to those individuals to stop, and they stopped.
So my question was, how many people did you arrest for modifying the crime scene?
Instructions were given, and they was.
Okay, were there any arrests as a result of that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
You tried not to answer the question. You tried not to answer the question.
Job as a lead detective. Like evidence, right?
Bro, she ain't playing. As soon as he tried to not answer the question, she's like, Your Honor, he on that bullshit. She's like, Your Honor, he on some bullshit. She ain't playing with him.
You said that your job as a lead detective is to collect evidence, right?
Identify and collect evidence. That's correct.
But you didn't actually pick up the evidence yourself, right?
That is correct. We have a crime scene tech that is trained and with that procedure of collecting evidence.
And had you watched the video prior to the crime scene, personnel arriving on the scene?
Are we referring to the moment of the crime scene? Which part are you referring to?
The videos that tell you what took place, and you observed those before the crime scene techs arrived at the scene.
No, that's impossible. The video hadn't been collected yet. We're still doing our preliminary stages of working the crime scene.
So at that point, when crime scene personnel arrived, you didn't know where the crime scene took place.
No, just like any other crime scene, we don't know where evidence is. That's why we break off and we do a canvass of that area to identify items that need to be collected and identify items of evidence.
So when you got there, were the barricades still there?
Yes, I do believe there are some barricades that were still there.
Okay. Were those barricades blocking the street?
I'm not sure if they were obstructing the street, but I do remember observing some barricades in the street.
So where in your report does it document how you determine the area of the crime scene?
So that report is going to be made by a crime scene tech unit. They would come on the scene. Like I said, we do a canvass of the area, we identify the evidence, and we start to document it and collect it. I also instructed an investigator of mine to do what we call a crime scene sketch. And at that point, he is responsible for documenting the crime scene along with the crime scene tech.
So how do you determine where the crime scene tech should focus?
So everything is done simultaneously at the same time. So as we're walking and identifying evidence, it's my job as a lead detective to walk along with the crime scene tech, start to identify evidence, along with the person I instruct to be in charge of the crime scene sketch to also document it. Also, before we conclude that crime scene, we do what we call a debriefing. And in that debriefing, I go over line by line the pieces of evidence that is collected. And that crime scene sketch is given to me and put in the case file.
So if you hadn't observed the video prior to the crime scene tech arriving, you don't actually know what happened or what took place where. Is that correct?
That is incorrect. We go to crime scenes all the time and we don't have video. Video is only a luxury sometimes in some of these crime scenes. So we still process the scene as we have it without the video.
So the day of this incident was a holiday, correct?
That's July 4th, correct.
Isn't it true that you believe some of the shell casings found could have been part of the celebration that was happening at that location?
That is absolutely a possibility. 4th of July in the city of Atlanta, there's gunshots everywhere. So it's important for us to be meticulous on how we identify evidence and where we collect evidence. That is correct.
You don't know how many shell casings that were located were connected to the celebration that was happening.
That is incorrect. Once we collect all the evidence and we start comparing to the actual crime scene as investigation leads from the preliminary stage and ongoing, I identified we had 7 spent shell casings that were 5.56, and as I said, as investigation goes on, a 5.56 projectile was taken out of Secoriea Turner's back.
And when did you find that out?
During the autopsy.
And when did you receive the autopsy report?
So the autopsy report is never done within a couple of days, but it's my job as a lead detective to work hand in hand with the investigator and the doctor so I can get those preliminary findings to help aid in my investigation. Their report is not signed and sealed. It takes time for their report to get done. And there's also a priority list that they have because they have other decedents in their possession that they also have to do reports.
So when did you actually get the report?
That report is going to be documented in the case file as well.
So is it accurate to say that you didn't get the report until 2 weeks after the incident?
So that could be correct. That is correct. But what's important is the information that I get in those first days of investigation from the medical examiner, which aided me in my investigation.
So where in your report does it document when you actually got the information?
So that report is going to be available inside the report. If you look at the top of the medical examiner report, it's going to state that the doctor who signed off on the report and the date that it was completed.
But that medical examiner's report doesn't say when they talked to you, is that correct?
That's a medical examiner report. That's correct. It's just documenting the actual injuries to Secoriea Turner.
Correct. So you created your own report that detailed what you did as a lead investigator, correct?
That is correct.
So you would have documented the moment or the date that you got information from the medical examiner, correct?
That's not always true. As we get information from the medical examiner, the investigator, as I said, I know that it's going to be documented in the case file. So if they give me information, let's say where the injury is, what type of projectile is coming out, that's important. Me documenting as I go on, as I speak to them, is irrelevant because I know it's going to be documented inside the report.
So you were collecting evidence from the scene. You didn't have a medical examiner report, correct?
That is correct. Only thing we have is what we can collect from the scene.
And you hadn't watched video when you were collecting evidence, correct?
That is correct.
So you didn't know what you were looking for, correct?
Absolutely, that is correct.
Let's talk about the information you did get prior to receiving medical. Talk to witnesses, correct?
No, we call witnesses who actually cooperate. I spoke to multiple individuals who was adamant about not cooperating and not going on record for anything.
Who was Investigator McClure?
Investigator McClure is the detective who was in charge of the crime scene.
So Investigator McClure was at the scene before you?
Again, the area was roped off, so we all got it at the same time because it had to be secured by TFO units.
Did you have a conversation with Investigator McClure at the scene?
Yes. I work hand in hand with the detectives on the scene along with the crime scene checks.
Did you also, do you know somebody named Mike Sprinkle?
Yes.
How do you know Mike Sprinkle?
Mike Sprinkle works in the district attorney's office, Fulton County.
Did you have a conversation with Mike Sprinkle the day of the incident?
I believe so.
In reference to evidence that you discussed on the day of the incident with McClure and Mr. Sprinkle, were you told that somebody was live streaming?
It does call for hearsay. Is there an exception?
Your Honor, this is actually not for the purpose of trying to establish what's actually, it's not for the fact, for the matter, it's not being presented to determine whether or not it's for the truth of the matter asserted. It's basically to determine what the officer knew at the time he made his decisions about how to proceed with the investigation based on the information.
No, I would just say she asked me to do this information, but not ask for the information.
We're actually dealing with him on cross-examination. He is the lead detective. He wasn't present at the scene. The only way he knows what happened is what he was told.
Okay, a little more context. Will you guys approach?
of the incident, before you watched surveillance video, were you made aware or of any other videos that may have been created at the time?
Are you referring to surveillance videos? What videos are you referring to?
Any other videos that were made contemporaneous with the event by people who were present?
Again, are you referring to surveillance videos?
I am not.
Okay, no, I'm not aware of any other surveillance videos except the ones I collected.
I did not say surveillance videos, sir. Are you aware of other videos that were taken by people who were at the scene?
I'm unaware of any other videos that were taken at the scene. If I was aware of it, it would be included in the case file.
Who is ATLL?
I have no idea who is that a witness?
While you were doing your investigation, were you made aware that there were individuals at the scene dressed in all black?
Yes.
Were you aware that those individuals have been described as being dressed like bounty hunters?
The only description that I got of males dressed in all black as dressed as bounty hunters was from Secoriea Turner, Secoria's mom.
That's a yes.
Yes, that's the only description I got from anybody.
Were you provided pictures of individuals dressed in all black that were identified to you as the shooter?
So if you're referring to the picture that was given to me by Mr. Omar Ivory, he did provide me with a picture with two individuals circling in red, stating that these are the shooters. And he stated that he got that from second and third hand information from the internet that somebody provided him. He provided to me
So
that.
the answer is yes, you did get the picture.
Were you finished?
No, ma'am, I had.
Okay, you
just
can finish your
a couple.
answer. Go ahead.
So he provided that picture to me, not stating that he is saying that these are the shooters, but he provided the picture saying that this is what was told to him is the shooters. Those unconfirmed information, social media, wherever he got that from online.
And so as the lead detective, are you the person responsible for confirming information that provided to you?
Absolutely. As a lead detective, especially in a case like this, we get so much information. It's like drinking water from a water hose, a fire hose. So we take all the information, no matter where it's coming from, and we put it in the case files. I make a mental note of it. And if that I'm able to confirm later on through the investigation, whether I corroborate through witness statements or the evidence, if that information is in fact valid. So the information that he provided was placed into the case file and documented.
Okay.
That's it? Turtle, turtle.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Can you look at this picture and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, this is the exact photo that he gave to me.
What do you see in it?
I see 5 individuals dressed in black, all carrying rifles, and I see a male dressed in a white T-shirt standing in the middle. 2 males are circled in red, with 2 arrows coming down, and
Would you guys step out for just a minute?
Oh, man.
Context. So who? Okay, I'm sorry to send them out, but I just don't have enough context. So who made the marks on the exhibit?
Your Honor, I believe the witness testified that that's how he received it.
Mm-hmm.
Whether or not he did any further investigation about whether or not Omar is the one who circled the images or put the writing at the bottom, this witness is the one who can tell us more information about it because it was provided to him.
Okay, I do think that directly calls for hearsay, but what do you say?
I agree, Your Honor. I think Omar was asked about it. Omar says he had no idea who made the writing of Omar. We don't know where that information came from. I think Detective Shepard has indicated they were receiving thousands of social media information about it with no identity of who these people are getting that information. So put something in there then to suggest that the true eyewitnesses in this case is making identification of those individuals as being the person that shot and killed Secoriea Turner is just not accurate.
Your Honor, this is the information. I just asked the witness if he was the person tracking down or confirming the accuracy of the information that provided to him. He is. He said he received a picture that was already marked when he got it. He was the person who's responsible for verifying that information. We don't know whether or not he made the circles, whether or not Omar made the circles, but asking him about it, how we get that information.
Did you make the circles?
No, ma'am, and Mr.
Can I see it?
Yes,
Okay, go ahead.
Omar stated that he received that picture as is. He didn't make the circles.
And so if you were asked, if you were able to determine, if you looked into and were able to determine the source of the writing on that picture, what would your answer be?
I did. And so as a detective, we receive hundreds, especially in a case like this, hundreds of tips, hundreds of information. I get it, I store it. But what if I took a step on making arrests on every tip I got, then I'd be arresting hundreds of people. So when I get that information, I have to corroborate it by following up with more information. As more information comes in, I can follow up and corroborate it and see if these are actually the individuals. And I follow the leads. My leads did not lead me to these two individuals. So I did what I usually do as a homicide detective. I document it and I put it in the case file.
Okay, you can ask him about what he did based on the photograph, but don't go into anything written on the photograph because that is hearsay. Okay, they can come back in.
Officer, he says, in reference to the statements that the officer just gave about Omar being able to identify the individuals that he says were the shooters, he actually recorded his interview with Omar, and we would like to play that for impeachment purposes.
All right, for the jury.
Okay, let's take that up over lunch. You have it now? Okay. Is it, you guys have that?
I mean, they provided it to us, Your Honor.
Follow up on that question, or are you trying to? Are you going to follow up on that question, or are you trying to play your exhibit? Okay. Before we play the exhibit, let's make sure everybody's on the same page. Is the exhibit in evidence already, or is it was just provided in discovery? Okay, so we're going to have to handle that outside the jury's presence, probably. Okay, but go ahead and follow up with that.
So the picture that you have in front of you, I think I was asking you where you got that picture.
So the driver of the Jeep Cherokee, when it was shot by suspect number 1, provided me this picture, but that he received from social media.
Yeah. Under what circumstances did you do that?
In an attempt to try to help and assist. He said that he was multiple.
Don't go into anything that he said.
Yes, ma'am.
No hearsay.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you face to face when he provided you that picture?
I was.
Can you describe the individuals that you see that?
I would object to going into the content of the picture. You did it earlier, but it was not appropriate.
It's not in evidence.
It's not in evidence.
Would you say that he provided that picture? That he's responsible for following up on information that's provided in terms of what he did after receiving the picture? You have to know what the picture says. That would make him think.
Okay, we can't go into the contents of the picture if it's not in evidence, so you have to try to lay a foundation to put it in evidence.
Your Honor, we'll return to the picture.
Okay.
So, you said you received several tips trying to assist. You received tips telling you that the people were dressed in all black who were responsible for the shooting.
Objection. I don't even know who she's talking about.
Okay, he testified previously that the victim's mother gave a description that the jury's already heard repeatedly. You can go into that because she testified, but if it's descriptions from other people who aren't witnesses, there's going to be a proper hearsay objection, I assume. I'm not sure who you're talking about.
You just have a tip line to assist.
Yes, there was a Crime Stoppers tip line that's available for every homicide that occurs in the city.
How is that tip line?
So if you want to remain anonymous, you're able to call the tip line, and it is a strict anonymous tip line. You can give your information. Your name and date of birth is not, or phone number is not recorded. and you're given some type of PIN number, and that's the PIN number that you go by. And that is kept under strict confidence to the point that we don't even get that information as detectives.
And what do you do with that information that you?
So with any tip that we get in any case, I document it. I make a mental note of it. And as my case progresses, if anything that's fruitful comes up and that can corroborate that tip, I will follow up on that. And most of the time, the tips, I will follow up on those tips as well.
Did you get any descriptions from those tips?
So the content of the Crime Stoppers,
Going into, you don't know who gave those tips, you just think it's anonymous. Anyone that gives
I didn't ask him who gave it. I asked him did he get it. He said he's described what he's done with regards to his investigation. I'm trying to flesh out what he's done with regards to.
Okay, I think you can ask if he received descriptions. I don't know if there's a foundation right now or whether it would be admissible right now, given what you've already gotten from him about what the description was.
My question was, did he get description?
so the content of the Crime Stoppers, of course, is anonymous. And if I receive information and if that information does not lead to any fruitful investigation, speaking about it in open court or speculating on that is not fair to the tipster, and it compromises integrity of the entire process of being anonymous. So the tips that I do receive that do become fruitful, they are documented in the case file. The tips that I don't receive, they are not documented in the case file.
What's the NFAC?
I have no idea what that acronym is.
Are you familiar with the group called Not Fucking Around Coalition?
What?
I vaguely heard that acronym before. I wasn't familiar with the acronym, but I heard the name.
Isn't it true that you, as Kenny, you with the Not Fucking Around Coalition?
Objection to constitution.
Remember, this is in reference to what he had, not what somebody else said. I'm asking him what he.
He's asking what Mr. Missing King.
I didn't ask that.
Did you ask anything about that?
Did I
That
ask?
group? Did you ask anyone anything about that group?
So during my investigation, of course, during my canvas, I heard the name, not the acronym, come up a couple of times. So it's not unusual for me to ask anybody that I'm interviewing about this group, because that is part of my investigative leads to follow up on information that I get. And when I follow up on the information, it becomes fruitful, then I keep going with it.
Okay, you can ask that question. You're satisfied? Okay.
So, what do you know about the Not Fucking Around Coalition?
I don't think I've heard that name since 2020.
What do you know about the coalition?
Absolutely nothing.
So you don't know that they were all black.
I believe description from the 2020 and during my investigation that these guys were all black, but I wasn't familiar with them before, and I haven't heard of them since then.
So you don't know that they were in Atlanta at this time of your incident?
Again, my answer, I had no idea who these people were before, and I had no idea that they were in Atlanta. I'm in the investigation division. I'm not aware of that type of intelligence. That's a totally different unit.
You mentioned in your direct examination that you made flyers to disseminate to the public. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And on those flyers, you put a description, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that your flyers describe people wearing all black dressed like bounty hunters?
That is correct.
Isn't it true you passed out 400 of these flyers?
In total, 400. That is correct, approximately.
Had you watched the video of the incident before you passed out those flyers?
I did, and once I received that information of people dressed like bounty hunters, I've looked on camera and see if I can find anybody dressed like bounty hunters in all black. And indeed, I did see several individuals dressed in all black looking like bounty hunters. I wish that was my investigative step. I've seen it. Of course, when it got dark, I was not able to identify anyone.
When it got dark, you mean the time of day?
Correct.
What time would that happen?
The time of the incident, 21:46 hours, when suspect one fired his multiple rounds AR-15 into the inside of Jeep of Secoriea Turner. Suspect one wearing red shirt, white letters, light blue pants, AR-15.
How many individuals at the location the night of the incident who were celebrating the 4th of July were dressed in items that you didn't document?
Can you be more specific on your question?
Sure. Did you create a list, some type of catalog of what people were wearing at the scene?
Not a written list, but mentally I was able to notate that, of course, multiple males dressed in all dark colors, black. Of course, suspect one stood out with his bright red shirt, white letters, light blue jeans, and AR-15. He was the only one wearing this particular outfit, and that made him stand out from everyone in that barricade and out there that night.
And so the fact that you say he stood out, he wasn't wearing a mask, was he?
No mask, that's correct.
He didn't seem like he was trying to hide his face, did he?
That is correct. He was not trying to hide his face.
In reference to other individuals that you saw in that video, were they wearing masks?
Some individuals were wearing masks.
Clothing. Were some individuals wearing kind of like vests, like police wear?
Can you be more specific?
Body armor, some type of protective, what would be considered Kevlar vest, some kind of vest over their clothes.
To look like a bounty hunter? Yes.
How many of those did you see?
There's a couple of them.
Two?
Two to three. Approximately, I think a safe number would be 2 to 4.
Were they carrying firearms?
Yes.
So, when you saw them on camera, they were carrying firearms, dressed like bounty hunters. Correct?
Correct. When you see the MARTA bus driving into the area, you see multiple individuals dressed just as she described, pointing their rifles at the bus.
What steps did you take to identify those individuals?
I took every step, the same step I was able to try to identify suspect number one, wearing a red shirt, white letters, blue jeans, and AR-15. However, I was unable to identify those other subjects because they were.
Boy, he slick. He wanna lock this dude up for real. He trying.
For darker clothing, and I was not able to identify them.
Did you put those pictures on the news?
No, we only put pictures on the news where I can get some fruitful information. Putting a picture of a blob of just black is not going to do anything for the case.
So you saw individuals dressed in all black. You see descriptions of people wearing all black who were the shooters. They had firearms, but you didn't put their picture on.
That is correct. Again, we don't put pictures on the news, or we can't possibly get any identification. It makes absolutely no sense to do so.
You mentioned that crime scene text up to the location. Is it you calling them, or how do you get the crime scene text?
Well, it depends. The responsibility of the patrol officer when he arrives on scene, of course, a regular scene, not a scene such as this nature. The first is make it safe, and if he's able to do so, he's making it safe. He's going to secure the area. He's going to request additional units if he needed. They're going to put up crime scene tape. They will extend the barrier if they need to. At that point, they will notify crime scene text and also homicide if it's a homicide, and let us know and give us a preliminary what they observed on scene.
So, did you know which crime scene text was going to reach you out at the location?
Usually when we raise crime scene text, like I said, that night we had a lot of shootings. So it just depends on who shows up. I believe that particular night, crime scene text Hollis responded.
And remind me, what did Hollis do?
So again, when a crime scene tech arrives on scene, either me or the detective that I instruct to take care of my crime scene will go through the crime scene with the crime scene tech, identify markers, identify leads that need to be documented, leads such as evidence. That evidence will be documented with a marker, and we do a walkthrough, we photograph. As we go, we may find more. That process continues. I've been on crime scene, we had 200-300 markers. It just depends on the crime scene.
So, you're doing a Faro scan?
I'm not familiar with a Faro scan in the Atlanta Police Department, but I believe you're referring to. I'm not familiar with that, no ma'am.
Okay, so you're not. How long have you been a homicide?
I've been a detective 15 years. I've been a homicide 11.
So you're not familiar with the fact that Atlanta Police Department uses a technology that measures the whole crime scene review?
I work 500 crime scenes in the city of Atlanta, and we have never used a Faro scan. We document our crime scene sketches by hand, the old school fashioned way.
So it would surprise you that there was a Faro scan done in this case?
It wouldn't surprise me if they requested it from the GBI, and that's not unusual either. We request crime scenes of this nature. We do ask outside agencies to come in, so that's not unusual.
Okay. And so, but you as the lead detective, you didn't ask for a Faro scan?
No, me as the lead detective, again, I asked the lead of one of my co-workers, Detective McClure, to document the crime scene with a crime scene sketch. That's what was documented, and that was what I put in the case file. As far as a federal scan, if a different agency did that, that's like I said, that's not unusual.
So, I've never been a police officer. As a lead detective, are you not the person that is kind of like running the show of gathering all the evidence and following up on whatever's necessary to solve the case?
So as a lead detective, absolutely. It's also my job to delegate jobs to other detectives because a crime scene such as this nature is very difficult to work. So I delegate jobs, in particular this case, to Detective McClure so he can sketch and work my crime scene.
So the detective McClure give you any information about a federal scan being done?
Again, I don't have any notation in my report that a federal scan was completed.
So you don't even know how a federal scan would have been helpful?
I mean, through deduction of reasoning, where you're using it, I'm sure it's some type of crime scene scan. I've heard of a scan used by the GBI. I know what the name is called a federal scan, but you set the scan up and they do scan the crime scenes. We don't have that type of technology because, like I said, we do it the old school way. We sketch by hand.
So it's safe to say that you didn't review said federal scans that was created in this case?
That's incorrect. It's safe to say that I reviewed my case file, and in my case file, there's a folder for crime scene tech, crime scene sketch. And in my folder for crime scene sketch, there's a handwritten crime scene sketch completed by the detective that I delegated that information to. So my case file is complete.
So my question was, you did not review the federal scan?
That is incorrect again. I have no knowledge of a federal scan being inside of my case file.
That means you ain't review it.
There was no federal scan for me to review.
The answer is no then.
So if there was a federal scan in your case file, you know about it, correct?
Absolutely.
So if you have a federal scan to show you for this case file, confirm as part of this case file.
Now, I would suggest you can contact the detective who operated the federal scan to come in and confirm his work with the federal scan. I can only confirm the work that came under me, which was the crime scene sketch. So if you have a federal scan, please contact that detective, bring that detective in so he can testify to his federal scan.
Boy.
So, okay, let's go to something. The pictures that were taken of this crime scene, did you review those?
Yes.
You know who took all of those pictures?
On the crime scene, Detective Hollis.
Okay. You know other crime scene techs took pictures other than Detective Hollis?
That is correct. While the Jeep that was shot by suspect number 1 wearing a red shirt, white letters, light blue jeans, AR-15, that Jeep was at Atlanta Medical Examiner Center. I requested a crime scene tech to respond to that location and photograph that vehicle as is. So that is correct. Also, the vehicle was transported to Atlanta Police Homicide Case where it was secured. A search warrant was obtained for that, and another crime scene tech responded to that scene and processed the actual crime scene of the vehicle. That's with the GSR and the photographs. That is correct. So there'll be multiple crime scene techs on homicide investigations, and that is not unusual.
Okay, so is it accurate that 2 different crime scene techs took pictures of the same?
That is very accurate, correct.
It's also accurate that video was made of the same Jeep that you had already had pictures of. Correct?
That is correct. Detective Bender responded to Atlanta Medical Exam Center. She also documented the Jeep with video. So we have video and crimes photographs.
Okay. At what point in your investigation did you review photos from all of those crime scene techs?
As soon as the photos became available, I started reviewing them.
Do you have a date for that?
It was within 3 or 4 days.
What was the purpose of having 2 different crime scene techs and a detective take a video of the same?
This is a murder of an 8-year-old child. You cannot have enough documentation. So if I would have had 10 crime scene techs documented, then I would have. But we're going to document everything, and we're going to make sure we document it as is.
So, how many detectives view the videos that you said you watched?
I'm not sure how many detectives. I'm the lead detective. I reviewed all the videos.
Multiple pictures were taken. We can't have enough people taking pictures. But you're the only person who watched the video?
I think you're confusing the two. The crime scene photos were taken by multiple crime scene techs. Yes, multiple crime scene techs. The video that was secured from the security videos, I personally started going through them because that is my job as a lead detective.
You know that multiple people took pictures. You don't know how many people took the video.
Again, I'm the lead detective. I reviewed all the video from the raw footage, the security videos that's collected.
You also mentioned pictures taken of the Jeep at an evidence cage. What is that?
That's what we call our crime scene cage. Anytime there's a crime committed, there's a vehicle in question, it is secured in our police cage. When it's secured under lock and key, we obtain a search warrant to go process that vehicle.
And then what happens to it?
Well, so once it's finished, completed being processed, and once we get everything we need from it, that vehicle is then removed from the cage.
And when was this vehicle removed from the cage?
I don't know the exact date it was removed from the cage, but it is documented in the case file.
You mean the case file being the file that you created?
Correct.
So the lead supplement or your lead investigative report?
It's either in the lead supplement report, it's documented in a warrant that was obtained for that date that the search was completed.
Report here. Can you look at it and tell me when that vehicle was?
So that report is not going to be in this case file. It's not be in this lead supplement. Again, it's going to be in the date that the warrant was obtained. And I believe that warrant was obtained by Detective Barry.
So being the lead detective, that date is it in your report?
Again, that date is documented when a search warrant was completed.
Bro, the man said it's in the case file. Is it in the case file or no?
So either way, it's going to be documented in the case file. It's going to be memorialized some type of way, whether either it's in the lead supplement or some type of warrant. In this case, it's a search warrant.
Okay.
So the dates that search warrants are obtained are not in your report?
The date that the search warrant is obtained is in the report.
And the date that the search warrant is executed, not in your report?
The date that the search warrant is obtained and executed is going to be documented in the case file. If not in my lead supplement, it'll be in a report for the warrants.
So as the lead detective, aren't you responsible for compiling all the information?
Absolutely. So everything was compiled, it was put in the case file, and it is documented.
So the case file is not the report that you create?
What you just put on the table, ma'am, that's just a lead supplement. That is not the entire case file. If you if you go through the case file and go through the section that says warrants, you can see and observe when the warrant was taken out for this particular vehicle.
But you don't remember that?
I don't need to. It's memorialized and documented with a warrant in the case file.
Okay. So in terms of being the lead detective, you talk to people and you take steps to try to solve this case. What does your report contain?
My report is pretty much like a roadmap, what would you say a lead supplement. And that roadmap is going to tell you how I got from point A, B, C, all the way to Z, whether that case is closed or not. Particularly if it's not closed and it turns into a cold case, a detective can pick it up whether it's 5 years or 20 years later and be able to follow that roadmap all the way through. Within that roadmap, if you look at my lead supplement, it's going to notate everything that I did and which particular folder was placed in. So that's going to give that detective, also me, if I need to pick this case up later, where I need to find such documents.
So when you talk to witnesses, you document what information you give them that helps you with your investigation?
Absolutely. I document the date and the time, and it is recorded. It is placed in the case file, and it's documented in my lead supplement, the date that I talked to him, the time, and also make a notation that it is not verbatim. It is only a summary of that statement.
Okay. So how many times did you speak to Mr. McCord about what happened?
I believe 2 times.
And isn't it true that he told you the person who came to his door had a shotgun?
Correct. Also, suspect number 1 wearing a red shirt, white letters on the back, light pants, AR-15, and a satchel. He advised that male was standing at his door. He identified that male from the news.
Didn't he tell you that the person standing at his door with an AR-15 was a dark-skinned male?
Mr. McCord stated that the male that was standing at his door was suspect number 1, wearing a red shirt, white letters on the back, AR-15, light blue jeans, and that was standing on the news beside his lawyer. The news that we just watched earlier.
Wow.
That's who Mr. McCord identified as standing at his door making threats.
Wow.
Suspect number 1.
Wow. Look, you think he's slick. Look at his smirk.
Isn't it true that you told Mr. McCord that you would show him a lineup? That was the next step.
Absolutely. That was after the first time I spoke with him. I absolutely did.
Where is that in your report that you went back and showed him the lineup?
So there was no lineup shown. There's no need for a lineup because he identified him from the news. At that point, showing him a lineup would be suggestive. Why would I show a lineup when he's already identified him on the news? That makes no sense.
So the person that you're saying identified was the person.
Suspect number one who identified himself on the news wearing a suspect number one who identified himself on the news wearing a red shirt, white letters on the back, blue jeans, AR-15, and black satchel. He identified himself on the news. He made the nexus between him and what's on the news. That is correct.
Isn't it also correct that on direct examination stated that assault that Mr. McCord endured happened off camera?
No, that is incorrect. The assault that happened to Mr. McCord is plainly viewed what we already viewed on the cameras. Suspect number one was circled. Suspect number two was circled. The first interaction is right off camera. But as he pulled into the parking lot, we plainly see suspect number one, red shirt, white letters, blue jeans, AR-15, black satchel, walk into the parking lot, point his AR-15 at the couple as they retreated and tried to leave, along with his co-defendant, suspect number two.
But it surprised you to know.
See that smirk he give? Yeah. He's trying to make sure that the jury don't forget. He trying to make sure, like, hey, that's him. Oh man. He ain't playing.
That Mr. McCord couldn't identify anybody other than the person with the shotgun who was standing at his window.
So I can't speak to what I'm surprised. I can only speak to what Mr. McCord told me and what his statement provided to me. If he provided another statement at another time to another investigator, I can't testify to that. I can only testify the way he testified to me and how he identified suspect number one, red shirt, white letters, blue jeans, AR-15, black satchel.
He smiles every time he does that. He smiles every time he does that. He knows exactly what he's doing. And he's trying to piss the lawyer off too.
He testified to me and how he identified suspect number one, red shirt, white letters, blue jeans, AR-15, black satchel.
Did you listen to Mr. McCord's 911 call?
I did.
So you heard him in the 911 call say, I had a shotgun in my face.
That is correct.
You don't have any video showing Julian in the same frame as Mr. McCord.
So you're referring to your client, are we referring to suspect number one, red shirt, white letters, blue jeans?
The video that was shown that you referred to. Mr. McCord is not in that video when we see the person in red shirt. Is that correct?
It is incorrect. You see the Mr. McCoys in the parking lot of the liquor store. You see suspect number one and suspect number two walk into the parking lot, pointing their firearms at the McCoys as they were trying to retreat and leave from the scene.
He's something else. He is something else, boy. Hey, you trying to be slick, officer. It's not cool.
Yes.
And he smiled. Officer, you think this is a game? He think this is a game. He playing game. He trying to piss the lawyer off. He playing games, bro. All right, they took a break. What happened? They went to lunch or something? All right, they came back. Yo, he done pissed her off, man. They had to take a break. They had to take a break. Messing with him, bro.
The evidence is going to show. If you think I'm here to play around with y'all, God damn it, I'm not.
Oh, man.
Yeah. If you'll remind him of what the purpose that what he said that is causing you to play this for him.
So previously, Justice, you were asked whether or not I could identify you said that you wasn't able to identify the
No, my statement was he provided me photograph of the two individuals circled, and he stated that he received that photograph from the internet, and these are the two.
And on direct examination, he wasn't identified. He wasn't able to identify the
As it pertains to the photograph, or just his statement, period? Okay, the only statement that I received from him is stated that he provided the photograph with those two individuals circled, and he believed those are the individuals that did it. That photograph came to him already circled from the internet.
So, we have your audio. With every fresh recollection.
Sure would.
I don't think there is any need. He just repeated exactly what he said.
Right. I don't think they're necessarily in conflict, but I'm going to let you play that for him anyway. You can play it for him.
They try to get.
But I don't think there's a conflict between
She's
what
like,
he said just now
no,
and the
we don't need to
audio.
hear it.
Hell yeah, I sent it to the jail. He don't want to fuck who shot right here. He's a shot. These two motherfuckers right here. This motherfucker who shot out him and that motherfucker. He saw you. I saw you. I got you.
So, based on hearing that interview, that recording, does that refresh your recollection of the fact that I agree, confirm?
No, based off that, what I just heard, again, you have to take everything in context. Mr. Ivory is stating that the two individuals who circled in that photograph, the photograph that he received from the internet, is the person that did the shooting.
Is it true that you asked him if he could confirm he saw these people shoot, and he said yes?
That is correct.
Your Honor, we're ready for jury.
Okay, but let's be clear about that. It doesn't change the issue of showing the jury that photograph with the hearsay on it. But what he just testified to, it's fine to testify to that. It's still, the circles are still hearsay because Mr. Ivory did not place the circles on. But you can, if you have the plain version without the circles. Okay,
That's how the image was provided to us, but we will.
Okay, because you can show that to the detective and ask him to, the questions you just asked him.
He's already identified that.
Yeah.
That as the picture.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, we're ready for the jury.
Detective, you previously testified that Mr. Ivory wasn't able to confirm who shot at his vehicle. That's not true, is it?
No, that's true. Because at the end of the result of the investigation, the photograph that he gave me was not the individuals who was involved.
The question was, you previously testified that Mr. Ivory did not confirm who shot at his vehicle, correct?
That is true. After the investigation concluded,
Did not.
again, after the investigation was concluded, it clearly shows that he was not able to identify him.
He playing
Okay,
himself.
I understand your explanation, but will you answer the question she's asking and then give your explanation?
Yes, ma'am.
He playing himself. He playing himself. Bro, you trying to be difficult on purpose. You trying to piss her off.
Previously testified that Mr. Ivory could not confirm who shot his vehicle.
That is correct. And also, at the conclusion of the investigation went forward, it was clear that he was not able to identify him. So that is correct.
Isn't it correct that he was conclusive when he told you who shot at him?
That would be an inconclusive assumption of my part to say that anybody's conclusive because we need evidence to back up what they're saying.
Was he sure?
It does call for speculation.
He told
Was he
you
sure?
he saw the individuals who shot at him. What do you think so?
Yes, give context on what he stated, though. The photograph that he gave me that he received from the internet with the circles already circled.
I didn't ask him about a photo.
Okay, but didn't we do that before the break?
My question to him just now was not about a photo.
Okay, well, you may ask your question.
When Mr. Ivory told you that he saw who shot at him,
told you that he saw who shot him.
Yes, but the only time he stated that is when he gave me the photograph already circled.
Okay, that's an answer.
Boy, they playing a cat and mouse game here, boy.
You
know what he doing.
Correct.
He know what he doing. That's why he's smiling. He
Those are pictures
laughing.
that
He laughing. He playing a game with the lawyer. He over here. He like, man, I'm getting you, ain't I? He over here like, yeah. You can't beat me.
are they true and accurate depictions of the pictures that you pulled?
Yes, they are true.
Turner, I've given the witness what's been marked as defense exhibit 3, 4, and 5. I would like to introduce those photographs as evidence.
Okay, do you know what those exhibits are? Do you have any objection to them?
No objection.
Oh, okay, they're admitted. And you can publish.
Can you tell us what you see in defendant's exhibit 3?
Yes, in this photograph is the vantage point from the BP gas station. I believe what the attorney is referring to is the 3 black males dressed in black, dressed like bounty hunters. They're in the top left-hand corner at the gas pump. And it looks like they're posing for the photograph.
Can you look at defense exhibit 4 and tell us what you see?
It's going to be 1 minute later from that photograph. It's the same individuals placed to the left. It looks like the exact same photo.
And defense exhibit 5?
All right, so this time frame is going to be at 9:29, so it's going to be about 40 minutes past that previous 2 photos you just showed me. And it looks like I have suspect number 2 in that photograph from that vantage point.
Do you see anybody dressed in all black in this picture?
I do see someone dressed in all black, but they don't look like the other individuals dressed in black.
Do you know when you pulled those pictures?
Yes, it was the exact same time I was going through the video, and what made me zero in on the photographs is, of course, the way they're dressed.
But you didn't put out pictures when you did your flyers, passing out 400 flyers. You didn't put those in your something.
That is correct. I did not put a bolo out because that is almost a full hour before, and they are not at the barricades.
You just told us that one of the pictures had timestamp at the bottom, correct?
Yes, I believe the first photo that you showed me, I believe the time was 20:55. The second photo was 21:29, I believe.
At 21:29, less than an hour.
So that particular photograph that you're talking about identifies somebody that's in black, but they don't look like the other individuals that's dressed like bounty hunters and dressed in all black. They just wearing all black. And it looked like they're wearing some type of...
These photographs were just provided, 3 photographs.
I'm just saying the number. It was 3 photographs. I just don't know.
It'd be helpful for the record if you said what number you were looking at when you showed.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, in regards to every answer provides a detailed description not associated with my question.
Okay, so again, answer a question first and then explain.
Yes, ma'am.
Earlier on direct examination, you were given some envelopes that had evidence in, correct?
Do you know what specific envelopes you're talking about?
They had shell casings.
I was never given envelopes with shell casings.
Okay. So, you know what happened to the evidence that was collected from the scene?
Yes, when the crime scene techs collect the shell casings, they document them, they collect them, and they're sent off to the GBI.
How long did the GBI keep?
That depends on the GBI. There's no time frame when the GBI can process evidence.
But you didn't keep those, did you?
No, I don't collect the evidence personally. I'm not responsible for storing them. Our crime scene techs collect the evidence and store them.
The video recordings that you collected as a result of this case, you downloaded those and kept them, correct?
Correct. So the video recordings were recorded and given to me, and they were uploaded. Correct.
You testified on
about some shell casings and what type of firearm they could be fired.
Correct.
Isn't it true that there are 5 types of weapons that can fire a 5.56 and
I'm not aware of any other types. I'm not a firearm expert. I am aware though is a AR-15 can fire a 5.56 and a 223. The extent of my knowledge does not go that far.
Does the extent of your knowledge extend to how M16 or AR-15 actually fires?
No, that question that you're asking about comparing the M16 and the AR-15, I don't know, have no knowledge of the comparison of those type of weapons or the mechanics on those type of weapons. I'm not qualified to even try to answer those questions.
So you're not qualified to answer questions about muzzle flashes either, are you?
That's incorrect.
Okay. So you would know that a muzzle flash isn't seen from every firearm.
That is incorrect. If there's some type of modification on the firearm, like a muzzle suppressor or some type of suppressor, that may suppress a muzzle flash, but it's clearly seen that when we look at this weapon, there's no muzzle flash suppressor or anything on that weapon.
And the number of people that were out there by for firearms, you don't know who had suppressors or muzzle flashes on their firearms that would prevent you from seeing that on the camera view.
I can only testify to what I'm seeing on camera.
So is that a no? You don't know how many people had muzzle flash or muzzle suppressors on their firearms.
I cannot.
The question is what he knows. He doesn't know, then he doesn't know. It's not speculation.
I'll allow the question.
I cannot confirm who had those type of suppressors on what weapon.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to publish State's Exhibit 2, which is the surveillance footage from 100 University, I believe it is. It's already been admitted into evidence. The first camera 2. I don't remember what number you.
Are you playing it, Mr. Regas, or are you asking them to
Mr.
play?
Regis is playing.
He's going to play. Okay. Okay. They thought you were asking them to play.
No.
Okay. What's the exhibit number?
Exhibit 2.
States 2. Okay. Not popping up yet on this Zoom. Is it on your screen? Are you looking at it? It is lying to you. Is that connected to an HDMI cable?
Yes.
Should be working. Okay, now it is. It is on mine though, and now they'll put it up on the big screen. It's in the Zoom now. That's fine. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Just relax. Oh, well. So what's this? am I watching? Is this the same video? Oh, this is the same video. What the hell is that? What the hell just happened?
And Detective, while we're watching this video, do you see smoke in this video?
Yes, it appears that there's some sort of cookout. I don't see children. I see people, smaller adults that, if you can say they're children, but I can't say that they're children.
Smaller adults. What are we looking at?
I think only Mr. Abadi knows that.
I ain't got that many steps.
Video stuff.
Point to it again.
Top of the screen. A person at the top of the screen.
Can you point to it again? I see, yes, what looks like a person on the other side of that vehicle.
What color is that person wearing?
It's like a bright, maybe orange, red color.
Circle that person.
I'm trying to see what he's looking at. Oh, see, you're not even showing us, bro. What's wrong with you, cameraman?
Did you want the circle to go away?
I took it. Do you have any idea what time these people are?
No idea.
Watch hours of video. Did you see a sign-up sheet? Or did you see anybody signing in? Like
I did not see a sign-up sheet from the video.
I don't know. Any RSVP that people had to do to come out to this event?
I did not see any RSVPs or sign-up sheets from the video.
So this gathering is open to the public, correct? Anybody who wants to be here.
Do you know about the particulars of who was allowed to come and who was not allowed to come?
I know the particulars, and if you got into the autonomous zone, you need special permission to get past the barricade, and you need additional permission to go in certain areas of the barricade.
Really?
Okay.
Sign up chiefs and things like that, I'm not aware
You
of.
don't know the logistics or why people
No,
were allowed
ma'am.
in or not?
No, ma'am.
Wow.
See this person here?
The person you're pointing to?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you circle that person? What color is that person wearing?
It appears to be a red.
That person wearing shorts?
Which person are you referring
The
to?
person you circle.
No, it doesn't look like the first person that you had me circle. Like a tall white male, he's wearing red shorts. This person right here, I can't tell.
See the person outside the circle, right next to your circle?
I see an individual there too.
What color is that person wearing?
Looks to be a red.
Well, this lawyer thinks she's slick. She about to try to cast some doubt. She could show a couple more people wearing red. She'd be like, hey, how you know it wasn't him?
Person here.
Yes, that's the first circle that you had me circle. That's look like a tall white male with red shorts.
So, you circle the people that you see wearing red.
Oh, it's a few
So
reds
multiple people
over
at this
there.
location have outfits that you
Yo, wow, it's quite a few people got on red over here. Wow. Damn.
Yes, but they are nowhere near the barricades.
Lawyer's trying to be slick. Look at him. Okay, that's the Jeep about to. There you go, right there. It's about to go around. I think that's when the Jeep about to go around.
So you see people jumping away from the vehicle?
Incorrect. I see people going towards the vehicle, trying to stop the vehicle.
So in terms of individuals trying to get out of the way of the vehicle.
Old school.
No.
Oh, but they go that light pants starting to come in at the end of the frame over there.
That video right there, where's cause? At the car.
Correct. I see individuals walking towards the car as the car is coming around the barricade.
You can't see the color of that vehicle.
No, the only thing you can see is a dark color vehicle.
And where we are right now, I can't see any colors of the individuals, light skin or dark skin.
At this point, no, but once you track the individual suspect number one from the other vantage points, I was able to keep an eye on him all the way through and to the point where he is at that location right now.
But you can't see any, we can see the red at the top, but we can't see any colors definitively. Next, you can't see the color of the vehicle. You can't see reflections.
That is correct. The only thing you see is movement. You see suspect number one emerge from behind the stick, the pole with his AR-15 raised. Him and other individuals walk towards the vehicle as it's coming around the corner.
You don't know the names of the individuals that are standing at the barricade?
No, I do not.
You see the flash at the top of the screen?
Can you point to the flash? That's the light.
Right. I just wanted to draw your attention to it.
Okay.
So you can't see the clothing of the individuals standing by the light angle.
What individuals? You have to point them out to me. What individuals are you referring to?
Individuals near the light up here.
No, you can't see anything over there.
So if there are individuals standing there, you can't tell who they are or what they look like.
That is correct, nor can I confirm if there are any individuals over there because I can't confirm or deny if there are any individuals over there by the light.
But you can see cars over there, correct?
Yes.
You trying to cast doubt. He like, yeah, you think you slick, lady. You know what she's trying to do.
You see an individual standing next to the barricade, don't you?
Can you rewind? Which individual you're referring to?
Well, hold on just a minute. The orange barricade,
I do.
an individual next to the orange barricade.
Can you press play? Because it's distorted right now. Yes, I see an individual. It looks like he's one of the individuals that's picking up shell casings. After the shell casings, after the shots went off, a couple of individuals walked over and picked up shell casings.
The individuals that picked up shell casings, they weren't wearing red.
The only person wearing red at the barricade was suspect number one.
Okay, ask your question again.
The person picking up shell casings is not wearing red, are they?
No, the only person wearing red at the barricade was the suspect number one.
He keeps smiling. He know what he doing. He keeps smiling. Yeah.
The individual you're pointing to, yes.
Circle that person.
Definitely a battle.
That person is wearing a red shirt with white writing on the front, aren't they?
I can't confirm this subject is wearing white letters on the red shirt. This subject appears to be about much taller than suspect number one, maybe 100 pounds heavier. I can't confirm what letters are on that red shirt.
Okay, re-ask your question.
The person standing there inside the circle is wearing a red shirt with white.
This guy.
Writing. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. I cannot confirm if that shirt has white letters on it. I can tell you that it's red. The person is wearing red, but I can't confirm white letters.
Look at him. He trying not to laugh.
And that person is not standing near the lights that you pointed out on the other side of the screen, are they?
And which person are you referring to?
The person that you have circled here.
No, that person that circled is nowhere near the barricade.
That smirk.
And we won't see anybody sweeping shell casings on the video, will we?
No.
Runner, the video was stopped at 9:47.
Thank you.
We are restarting it.
I see a blurb of someone that you're pointing at. The circle the person you just pointed at?
That person is wearing a red shirt with white lettering on the front, correct?
I disagree. Whatever that person is wearing is reflective. I can't say with any conclusion that that's a red shirt with white lettering.
Describe what they're doing.
They're crouching down. That's what it appears to be.
You talk to those individuals?
I did not identify those individuals, so I was not able to talk to them.
But from your experience as a police officer, that would indicate that something is happening at this time, correct?
No, that would indicate that it doesn't need to be a lot more context on looking at the video and making assumptions. Something is happening, but what is happening, unsure, because on video we see the shooting and the shooting is over.
So, you said you watched hours of video. You watched video after the video that we just saw that ended at
That is correct.
information that you provided versus what you saw. Document anything after 10 p.m.
Anything that was documented was relevant to the case, it would have been documented. That's correct.
A yes or a no?
No, if it wasn't relevant to the case, it would not have been documented.
All right, at this time, I would like to play camera 3 from 100 University. It's the same.
It's still exhibit number 2, but it's that view.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for being so clear about what exhibit it is. Not yet, but it takes a minute. Once it pops up here, then we can. It's here.
Detective, what are we looking at?
So, as I described earlier, that's going to be the east barricade. That's the barricade facing east.
You watched this video as well, correct?
That is correct.
What do you see at that barricade?
I see 3 individuals, see a truck that's parked, and I see them guarding the barricade.
The 3 individuals that you see, they're wearing all black, correct?
That is correct. 2 are wearing black and 1 is wearing white.
They're carrying rifles, correct?
It appears to be.
You didn't try to identify them either, did you?
That's incorrect. I tried, however, I was unsuccessful.
You didn't put out any flyers with their pictures on, did you?
That is correct. I was not able to see their face.
Detective, you see 3 individuals in all black standing at the barricade, correct?
At this point, yes, there are 3 individuals in all black at the barricade.
You also see those individuals wearing tactical vests. Is that correct?
I can't confirm if they're wearing tactical vests, but they definitely are wearing all black.
Those individuals match the description of bounty hunters?
I would think that's a safe assumption, yes.
And Secoria's parents drove past this barricade, correct?
That is correct.
At what time? What time
Isn't
was
it
this?
true that Ms. Turner told you that they were halfway through the barricade when she started hearing her daughter call for her?
Yes, after the shots had started going off, of course, everybody was scared and jumping around. She described Secoriea in the backseat, jumping around, trying to avoid it. She turned around. Secoriea yelled, "Mama," screamed in pain. At that point, Charmaine jumped in the backseat with Secoriea. And then she looked up in the rear of the vehicle and was able to see what she described as the description that she gave me.
Which is?
She stated that she remembered seeing a male dressed in all black, and that is corroborated with the video evidence that I have.
Told you that male was firing.
Correct. She said she saw 2 males shooting.
Didn't say in a red shirt, did she?
She did not give me a description of a red shirt that was shooting. She just said 2 males were shooting. At that time, her attention was diverted to her daughter, who at that time was dying from a gunshot wound to the back.
Boy. I see you. I see you. You definitely, you ain't playing either.
You say halfway through the barricade is where this truck is?
No,
Okay. When did you measure the distance between one barricade and the next?
there was no measurements between barricades.
So you don't know what halfway between the barricades.
No, I disagree with your statement, your assessment of the statement. She was halfway between the barricade when she noticed that.
Just specify that that's what she told you.
Correct. As soon as the bullet started hitting the vehicle as she drove by suspect number 1, that's when she started to react. And when she soon jumped in the back seat with Secoriea as she was suffering from a gunshot wound.
So she told you her daughter called for her halfway through the barricade, correct?
Again, Ms. Turner's statement is that as they drove by, her vehicle shot multiple times. She heard a baby in the backseat jumping around trying to dodge.
Okay. Can you ask a more specific question?
Boy, he's slick. Look at him.
Her child screamed for her. She was halfway through. Yes or no?
No, she stated that when she heard the gunshots in the vehicle, she jumped in the backseat with her child.
recording that you made where she told you that. Listen to that.
I did, but I think you're taking that recording, that statement, out of context.
But she did tell you that.
How can she know if what's halfway between barricades and she didn't even know there's the other barricade at the other end? That's taken out of context her statement. Her statement is what it is. The gunshots hit the vehicle. She jumped in the backseat with Secoriea, looked up. 2 people was firing.
Turner was at the incident, correct?
Correct.
He ready for this fight. He is prepared for this fight.
Is this individual here?
Yes.
Circle that person, please. What color is that person wearing?
Looks like that young lady is wearing red.
The people at the first barricade, you see them?
No.
So you can't see what color they're wearing, can you?
As I stated before, because of the light shining.
You cannot see the color of the individuals at the barricade, first barricade over.
No, not from this vantage point.
That's what he want. That's what he want. That's a fact. He wants the conviction. He's trying to make sure he get that. So he look. Why it look like he looking at the defendant? I don't know. Or is he looking at the video? I'm like,
You can't see the color individuals are wearing at the first barricade.
That is correct.
who's this dude?
The vehicle here?
Which vehicle? White vehicle, yes.
Circle the person's name.
The person walking towards the vehicle? Okay, where your finger's pointing?
What color is that person wearing?
Appears to be dark clothing.
Black, correct?
Can't say it's black or not, but it's definitely dark clothing.
Also, see that that person is carrying rifle, correct?
That's incorrect, and I can't see that from that angle.
Vehicle that's on. Secoria's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
It's up on the curb, correct?
Yes, it's going up on the curve.
Which means it's tilted.
Oh, that's
Yes,
on the other
it's tilted
side.
as it drives up on the curve.
That's on the other side. Okay.
Second barricade?
Which barricade are we referring to?
Here,
Yes,
circle that person.
the person you just pointed at.
Yes. What is that person wearing?
Dark clothing.
Black clothing.
Dark clothing, less dark clothing.
He went behind. What did he do? What did he do? I don't think he did anything. Did he fire? I think he did. He fire?
The individual that you circled that was inside of this circle here. Circle that person now. That person is wearing all black. Right?
He's definitely wearing dark clothing. I can't confirm if he's carrying a rifle or not, but he's definitely wearing dark clothing.
That person has something in their hand, correct?
I cannot confirm if that person has something in his hand, but he's definitely crouching down wearing dark clothing.
You said you firearms before?
That is correct.
Fired a rifle before?
Yes, I have.
She is. Yeah, she definitely.
Under what circumstance?
Practicing.
You always stand in the same position when you fire a rifle?
Practicing, yes.
So the position that this individual is in at the bottom of the screen, what does it look like that person?
That looks like that person is crouching down from shots just being fired from suspect number one as he fired upon Secoria's vehicle as he drove through the barricade. And he's ducking down for cover.
Look at that person again. That person, same person that was standing at the barricade, correct?
Correct.
That person that was standing at the barricade carrying a rifle, correct?
As I stated earlier, I could not confirm what that person was carrying, but he definitely was dressed in all black or dark clothing.
So we're looking at him again here. So, between AR-15,
Yo,
you know what type of
I know who she remind me of now. I was trying to figure out who she reminded me of now. It just came to me. Maxine Waters, man. Living Single. That's who she remind me of. Maxine Waters. That's her name? From Living Single? Y'all know what I'm talking about.
So, between AR-15, you know what type of ammunition an AR-15 fire? You can't recognize an AR-15 on screen?
I'm advising that I cannot recognize from this portion of the video the way that person looked or what they're carrying, just that they're dressed in black.
The people at the first barricade, what color are they wearing?
If we're referring to this vantage point, I can't tell.
So, at the point that, how many times would you say you watched this video?
I can't give an accurate number.
You watched it before you got the medical examiner's report?
Again, the medical examiner report came a good time afterwards. So I was only able to watch video, but I got enough information from the medical examiner to proceed with my investigation.
So let's talk about you conduct an investigation. Your goal is to try to figure out what happened, correct?
Absolutely.
You have multiple people at a location. You have to narrow down who was involved, correct?
Correct.
And the autopsy report is typically used to determine what happened, correct?
Incorrect. Autopsy report is ruled the cause and manner of death. Usually the cause is what caused the death and the manner of death, homicide. And detailed report of the injuries. We are the reporting agency. We report what happened.
Okay. And how did you use that autopsy report in this case?
A 5.56 round was taken from 8-year-old Secoria's back. I was able to corroborate and match that with the type of ammunition that was found on the crime scene.
And that medical report, it tells you what direction it came from, correct?
Correct.
It tells you what the path that round traveled, correct?
Correct.
You didn't have that information when you watched this video, correct?
Incorrect. He had a defect to the back. That's what I needed for my investigation.
You didn't have the medical examiner's report telling you the direction of travel when you watched this video, correct?
Again, it's incorrect. I had information detailing that Secoria was shot in the back.
The information that you had didn't come from the medical examiner.
I'm sorry, you asked me a question?
The information that you had didn't come from the medical
What information are you referring to?
examiner. The trajectory that the round that hit her in the back traveled.
Again, the medical examiner report stated that she was shot in the back.
Yo, this guy here.
What was the trajectory of the bullet that hit her in the back?
Straight in the back.
It doesn't say whether it was on the right, left.
So if you're asking me to get into the medical terminology, once a round goes inside a body, I'm not qualified to do that. Rounds, when it hit a body and it goes inside a body, they do bounce around. So again, having trajectory on that is different. So it hit a bone and started bouncing around, especially around that size. You see rounds all the time. When it hits you, they bounce around in your body and cause destruction. So trajectory, once it's inside the body, is irrelevant. What's relevant to me is that trajectory going into her back.
The medical examiner's report would tell you at what angle it went into her back, correct?
The medical examiner report will tell me the direction that it hit her in the back, and once it got inside of her body, what it did. And that's what the medical examiner report details.
So what did that tell you?
Again, I'm not qualified to speak on the medical terminology inside the medical examiner report. I'm pretty sure medical examiner themselves are going to come here and talk about the actual report.
But I'm asking you as a
The lead,
It is calling for an expert opinion. No.
Your Honor, I'm actually not asking for an expert opinion. I'm asking him for what he read. He's a lead detective. I'm asking him for what he read.
Okay, well, the autopsy report is not in the record yet.
Correct. And so I'm just asking him what he knows about what happened.
Okay, I think he's already answered that.
Okay. So with regards to determining all of these moving parts and all of these individuals that were at the location, the only thing you had was what you got from the scene because you didn't watch the video before you collected the evidence, correct?
that is correct.
You didn't have any medical information.
Is that a question? That is correct. No medical information at the time of the crime scene investigation.
You did have descriptions of what the shooters looked like from people who were actually on the scene, correct?
That is incorrect. On the crime scene, like I testified earlier, there was zero cooperation coming from any individual out there on that crime scene. So I didn't get any statements from anyone at that crime scene.
Charmaine Turner, Omar Ivy, at that crime scene.
Charmaine and Omar was interviewed after the day after. I had already been cleared the crime scene. It was late on in the day when I interviewed them. They were not interviewed at the crime scene.
You interviewed them after the fact, which gave you more time to look into what they told you. They told you, both of them, that the shooters were wearing all black.
Correct.
The individual standing in the middle of the street, all black. You didn't track that person in your investigation, did you?
Can you point to that individual you're referring to?
Sure.
Sure.
Okay. Are you referring to this individual?
Yes.
No. No one was identified from the crime scene. Nobody.
You didn't track that individual from this video. You didn't actually answer.
You can follow up on that.
Was identified. That's not what I asked.
You can follow up.
The only person that was tracked was suspect number 1, wearing all red, white letters, light blue shirt, black satchel, AR-15. That's who I tracked from every angle, from every camera, up into the shooting.
Let's watch that individual. Isn't there a cut through from this location to the BP?
I believe that cut through that you're referring to, that's in the BP parking lot, and that is a walking path, I believe. Correct.
And by cut through, that just means that the person can go from where they are here through on a walking path and end up at the BP.
No. The cut through starts at the BP and goes to the plaza next to it.
Individual can access the cut from the open area.
Here where?
What we're looking at.
Can you point to the exact location?
Is it possible to access the cut through from this street?
No, I would just ask maybe because we can't see what she's pointing at.
We walk up to the big
So
screen.
we can actually see what's happening.
Can you access the cut through from anywhere on that street?
I'm not aware of a cut through from that street.
Okay. Tell us how you can get to the cut through from here.
Again, I'm not aware of a cut through from this location that she's pointing to. The only cut through I'm aware of is coming from the BP.
So we're watching the same video again, and this time, I want to focus on the person
Okay, we're focusing on the person that was ducking for cover.
The person that's standing at the second, that was standing at the second.
Okay.
Be able to see that individual run into. Be able to see that individual run into the woods.
Yes, I was able to see that individual ducking for cover and ran into the woods after ducking for cover.
Where do those woods lead to?
I have no idea.
And you didn't track that individual.
No.
So the number of individuals that were standing at the barricade, dressed in all black, carrying rifles, that ran off into the woods after this happened, you didn't track those people.
Which barricade are you referring to?
One we just watched at the bottom of the screen.
Again, no.
A very involved case, right?
Absolutely, it's one of the hardest cases I ever had to work to this day.
And all eyes were on this case, correct?
Correct.
And council people, even famous people like Tyler Perry trying to contribute, finding out who did it, correct?
If you're referring to the contribution of the funds, I have nothing to do with that. I do not know who all contributed. That's a totally different process.
I don't think I asked about. I did ask that. My question was basically about who wanted you to find out what happened to this.
Do you have a specific person that you're asking me who, or just asking me in general?
Yeah. We had conversations about the number of people that were placing pressure on you about this case.
That's incorrect. I never said that anybody was putting any kind of pressure on me to solve this case, not once.
So, weren't aware that city council people came down to participate or to talk to the people.
I'm not aware, but there was no pressure coming from anywhere on my behalf or coming down to me. I'm not surprised. I mean, this case got national attention.
And with that national attention, famous people like Tyler Perry were involved.
He's already testified that he didn't even know that. So, do you have any other questions?
You interviewed Barry McKinney, correct?
That is correct.
And you provided him with images of individuals that you wanted him to try to identify, correct?
If you're referring to the screenshots from the video,
Did you provide him with images that you wanted him to identify?
I would like you to be specific. Are you referring to images from the video?
Did you provide him with images of anyone?
Okay, during the interview, he was provided with screenshots from the security video to see if he can identify his co-defendants.
He wasn't a defendant at the time, correct?
No.
He told Mr. McKinney that he would go down for this if he had given me.
Negative. That's a wrong way to rephrase it. If you have the audio recording that states that and quote that me verbatim, I would like you to play it. Context is important.
Are you asking to play the video recording of the co-defendant? Any objection to that? Or
Yeah, he's starting to get mad. He's starting to get mad. He's
I
starting
think
to get
if you want
mad.
to refresh his recollection, you can do that outside the presence of the jury.
He ain't smiling no more.
I don't think it can come in right now. I don't think there's a foundation for it right now.
He ain't smiling for
But
that
if
one.
everyone agrees it should be played, I'll let you play it. Okay. Okay.
All right, there go the smile. There go the smile. There go the smile. Hey, y'all see that look he just gave the jury? Y'all see that? He just gave the jury a little. Look. There you go. Y'all seen that? He raised his eyebrow at the jury. Hey, don't be doing stuff like that, bro. I caught that, sir.
You guys almost ready for a break? Okay, just a minute.
He think he's slick. Keep the change.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Making him step up. They about to take a lunch. All right, they going to lunch, y'all. They going to lunch. All right, they back.
Okay.
He's tripping off of that.
He's doing that. The men that had on all black men saw that. Anytime you have individuals of their faces marked from the murder bus and BP from the American House.
No.
And in regards to the evidence in this case, where were the shell casings found on the scene?
In the street.
In the street.
It was in the area of suspect number 1 when he fired his weapon.
In State's Exhibit number 2, which is the BP gas station, 214106. Are you able to see that cut through that we were talking about by BP?
Yes.
If you could just use that red marking and kind of mark where that cut. And is that, what's behind that, the pumps and everything?
There's a plaza next door that you can cut through and walk to.
Who's that is walking up, able to, that is walking on the side?
Yeah, it's going to be suspect number 2.
And then in regards to what the defense was asking you about, statements about they were halfway through the barricade when Secoriea fell out for alarm. I want you to look at statement number 2. That's going to be the warehouse video. It's going to be a fact. What has happened? I think the defense asked you about having collected evidence prior to you getting medical examination. Did you collect evidence prior to getting medical examination?
That is correct.
As far as you know, what was the cause of injury to Secoriea before you even got out to university?
Gunshot wound to the back.
So when you get out there, are you looking for evidence consistent with gunshots?
Correct.
And what would that be?
Spent shell casings.
Is it feasible to, first would it take you to get the autopsy?
It depends. That's really depends on the medical examiner, how many they have in line and what they have on task to do.
1 day, 3 days?
I never seen it come back that fast. I would say between 1 to 6 weeks. It just depends.
Is it feasible to shut down the streets of University Fire for 1 to 6 weeks, waiting on that medical examiner before you can collect evidence in regards to the shooting?
No, it is not.
Now we're looking at State's Exhibit number 2. This is from the warehouse, I believe. That camera 3. If you can circle where the front, it's kind of hard to see where the front barricades and those first set of barricades would be, where the Jeep first one was. And where the second set. Where was your suspect standing at as he was firing the shots into that Jeep?
I would say up in this area.
Is that, were they halfway through the front barricades, the shots were raining out into the car?
No.
When you say no, what do you mean?
No, they were not halfway through the barricade. It was and as soon as they went through the barricade and past suspect number 1, shots rang out.
And the defense was asking you about muzzle suppression. And you indicated that's kind of a legal thing that people do?
Definitely.
Was it Georgia?
That's not what it said.
What did you say about muzzle suppression?
First, I never observed any muzzle suppression devices on any of the weapons that I was able to view from camera.
And I think earlier, in regards to the defects on the car as it was coming through, how many were there?
8 defects.
And how many muzzle flashes did you observe on the video?
2.
How you had to see 2, but then you had 8 shots?
Yes, so as Secoriea Turner's vehicle is passing suspect number 1, he is firing. That angle is not visible from the camera because it is hidden by the vehicle. As the vehicle passes, he continues to fire. That's when we're able to see the muzzle flashes. And that is consistent and corroborates the physical evidence we have, which is the defects that are on the vehicle.
Where is suspect 1 standing at the time of the fire?
And suspect number 1 is going to initially be standing behind this piece of wood here, and then he comes out as the vehicle's passing and fires as the vehicle's driving by.
Are you able to see suspect number 1 and what's up on the screen right now?
Yes, here.
Who's at the front?
Here? I have no idea.
It's kind of
Okay.
yeah. Where do you see those muzzle shots come from?
Yeah, if you want to, can you back it up? Here.
And if you could circle that. Is it fair to say that the first set of barricades are kind of behind them?
Correct.
And what would the second set of barricades be?
It was about 20 to 30 yards further up.
And if you could circle, where were the shell casings that you recovered, the 5.56 shell casings?
They're going to be along this area here.
Now, the defense showed you several people that were in the rape. The first one that they showed you, was that a male or female?
It looks to be a male, very tall.
Do you see that individual that the defense showed you?
Yes. Here.
Can you tell if that's a male or female?
No, I can't tell, but it's a very large individual, about 100 pounds more than suspect number 1.
Has the shots that ran into that car and killed Secoriea already occurred?
Yes.
Do you see any muzzle flashes coming from the area where that person was standing?
No.
Where the second individual was that defense pointed out to you?
This appears to be a very tall male with red shorts on.
Once again, any muzzle flashes coming from where that individual is?
No.
And I think that she showed you the third group of people with red on.
I believe she was referring to this small individual here.
Based on their stature, does that appear to be an adult or a child?
It appears to be consistent with a child.
As the Jeep is passing through that second set of barricades, what would have been in Charmaine and Omar's line of sight?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
As that Jeep passes through that second set of barricades, can you describe the last set of people that they would pass?
It's going to be this individual here that seems to be ducking for cover behind the barricade.
Did you think murder shots come from that area with that individual?
No.
And I believe they asked you about the trajectory.
Yes.
Right to left, right from the enemies.
Correct.
Is that in regards to what was going on outside the car or what's going on inside Secoria's body?
Inside Secoria's body.
Can two things be true at once?
Yes.
And there have been men dressed in all black with weapons, possibly firing, and your suspect number one firing as well into that Jeep.
Absolutely.
Here, look how he be looking at the jury. Look how he looks at the jury. Hey, stop that, bruh. Hey, stop that, bro. It's like he trying to talk to them with his eyes, man.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. All right.
All right.
May we approach?
Want to approach? Let them approach.
You swear upon the testimony you give to the court of the truth, the whole truth, so help you. And have statements in my state, spell your name.
Deputy Stephen Middleton, STEPHEN, MIDDLETON.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How you doing today, sir?
I'm well.
Can you tell the members of the jury how you are employed?
As it pertains to what, like?
Who do you currently work for?
I work for Fulton County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and how long have you been with Fulton County Sheriff's Office?
7 years, going on 8.
Okay, and where are you stationed with the Fulton County Sheriff?
I'm at the South Annex Jail
Okay, and where's the South Annex Jail?
in Union City.
Fulton County?
Yes, sir.
And how many jailing locations does Fulton County have?
Currently, not really North Annex, man. 3 currently.
Okay. And tell me, the jury, what some of your job duties are.
Well, I'm on the strike team, which is the jail response team.
Okay. And when was it?
About 3.5 years ago.
Right. And what's the purpose of the strike team?
We're like basically SWAT for the jail. So we handle any kind of uprisings, riots, any kind of tours for high risk or anything like that.
Right. And what is a shakedown?
Shakedown is it's a focused search based on information that we get.
Okay. And can you tell the members of the jury how a shakedown is performed?
Yes, immediately when we enter, we open all doors. We tell everybody step out, line up against the wall. We do searches, and then we lead them out of the housing pods.
Yes, please.
They approached and then they break.
All right, for the jury. All right, do as I counted for. So I believe, before we start, my next question was going to be, can you tell us to the jury, what is a pod?
The pod is the housing unit.
Housing unit, and how many pods does the Union City facility have?
There's 4 on each side.
What is a cell?
The cell is like a room, a housing unit. I mean, a room in the housing unit.
Okay, and who's housed inside of the cell?
The residents that's there.
Want to draw your attention back to August 5th of 2025. Was there a shakedown performed at the Union City location?
There was
And what pods was involved in the shakedown?
all of the general housing units. So pod A, B, and E.
And were you involved in the shakedown?
I was.
And when you perform a shakedown, what items are you looking for?
Anything that the residents are not allowed to have, any kind of contraband, like any damaged or altered clothing, cigarettes, electronic devices like cell phones or batteries from some of the tablets that they destroy. It's just anything that they're not supposed to have, wiring, stuff like that, shanks.
And back on August 5th, was there a shakedown performed on pod E
There was.
and cell 12?
Yes.
Now, let's talk about cell 12. Cell 12. How many people are housed in cell 12?
Currently or then?
What's the minimum amount of people that can be housed in cell 12?
1.
What's the max?
8.
Back on August 5th of 2005, was Julian Conley housed in a cell?
Yes, he was.
All right. And what was his bunk?
As soon as when you go into the cell, there's 2 bunks immediately to the left. There's 4 against the back wall, and then there's 2 to the right. His was on the back wall at the bottom left.
And when you performed a shakedown, what, if anything, did you recover from pod E cell 12?
I recovered 2 cell phones, 4 shanks, 2 charger cords, and it was something else, some miscellaneous stuff like screws from the light fixtures.
Okay. So you said you recovered 2 cell phones, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, let's talk about the location of those cell phones. Where was cell phone number 1 recovered from?
The first one was recovered from the left-hand side, the bunk, bottom bunk, all the way in the back corner.
Okay. And was this Mr. Conley's bunk?
Yes.
Right. Item approaching what has been pretty much State's Exhibit 130. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 130?
I do.
And how do you recognize State's Exhibit 130?
By the color.
Are those the items that was recovered from E12?
One of them is.
Which one is?
This blue one right here.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, State tenders State's Exhibit 130.
No, we object. It sounds like there are multiple items in State Exhibit 130 that
Okay, can you be specific?
Yes, yes, yes. How many cell phones were recovered throughout the entire shakedown?
There were 3.
And once you recovered those cell phones, what did you do with them?
I handed them over to Captain Alvarin.
Okay.
And the blue cell phone that was recovered, you said that was recovered from whose bunk?
Conley's.
I'm sorry?
Conley's.
Do you see inmate Conley in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point and identify an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's in the suit over there.
What color is his clothing?
Looks like black.
Is he sitting between someone to his left and his right?
Yes, he is.
Can you please describe the person on his right?
She's wearing a blazer with it looks like a plaid color, and a burgundy or maroon shirt and glasses.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
It will.
Now, do you remember how many phones you recovered from E12?
Yes, there were two.
There were 2.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember colors of those 2 phones?
Yes, one was blue and one was a reddish color.
And 130C. What has been labeled as states 130A, 130B, and 130C. Can you identify which 2 phones you recovered from cell E12?
This one.
Can you identify what's the number on the back?
130C.
And is 130C in the same condition in which you recovered it back on August the 5th of 2025?
Yes.
Have there been any material alterations and or deletions?
As far as deletions, I can't tell, but it looks like in the same condition as I found it.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, state will tender 130C into evidence.
130C is admitted.
And can you tell members of the jury how many phones were collected from E12?
2 phones.
2 phones. And do you know what the color was of the second phone?
Really? That's what they doing now? He's just, my goodness. Fox need to fix their stuff.
Death of for Miss Turner. Well, I was directly or indirectly, because I was a part of the after effects.
The after effects. Let me ask it like this. I apologize. Did you speak to any witnesses in regards to the shooting death of Miss Turner?
No.
Okay. Did you process any vehicles in regards to the shooting death of Miss Turner?
No.
Okay. Did you go out canvassing the neighborhood in the shooting death of Miss Turner?
No, sir.
I don't understand.
Did you collect firearms or ballistics evidence in regards to the shooting death of Miss Turner?
No, sir.
No further questions.
Any regret? Ms. Moore, you indicated that you participated in the aftermath.
So around that time, we were deployed to areas due to the increased violence because of what happened. So indirectly, I was involved in that.
Were you deployed to a certain area in regards to this case with Secoriea Turner?
Well, not Secoriea Turner, no. Everything going on at the same time, yes.
Did you play a part in, I guess, security and safety of the community?
Yes.
Is that what you're speaking of?
Correct. That's what I'm specifically talking about. I'm sorry.
Thank you, that's fine. Nothing further.
I do have one question. Since now we know that you were out on the streets after the shooting, did Detective Shepard ever ask you to try to locate certain people that were on surveillance videos?
No, sir.
No further question.
Anything else?
Oh, no, ma'am.
Can he be excused? Okay. You can be excused.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, that's our last witness for today. We'll start again tomorrow morning at 9:30, traffic allowing.
Hey, so now that I'm all caught up, we can start again tomorrow morning at 9:30, y'all. Yeah. That was interesting. Ah, that was interesting. Good. I'm all caught up. I could be on schedule now in the morning. That was interesting. So that boy guilty, man. That boy guilty. Okay. Um, and now we got to see the prosecutor try to make him not look guilty. I mean, not the prosecutor, but the defense. Now we got to see the defense at work. We got to see them try to make him not look guilty because I don't know how they gonna do that, man. I don't know how they gonna do that, but that officer, he definitely wants to put that man behind bars, and he was doing the absolute most to make sure he put it in the jury mind. Hey, don't forget that's him in the red with the white with the blue. That's him. That's him. Yeah, I don't see them winning this case, but I do see them. I do see that they're gonna put on a show. I expect a showdown as they try their best, you know, to win. I expect them to lose, but not because they didn't try. Not because they didn't try to win. I expect them to try to win. That the defense, they seem like some good lawyers, but like you trying to make a guilty guy look innocent, and that's a task. That's a task. They tried to put the doubt in the jury's mind by showing different people with red, but what really matters is who was where. Yeah, those people had red. They wasn't over there by that car though when the shooting occurred and all that. And then she showed the barricade afterwards. The second barricade. They drove through the first one and then past a second one, and they're focused on the second barricade. And the thing about it is, they wasn't the ones shooting. They wasn't the ones shooting. The shots started as soon as they drove past the barricade. So you still got to worry about the shots that got fired as soon as they drove past. You worried about shots that possibly was fired at the second barricade, but the car had already got shot up before he even got to the second barricade. So, like you still gonna have to account for the shots that got fired as soon as they crossed that first barricade. So I don't know how they gonna do it, but they gonna give it a good try. I expect. I don't know how long this case is gonna be. I don't know how long it's gonna be. Uh, uh, I look forward to seeing what happens tomorrow. So we about to get out of here. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Let me get my ready to go music. Where is my ready to go music? Interesting. Interesting. Not here. Could be. Time to go. Time to go. Ladies and gentlemen, hit the like button if you haven't already. And leave your comments in the comment section. We're going to be following this case as it goes along. 9:30 a.m. when the trial starts for the day 5. And I'll see you there. Enjoy the rest of your night. Thank you for coming by. And we out the house. Shout out to the chat.